Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The April 4, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I'm always asked to make this announcement. There's no reason to believe that there'll be any cause to have it go into effect, but we do have a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system in this room. So if alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits, and once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property, and employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Once again, no reason for any alarm. That's a precautionary announcement. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by George Shahade, Minister, Veterans and Politics International, and remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray together. Our Heavenly Father, we ask for your providential guiding hand upon our city, state, nation, and even upon all world events which are at very critical times right now. We thank you, Lord, for all your goodness and mercy towards us. We thank you for every day of life on this earth, and help us to be a prepared people to meet you someday in that eternal city which you have prepared for us. Help us, O Lord, that while we are here, to be a blessing to others around us, to cheer the sad, encourage the discouraged, and to lift the fallen. Lord, we want to be a city not just being known for the shining lights on the strip, but to be living spirits of shining lights that radiate hope, love, and a future to our community. We pray for the candidates who won the election last night, and for all who hold office, that they would always be inspired to serve and not to be served, to serve our city with a diligent heart, mind, and soul. We are grateful that last night, Mayor Goodman, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and Councilman Reese have found favor in your sight and will serve another term. Please help direct the affairs of this City Council today, that wise decisions be made that would be to the best interests of our city's residents and businesses. And Lord, I can't end this prayer without lifting up to you our men and women of uniform in Iraq and elsewhere, who are putting their lives in harm's way every day for us and for our freedoms. Please protect them and comfort them. We pray these things in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No, I think we'll do the ceremony and then I'll call it. Yeah. Let me take that with me. Yeah, that's a great way of doing it. Okay? Thank you.
Horton Brown.
No, I've got nicer knees, I promise you. That I can assure you. Good morning. It does. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for our first two items, Councilwoman Tarkanian will recognize the April Citizen of the Month and a local ROTC unit for their community service. Councilwoman?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you to you also. I also wanted to thank George, who did our invocation. It was very appropriate, and we appreciate the prayers he's given to us as elected members of the council. The mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council are honored today to pay special recognition to the Ward 1 Citizen of the Month. This gentleman has displayed outstanding dedication and service to countless residents and neighborhoods far beyond his own home. As president of the Torrey Pines Neighborhood Preservation Association, he has successfully solidified a steadfast team of volunteers. The common goal of this group is the preservation of one of Las Vegas's historic neighborhoods and to promote community involvement with activities for families that improve neighborhood safety and neighbors helping neighbors. This Ward 1 citizen has offered his time to share with other associations the how and the why of their program and volunteered his time assisting others to implement them, as you will see in the upcoming video. Mr. Chet Dougherty is the Ward 1 Citizen of the Month in the city of Las Vegas. Chet, would you please come forward to receive this plaque, and we'll all watch the video.
Hi, Chad. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Is there a video? Oh, ROTC, sorry. We didn't want to show you doing all that painting, I guess. But you know, Chet is one of those people who came in.
Here we go, Lois.
Thank you. Chet is one of those individuals who came in when help is needed in the neighborhood. He's given his all. His family has given his all. And if we did have the video on him, I will tell you, you would have seen a hardworking, sweating, dirty individual doing all kinds of things. Take care, Chet.
Thank you, Chet. Before you say something, who are those beautiful young ladies who are sitting on the first row?
This is my daughter Krista and her friend Hillary.
Come on, Hillary.
I mean, not Hillary, but
Whatever
Emma.
her name is, come on up here. Here, that's all yours. Congratulations on your dad. Hi, what's your name?
Emma.
Emma.
Yeah.
Emma.
Emma.
It's
Yeah.
a beautiful name. Okay, welcome.
And they're out there working with him, too, all the time.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank our Mayor Oscar Goodman for presenting me with this award and the city council members. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Tarkanian for this honor and everything that she has done for us. She's got out there and got paint on her and everything else as well. I'd like to thank our Neighborhood Services Department for our NPF grant that we've received, the Neighborhood Initiatives Division for Franklin's support, who has just been outstanding. I'd like to thank Christy and Leisure Services for always being there in Ward 1 when we need her. I'd like to thank all the peers throughout Ward 1 that respond to my phone calls, and I'm telling you, national phone calls, to get them together for the National Neighborhood Day and other events that we have, throughout Ward 1. I'd like to thank all the members of my staff at the Torrey Pines Neighborhood Preservation Association, Russ, Knight, and Sherry, and the other members, including our new sponsors, 7-Eleven on the corner there of Torrey Pines and Charleston. I'd like to really thank my wife for her patience and my two kids for always helping out. It's a big thing that I can walk out and do these things, and my kids just volunteer to go with me every time. I don't even ask them. Let's see. I'm most proud of the experience and being a part of reinstilling the sense of community in our neighborhood. And I challenge all neighborhoods to band together to bring about a positive change in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, too. Thank you.
That's great.
Again, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council are honored to recognize a very special group of young men and women for their outstanding community service. If we could please watch the monitor this time for a moment. Oh, he said I could tell you about it, all right? These young men and women are out there in a neighborhood that hasn't had its curbs or hydrants painted in a long time. You can see a very unpainted hydrant, and all of them are out there painting and beautifying the community. And they volunteered many hours, and they volunteered it during a time of day in the heat that wasn't always comfortable. We're very appreciative of the work they've done. Here goes the curb, and we've been doing this throughout our community. I think you might even be able to see Melea's son, Robin Munet, out there, and she got paint all over herself on her new blouse, first time she wore it. But anyway, there's Chet, too. You can see Chet. He's supervising there. But now it's done, and we did this throughout the neighborhood, and we have been doing this throughout the neighborhoods within Ward 1, the older neighborhoods that need some rejuvenation. And I think this is what it's all about, all of us working together to help each of our neighborhoods get better. As you have seen, this group of young people have worked hard, giving of their time and their Saturdays. This was on a Saturday to improve the safety and the quality of life for residents in the neighborhoods of the city of Las Vegas. And it is with sincere appreciation that we recognize this group, the Bonanza Army ROTC, for the help that they've given in their neighborhood, the volunteer time they've provided. Could you please come up here and be recognized as I read your name? Ty Cirillo. Yeah. Oh, he's not here today, but you're taking it for him. Cortland Cooper. Chet Dougherty Jr. You can see it. Here you go. You can see it runs in the family.
Thank you. This one's me.
Yeah, and just stay up here so you can get your picture taken with the council. Tun Huang, if I pronounced that correctly. Christina Lopez. Wendy Lorenzo. Thank you. Amanda. Jason Nelson. Chris Short. Danielle Smith. And you know, I'd like to add somebody else too, Krista Dougherty. She's not a member of the ROTC, but she's a youth volunteer who's always there supporting her dad, who you met this morning, and her brother, who is also here in the ROTC, and the entire community. She is an exceptional young lady, and we want to honor her also. Come on, please. Okay, thank you.
Terrific.
I wonder if we could have a picture taken with the mayor and the council people behind.
That'd be great. Why don't we move over here? That's good.
Yeah, we'll just move over, okay? And Chet Jr., did you want to say a few words just to let them know what you do each morning and on Saturday how you're helping in the neighborhoods? He's not shy.
Howdy. This is my ROTC classes anyway. And every single time that we have some sort of painting thing, that my dad and the council people come to me, and I go to them and ask them for help. Every time they've been willing to come, they've helped me out through all these things. They are some of my dearest friends, and this is what we do. We have fun doing it. We get paint all over ourselves. We have paint fights, you know. That's what we do.
Not over the hydrant. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. We appreciate everything you do for our community.
Thank you. Thank you. For our next item, Councilman Ross will recognize National Tartan Day. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilman Brown, you should stand right next to me. Doesn't he look good? He looks good, doesn't he? I feel a little underdressed standing next to him. You know, a lot of things we do in this city are for people. And I love this portion of the city council meeting because it's all about people. The kids who are doing great things, people in our neighborhoods doing great things, and we also have a bunch of great people here, too, that mean a great deal to me. Today, it is my honor, and I'll say our honor, to recognize National Tartan Day. This date was chosen to commemorate the signing of the Declaration of Arbroath, and I hope I pronounced that correctly, on April 6th in 1320. Our own Declaration of Independence was based on this document. Americans of Scottish descent have played a vibrant and influential role in the development of the United States. National Tartan Day was first officially observed in 1997 by the passage of United States Senate Bill Resolution 155. Today, over 11 million Americans claim Scottish and Scottish-Irish descent, making them the 8th largest ethnic group in the United States. I would like to take this opportunity to honor the many invaluable contributions and accomplishments and cultural traditions of the members of the Celtic community in Las Vegas. In our audience today, we have several representatives from several groups, and as I name your group, would you please stand and be recognized and turn and face the audience and the cameras, because all of you look absolutely fabulous. Today we have the St. Andrews Society of Southern Nevada. Are you with us today? And I would imagine you'll be standing up a couple of times because the Las Vegas Celtic Society, please stand. All right. I knew it. The Las Vegas Highland Dance Association. Look at these girls. And of course, one of my very favorites, the Desert Sky Pipes and Drums. Please stand. And I'm gonna imagine that the back row here is the Scottish American Military Society. Am I correct? I'm not even close. Well, you guys look great. How about the Order of the Gale? There's one. Joe Austin. All right. Joe Austin, our good friend and savior over there today. Okay, House of Stewart. Are you with us today? Okay, well, it's good to recognize them anyway. 78 Fraser's Highlanders. Did I get them? And the Knights of St. Andrew's Order of the Thistle, Las Vegas, Scottish Rite. Look at these guys. Now turn around, gentlemen. Turn around. That is impressive. These are some impressive folks. At this time, I would like John Butcher, the director of the St. Andrews Society, Rosemary Tom, past president of the St. Andrews Society, and Jeff Gordon from the Las Vegas Celtic Society to please come up here. Give them a round of applause for being here with us today. Rosemary, thanks for being here. John, thank you so much. On behalf of the mayor and the city council of Las Vegas, I would like to present this proclamation in recognition of National Tartan Day and in recognition of all that you do for our community. So I'll give this to you, and I'll hand the microphone over to you to say a few words.
I'm going to pass it to John first.
Thank you very much, Mayor Goodman, honorable members of the council. It's a great pleasure for me as a representative of the St. Andrews Society, and as a newcomer, having moved here from South Florida 3 years ago. St. Andrews Society was one of my first contacts here in the Valley. My interest in Scottish country dancing. I'd like to recognize again our immediate past president, Rosemary Tom, wearing proudly her clan Maitland. It is a great honor, again, as I say, to stand here before you. But as I stand here as a kilted man before you, I know that many of you have a certain question, and I will address the question only with the answer. And the answer is my shoes.
My socks.
Oh, and yes, your socks as well. Councilman Ross mentioned a bit of a history of National Tartan Day, recognized by the United States Legislature not too many years ago. It goes back to many, many, many events in Scottish history, and some of those events in Scottish history echo through our American history as well, as he mentioned the Declaration of Independence. The signers of the Declaration of Independence, most of whom were of Scottish background, were very well aware of the Declaration of Arbroath that was signed at Arbroath Abbey in 1320, a letter that was sent to the Pope of Rome at the time, who recognized the sovereignty and independence of Scotland. A rather tenuous existence for a while that was really finally removed after the Battle of Culloden in 1745. Many, many, many people came to the United States, to Australia, to Canada, and various other places around the world because of what happened after the Battle of Culloden. As a professor at UNLV, I say, look it up. We don't have the time here today. But the tartans were removed after 1746 in the Prescription Acts by the British government, so much so that if anyone was found with tartan or wearing tartan or playing the pipes or speaking Gaelic or any other manifestation of Scottish nationality at the time, they were jailed, murdered, removed by the British government. And it wasn't until 1782 that it was all reinstated and there were no more the acts of prescription were removed. Here in Las Vegas, you say, well, what's the relevance here? The relevance is, when I was walking to the garage today, to come here to this building on Stewart Avenue, by the way, and I hear the lilt of the pipes, by the way, and we have streets by the name of Decatur and Bruce and Highland Avenue, etc. The Valley was settled for the most part after 1855 by people of Scottish background. And I'd like to honor Helen Stewart and her wonderful ranch that really was the roots of Las Vegas. What else does the Declaration of Arbroath have to say to us? Well, I said most of the signers are of Scottish background. Thomas Jefferson certainly had reference. He didn't cite it, but the reference to the Latin document of the the Declaration of Arbroath. And so much of what we have in the treaty in our Declaration of Independence reflects the words of the Declaration of Arbroath. With that said, I'd like to conclude with the words of our great national poet of Scotland, Robbie Burns, in his final stanza of Bannockburn, which is why the Treaty of Arbroath was signed, where he says at the end, "Lay the proud usurpers low." Usurpers of freedom, that is. "Lay the proud usurpers low, tyranny in every foe, liberty in every blow, let us do or die." Thank you.
Well, we know many of you out there have got a love of Scotland, a love of the Celtic heritage that you have. Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales, all the great Celtic societies, and some of you may not know that, the Norwegian countries and Sweden have a great Celtic background as well. You can celebrate that. Anybody who has a love of Scotland or the Scottish heritage can wear the Nevada State tartan approved by Lord Lyon. 2 years ago, at the Las Vegas Celtic Gathering and Highland Games, Mayor Oscar Goodman was wearing a kilt himself. And yes, he does have great knees. We invite you all this April 21st and 22nd to come out to Floyd Lamb State Park. We'll be doing fantastic fun things again. We'll be having the Highland Games there. We'll be having the Las Vegas Highland Dancers, as well as a competition that brings people from all over the world. We're going to have the heavy athletics there. Anybody know what a caber is? The caber toss is spinning the telephone pole. That thing's huge. We have athletes coming from 8 different states to not athletes, but we have bagpipers coming from 8 different states. 11 huge bagpipe bands that are going to play. So dancing, drinking, merriment, great fun. Both days at what's going to be the new Las Vegas City Park, Tule Springs, Floyd Lamb Park. On behalf of the Las Vegas Celtic Society, we invite you to come to the games. We'll see you in less than 3 weeks out there at the park.
Thank you. Okay.
I just have a short presentation. We keep talking about Nevada tartan, and there's a good story that goes behind our Nevada tartan, and I won't go into that now, but I do have a piece of the tartan and the story for each of the council members today, and I'd like to present that at this time.
Thank you.
Rosemary, thank you so much, and all of you, thank you so very much. And I'd like to point out, Your Honor, and council members, and especially Councilman Brown, I think I've heard through good sources that this is the first time that this city council has had the opportunity to wear kilts and wear their tartans, and thank you for joining me in celebrating this. And I do have the Ross Clan tartan on, my kilt, so and my family's crest, so I'm grateful to be here. And this would not be complete without some entertainment. You heard a great plug for the Highland Games out of Floyd Lamb Tule Springs. So right now I'd like to introduce to you Betty Parker and Bryce Parker. Will be playing the drums, and Josh McCochran and Van Fraser, a good friend of mine, Van, will also be accompanying them on the bagpipes. And they're going to come up here and play Scotland the Brave, and I also have Rowan Tree. So are you backing that up? So, hey, why don't you come up here in front of us so we can get the better light on you. Come on over here, Van. This is going to be spectacular. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. By the way, respect Councilman Rao, please, the Texan Stars seem to be important next year.
Terrific. That's great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll see you out there at Tule Springs.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it. Is it disrespectful if I wear this in my my pocket?
Not at all.
Okay.
It's an honor.
Forget about it. We'll take this stupid old white one and throw it away. And now we have the Nevada tartan right here. All right. Okay, for our next item, we'd like to recognize the month of April as the month of miracles in the city of Las Vegas. And to assist in making this presentation, would Ann McGee, founder of Miracle Flights for Kids, please join us at the podium. Miracle Flights for Kids is a local organization that was started in 1985 and has become the nation's leading nonprofit medical flight organization. The group that flies sick children to health care throughout the country, removing barriers to health care access and improving the quality of life for our nation's children. They do this by forming necessary alliances with local pilots, commercial airlines, and sponsors throughout the country. From 2005 to 2006, a record of 5,885 flights were coordinated for America's children, and since the organization's inception, 46,000 flights and more than 23 million miles of free healthcare access were provided. That's really terrific. On behalf of myself and the entire City Council, we're proud to proclaim April as the month of miracles and recognize your efforts to bring attention to the importance of proper diagnosis, second opinions, and treatment opinions. Congratulations. You do great work.
I'm really happy to be here today. It's always nice to be recognized for your hard work. But I would also like to say that not one person can't do all that, 46,000 flights. One person can't do that. It is really the city of Las Vegas and Southern Nevada who gets the credit for it all, because we did start right here in my apartment about 20 years ago now. And if it wasn't for the accessibility of all the people in Las Vegas and the government of Las Vegas who allowed me to come in and talk people into things and get them to help me to get this off the ground. And also even David Riggleman over there, who came forward years ago to help me out. The people, the donors, the volunteers, the pilots, we are truly a product of Las Vegas and Southern Nevada. So thank you so much for honoring me. But in return, on behalf of all those sick children, very, very sick children, may I say thank you to you. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Next, I'd like the Executive Director of the Las Vegas Clark County Library District, Dan Walters, to join us up here. The Library District is celebrating Reading Las Vegas, its 6th annual program that brings adults together to celebrate the power and passion of reading. The highlight of this year's program is the Big Read, a national initiative designed to bring reading to the center of the American public culture and create a community-wide book club. On behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to proclaim April as the Big Read Month in Las Vegas, and we encourage everyone to read for pleasure and education. Dan, could you please tell us how we can get involved in the program after you accept this proclamation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and again, congratulations to you, Councilman Reese and Councilwoman Tarkanian. We're delighted to have the 6th annual Reading Las Vegas, and this year we have partnership infused from our Friends of Southern Nevada Libraries. We will have book bags available at all of our branches for those who sign up. To get first, they'll get this wonderful book bag paid for by the Friends of the Libraries. Now, inside of your book bag, you'll find a copy of the book that we are reading throughout the community this year. It's Amy Tan's Joy Luck Club, and we have copies for everybody at the council today in chambers, including your citizens and staff. There's inside you'll find a schedule of book reading programs that are available that will be occurring in every single branch, and we are delighted to have Amy Tan come on April 21st and 22nd to speak at the Clark County Library and at Summerlin, and for book signings. So that is funded by a wonderful grant we received. We're one of the few libraries in the nation to receive a National Endowment from the Humanities grant to sponsor this program. So we're delighted that you, and appreciative that you have recognized us. For those who participate, there's a reader's guide to the book, as well as CDs. These are also from Amy Tan. So we invite you to participate in the program and come and hear Ms. Tan speak at our libraries later this month. Thank you so much for this recognition.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great. Beth? Thank you. Thanks. There'll be some. Is everybody going to get a copy of the book? Yes. Everybody that's here? Good. There's some very boring parts of this council agenda today, and you'll be able to keep yourself occupied. For our next item, we have representatives with us from Urban Avenue Magazine that would like to make a presentation. Would Tom Myers and A.B. join us at the podium? Gentlemen. Hi, fellas. How are you? How you doing? Hi, guys. Hello. Good seeing you.
Good morning. First and foremost, I want to say good morning to everyone, and also to like to congratulate. I'd like to congratulate Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Reese, and the Honorable Mayor on their re-election bid, and what a blowout. You got to admit, it's a blowout. It's nothing too much that we want to have here, but we just want to present this here to the Honorable Mayor for really giving us a fine interview, which we had in our first issue of our publication here. So as you see there, Honorable Mayor, nothing too much to have to say, but there's you and your likeness and your martini. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. See, had I only had the tartan handkerchief, it could have been in the picture. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. That's very nice. Thanks, though. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thanks.
No problem.
Thank you. Great. Thank you for coming down. For our final items, City Manager Dr. Doug Selby will share some exciting news with us about the city's diversity program. Dr. Selby?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share with the council and the audience and the viewers the fact that the City of Las Vegas was recognized by the National League of Cities for its diversity initiative. And that's thanks to the leadership of the Mayor and the council in recognition of our diverse population at the City of Las Vegas. And you can see that in every council meeting. You can see it as you travel through our city. And the recognition that the council gave to the Scottish Heritage was an example of that kind of leadership in recognizing our diverse population. It was a privilege to receive this honor back in Washington, and I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you, Dr. Selby. Thank you very much. It's a great honor for the city. A round of applause. Thank you. I'm going to ask the council to remain here, but that ends the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and I would call forward item number 14. Right. I have no idea what's happening. Okay. I'd like to call forward item number 14, discussion and possible action to fill the vacant city council seat for Ward 5. As you folks know, a vacancy was created in Ward 5 as a result of Councilman Weekly going over to the county commission. And the council had decided that we were not going to fill the position pending the election and the primary, which concluded yesterday. Since none of the candidates received the 50% plus one, we deemed it appropriate to have an interim appointment at this time. And I would like to introduce to the community a woman who has been a credit to everything that is good about Las Vegas, and she's a wonderful lady who will be able to fill the spot temporarily, even though her talents would take her far beyond that. Would Brenda Williams please come forward? Ms. Williams? Okay, at this time, I would make a motion to have Brenda Williams appointed on an interim basis as the councilwoman for Ward 5. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries, and congratulations. Beverly, we're going to swear you in today. We're wasting no time. And I will say this, it was very interesting. Yesterday when we were having our briefing, Ms. Williams came forward and attended it. And it was remarkable how much on top of everything she was with very little notice. I had spoken to the Mayor Pro Tem on Friday about the potential appointment, and it wasn't until Monday, basically, that we got confirmation that Ms. Williams would accept if She was, in fact, confirmed and ratified, as she has been today, and she was ready and able to go, and she's going to be getting off to a running start with us. So I'm very, very pleased to administer the oath of office to our interim Ward 5 City Councilwoman. Now, for the purpose of this morning's ceremony, Brenda, would you please raise your right hand? Okay. Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, domestic or foreign, and that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, that you are not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in our city government, that you are a bona fide resident at your stated address, and that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office in which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Terrific. Round of applause, please.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Mayor, I want to congratulate you, Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese, and of course, Ms. Tartanian, on your election. First of all, I'd like to thank God. You know, every morning when I get up, I'm not going to belabor you here today with a lot of stuff, but I do want to tell you who I am and what I'm about. I get up in the morning, and before I place my feet on the floor, I thank God for the opportunities he has afforded me and those that he will afford me in the future. I thank God for waking up in the morning and being hopefully a good person. I've made a few notes, and it's been difficult for me to make the notes because my phone has been ringing off the hook, and when I came here today, the staff is all, everybody's been so nice, everybody is eager. But I've already acknowledged the Mayor Pro Tem, and of course, Councilwoman Tarkanian, but I also want to thank the other councilmen who have been very supportive of me. I want to thank you all. You will not be sorry. The people in Ward 5 will not be sorry. In my interim, I plan to do a lot of things. I'm not one that's going to sit by the door. I want you to know that I'm going to be proactive, and I want to involve other people. Now, before I go any further with this little 3 minutes bill, you know, in Toastmasters, 3 minutes, and over there, nobody wants to hear it anyway. So I want to thank my family, my husband, Monroe Williams, of 45 years. Monroe is a retired City of Las Vegas firefighter, one of the first blacks hired by the city back in 1963. My sister, Jay Mason, and my baby sister, Marnita Smith-Dent. Two of my very close friends, Ida, please stand, Ida Gaines, and Miss Berla Davis Hogard, and any other. These are people who have supported me throughout my life, and we've worked continually together. Now that I've done that, I got to find the other part of the note that I wrote. Okay. Let's see. This morning, I also read the Daily Word, so I knew that the month of April is the miracle month. But a few years ago, someone gave me a book, and it says, "For Women Who Do Too Much." That is the title of the book, okay? So today I turned to April the 4th to see exactly what's in store, and I think it's very, very appropriate. And it addresses integrity and success. And this is just a little excerpt that I'm going to take from here because I identify with this. This is who I am. It says, "Every day we are offered opportunities to sacrifice our integrities on issues that may be of the utmost importance or on ones that appear insignificant. Without our integrity, there is no way we can feel good about ourselves. Success and loss of integrity are not synonymous. In fact, true success requires great integrity." I plan to be successful in representing Ward 5. I want the input of Ward 5 residents, and I want to be able to show some of the things that I see that can be done in that ward. coming to City Hall this morning, and just coming in. I've lived on the West Side. I've been in Las Vegas all of my life. I went to West Side School, Madison School, Las Vegas High School, attended Nevada Southern University, which is now UNLV. I almost said UCLA, in the NCAA. But at any rate, so I know a lot of the concerns. I've seen growth, but not enough growth in Ward 5, and particularly on the Old West Side, where I live. I've lived all of my life. But I said, driving in this morning, I see some things that could be done like right away. It's not going to take an act of the county city council. It's not going to take an act of Congress. These are things that should be done proactively as opposed to reactively. And I'm talking about the image of Ward 5. When you go under the underpass, you see barbed wire, you see toilet paper and everything else that's been blown there. You see weeds that have grown up around the buildings. You see weeds growing up on the side, through the sidewalk. This is an image problem. And if we're going to change the image, first we have to change the perception of where you're leading to. So they said they want me to be a gatekeeper. Well, I heard that. Nobody told me that. But I can't keep that gate without the entrance to that property and that ward being corrected. And with that, I promise to serve the residents of Ward 5, all of the residents of Ward 5, with integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. That's great. Uh-oh, she forgot one thing.
I also want to thank Councilman Weekly for making the recommendation to Councilman Reese. Thank you, that I'd be appointed.
Yes, but the problem is the grass grew on his time. Whoever this Weekly is. Okay, we're going to be in recess for 3 minutes so that we're able to memorialize this great event and have some pictures taken. And hopefully, Miss Williams' family could come down and join us and her friends, please. Great comments. Good, thanks.
So we're going to do, can I hide behind this?
Larry, we need your help back here.
Well, that's fine.
Larry?
Let's do it all family first, and then we'll do the council. No, I mean, just family, and then family with council.
How you doing? Good job.
Okay. All right, let's do the all council.
Perfect. Here we go. Steve?
There he was.
One good one out of that.
Very nice. You want to do council with family or just family? Family and friends. Okay. Family and friends. Family one Do you have any friends you want to put in?
I like one and dress myself. I want to give it my wife.
That's right, we're impressed.
Do you want to hold hands?
Thank you.
Any friends or anything? I want to do, in a minute, I want to do a picture right now. I can't do it right now. Let's do it right here. I get the logo right.
You know, somebody sits in this seat and they're so... How do I get it up? How do I get this up, though?
Oh, thank you.
Thanks again. Thank you.
All right, folks. I'd like to continue with the morning agenda, please. If everybody would please take their seats. Excuse me? I haven't used it yet. I don't think I paid it yet. That's what I was saying. I was really lit then. What? All right, folks. Before I go forward and bulldoze, let's get ready. Okay, item number 12. Oh. Item number 12, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 43 is Resolution R21, 2007, approval of a resolution concerning a proposed SID within the Summerlin area, deposit agreement with PN Roman numeral 2, Inc., a Nevada Corp., doing business at Pulte Homes. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 55 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary approval of tavern license and restricted gaming license at 5191 West Charleston Boulevard. Staff's asked to strike that item also. Council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring these two items forward and take appropriate action, please.
Very good. Let's vote, please.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just wanted to say that item number 66, bills eligible, I don't know if you want me to mention it now or not, but that's going to be obeyed for a month. It was obeyed at the recommending committee yesterday.
We'll do that in order.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 13 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of March 7th, 2007, and the special City Council meeting, the budget workshop of March 14th, 2007. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 15 through 44 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to be forward at this time, Councilman Ross?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to pull agenda item 33 forward at this time.
33, all right. Any other items?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to just bring item 17 forward and make a comment on it, please.
All right, 17. Any other items? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the exceptions of items 17 and 33, Your Honor, make a motion for approval of items 15 through 44 with all staff conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 17 is approval of a special event alcoholic beverage license for A Time in History, Inc., located at Freedom Park, 850 North Mojave Road, on April the 29th, 2007. This is a special event, general alcoholic beverage event for the Hispanic Festival, and the responsible person in charge is Yuri Yerger. This is in Ward 3.
Thank you, Your Honor. All I wanted to do is to, I have talked to staff about these events at Freedom Park. Freedom Park is surrounded by a neighborhood. Of course, it is impacted when we have these type of events by the loud music, and I have asked staff to make sure that from here on out that any event like this we have at Freedom Park, that we monitor the level of the noise, and that's all I want to put on record, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Can we have a motion?
With that, Your Honor, make a motion for approval of item 17, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Mr. Jervik? Councilwoman? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 33 is approval of parcels recommended for disposal at the Spring 2008 Bureau of Land Management public sale. This is in Ward 6. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. My motion will be to approve this. However, Your Honor, I would like staff to make note to remove parcel number 125-19-401-003 and parcel number 126-01-801-019. It is numbers 4 and 5, council members, in your backup. I'd like to pull those from being considered for disposal this time until I have the opportunity to review its public service needs are going to be in the Kyle Canyon Development Agreement once it is finalized.
Very good. Did you get that, Mr. Knight? Very good. All right, there's a motion then. Let's vote on that, please. Host? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll turn now to item 45. This is a report from the city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I have just one item, and it's an update item. As you're aware, the first ever Vegas Grand Prix is going to happen this week. And if anybody's been downtown, they've seen what's happened to our streets, the conversion of downtown into a high-speed special events race course for Champ Car. We just wanted to call that to the attention of the public because downtown is somewhat disrupted right now, and we're asking everybody to please bear with us as they make their way downtown. They should take a little extra time to navigate the streets. There will be street closures beginning Thursday in the immediate downtown area of the race course, and that will continue through Sunday evening, at which point barriers will start to be disassembled, and over the course of the following several weeks, everything will be removed and will be back to normal operation. People interested in the closures can find information on the city's website right on the front page. They can also check the Grand Prix website, which is vegasgrandprix.com, and they can call the Vegas Grand Prix number for additional information. That's 944-8661.
Thank you. This is going to be quite a festival for the folks in our community. On Friday, there are going to be some major bands playing down on Fremont Street, 3 days of racing. And for those who want to come without paying for a ticket, they'll be able to watch all of these events without any kind of a monetary commitment on their part. So it should be very special for the community, and we're looking forward to it and hope that the first year that it's taking place will be a great success. Yes.
Yes, Sal Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas. I just have one little problem with this race, and it's the stairways that they have put up, like on Fremont Street there by the in Las Vegas Boulevard. People that are handicapped and so forth will not be able to go into Fremont Street. They should have put some other type of stairway so people can walk. They can't walk up that stairway.
Thank you.
So they need to do something before, or you're going to let out our regular residents that are want to come hear these bands. We can't go. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, I can
yes,
address
I think that Mr. Gallego, I think Dr. Selby could address that issue.
That's a very important issue and a consideration that's been made. Periodically throughout the day of the race, the course will be opened up at those locations for pedestrian access at ground level. And then, of course, in the evening, the streets will be opened up again. So the evening events will be available to everybody.
Excuse me. But there's a little problem. When that is open, there's only a little doorway. And if you drive your car on 4th Street, sir, you're going to have to wait 15, 20 minutes to cross that little walkway because everybody's going into that little doorway there. And yesterday, it took me about 15 minutes to cross Fremont Street because or they need to put a security guard to watch the people and the pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. For the public record, the Vegas Grand Prix pedestrian walkways are not ADA compliant. Attempts to reach the Vegas Grand Prix by the telephone number that was conveniently provided by the city manager were unsuccessful because they're recording. There's no voice of the live person to ask a question of. And so you are stuck with whatever is on the recording, and it's promotional marketing. Final comment on this issue. Not one member of the city council or any member of the bureaucracy made any serious effort in advance, a timely plan, master plan for the necessity and convenience of the residents of the city of Las Vegas during this Grand Prix, including but not limited to retired disabled people, disabled American veterans, seniors, and others who are uninformed as to the alternate bus routes. A complete nightmare, as a matter of fact. So good luck with the Grand Prix. I wish you the very best of success with it. You have 5 more years total, a total of 5 years on that contract. I hope in the next 4 you'll be able to address the serious impacts that go along with it. And if you'd like to put on the public record your assertion and guarantee as to what the benefit will be tangibly to the residents of the city, I recommend and request you do so. I also recommend you provide the public, because I'm going to try to negotiate those stairways with my walker. And if I fail, who do I sue? The city or the Grand Prix or the city manager? I doubt if any of you have enough money to cover what that suit will entail. But we'll find out. Thank you.
Did you want to be heard, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I just wanted to take this I'm Ted Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Selby and the Champs car race and all the sponsors. I am amazed at their attention to detail, their organization, their community give-back support. The causes involved are wonderful. Once again, I'm kind of awed by this. I'm sure it's going to be a great success once we stand back and look in retrospect. And Champs Car, Dr. Selby, City of Las Vegas, I can't thank you enough.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
This race is going to be participating in a lot of my ward, Ward 3, and I know that this is a learning experience for us as far as trying to make sure that we don't have any problems. And I just want to tell people that hopefully next year, when this race does come back, that we'll be able to make a lot of changes. I think that the sponsors have done a great job in doing what they've done so far, and I applaud staff for working with them and trying to make sure that we address all issues. And I know that we may not be able to address all issues according to what some people think, but we are trying. And I know that it won't be perfect this year, but hopefully we'll be able to make it perfect next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions of Dr. Selby? All right, thank you very much for the report. Item 46 is discussion and possible action concerning the status of 2007 legislative issues. This pertains to all wards, of course. Tonight.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Chris Knight, Director of Administrative Services. I've handed out to you in advance a brief listing of the bills that I'm going to cover as quickly as possible. Starting with the first 2 bills, and the first set of bills are the bills that have been requested by the City of Las Vegas. The first 2 bills, SB 198 and SB 512, deal with our request for lease purchase agreements through our Public Works Department. SB 198 is a bill that was sponsored by the committee working on this issue and has in it charter changes for the City of Las Vegas charter that allows us to do lease purchases. SB 512 is a bill that was created that changes the Nevada state statutes in response to our bill request. We are most interested in SB 198. It has been passed out of committee and should be going forward on the floor. If it passes the floor, SB 512 in all likelihood will disappear because it changes the statutes. The other one changes our charter, and we feel that we have sit in a stronger position with the charter change. SB 90 is a bill that includes language that we have requested to allow for a representative of the city to sit on the State Homeland Commission. It's sponsored by Senator Nolan. It has passed out of committee last week. There are no no known concerns for that bill, and we anticipate that it will track well and move forward and be approved. SB 234 is a bill that relates to contracts and private developments, construction, off-site improvements within the RDA. The Associated General Contractors Association had some concerns with the language, that it was a little broad. We have presented an amendment that they have agreed to, and the chairman of the committee has agreed to, that has tightened down the language. We worked with our staff to make sure that it protected our interests, and we anticipate that that bill will be passed out of committee and move forward as well. SB 139 is a bill that we requested through the Nevada League of Cities that allows us to do interlocal contracts and agreements with other communities of $25,000 or less. That bill was passed and was on the floor and put on the Secretary's desk at the request of Senator Beers, because he had a concern about the amount of documentation on these agreements. So we've put language in there that says that each of the agreements shall be documented. There shall be written documentation of the agreements, and we anticipate that that bill will also pass with that amendment. So we've addressed his concern. Moving into AB 514, which is the city's charter bill. There was a public hearing on that before committee on Monday. The city testified on that bill on an amendment to the bill. Our municipal judges showed up and testified as well. As a result of what transpired in that testimony, we're really kind of looking for some direction from the City Council as to what to do. The bill, as it was amended, did not include anything related to municipal court. Our judges asked for the committee to address some issues in municipal court related to the chief judge and related to traffic hearings examiner. And this morning we will be looking for any direction that the council may wish to give on that matter so that we can pursue the completion of this bill. So with that, if you can talk about that when you'd like, I can finish this.
Well, I can talk about it right now, okay?
Yes, sir.
It was, in my opinion, an embarrassment to the city of Las Vegas with the presentation that certain members of our municipal court made to the legislature. There was nothing in AB 514 which pertained to the court. That had been taken out. Originally it was contemplated, but because the court was unable to agree on the language and on the item, we believed it was imperative that we go forward to address the changes that we need as a city in the city charter and not allow that issue to interfere. Notwithstanding that, the judges spoke to certain legislators, lobbied certain legislators, and we were advised that they were angry and disappointed and frustrated to the point that the bill that we need so desperately for our city was going nowhere. This morning, Councilman Wilson and Deputy Manager Fretwell met with me in my office very early with the entire court. I told them the way I felt. I told them that they better come to an accord. They indicated that they could not come to an accord, and I advised them that we will do everything within our power to make sure that nothing pertaining to the judges will be part of an amendment or part of that bill when it's presented to the committee and for consideration by the legislature. And that's the direction that I would ask you to go as far as this item is concerned.
Thank you, sir.
Next, please.
Yes, sir. SB 13 is a bill introduced by Senator Kerr, which is a bill that restricts our ability to regulate signs on sidewalks. This bill was heard in committee last week. The sponsor of the bill accepted several amendments to the bill. We are actually waiting for language of those amendments to come back to see if our concerns about our authority within our sidewalks is protected, and we will just watch for the amendments of that bill to come out and that bill to come forward for passage between now and the 13th. For your information, as I've reported before, next Friday, a week from this Friday, on the 13th of April, is the deadline for all bills to pass out of the committee of the first house. If the bill doesn't pass out of the committee of the first house, the bill will not go forward and will not be approved in this legislative session. So those that do pass out still have life and will then go into the second house and have to go through the same rigorous review that they do now. SB 123 is another Senator Kerr bill relating to public records, and it requires us to be able to respond to a public records request within 2 days, which is a very short time frame. There is a hearing scheduled on that bill today. John Redline from the City Attorney's Office will be testifying on that bill in favor of on the city's behalf in opposition to that, because it's a very onerous bill on us, and we will keep you apprised of what happens as a result of that hearing. SB 450 is a new bill that you haven't heard about, but is a bill that makes changes to the regulation of oversized and overweight vehicles. What it proposes, very shortly and very briefly, is that NDOT would be responsible for a regional advisory committee that is set up for overweight and oversized vehicles that would take away our ability to issue permits for those vehicles to travel our streets, and would affect the designation of haul routes on our public rights-of-way. We're opposed to this bill because it takes away authority that we currently have within our street rights-of-way in dealing with oversized and overweight vehicles. Mr. O.C. White from the Public Works Department will be prepared to testify on that bill. There is a hearing on that tomorrow at 12:30. AB 462 is a bill that relates to the sale or lease of property. If you recall, at the last legislative session, there was a bill, AB 312, that required that cities had to, if they were selling off land, they had to auction off the land. This bill is to take that previous legislation and make it a little more amenable for the local units of government. It requires that you would have to get 2 appraisals before you could sell land off, and that you wouldn't have to necessarily do the auction. There is an amendment in there for the smaller communities that can't necessarily afford 2 appraisals or don't have 2 appraisers in their community, that if you do 1 appraisal and you then conduct a public hearing on the appraisal, then you can sell the land. We've supported the amendment, and we're supporting that bill as well. AB 526 is a bill relating to our franchise fees. There was a meeting yesterday between the legal folks, and an amendment has been issued forward for that bill. We are currently reviewing that bill, and basically what we understand is that the impacts to the city of Las Vegas revenue stream has gone from $1 million impact to approximately $400,000 impact. But there's still an impact to our revenue stream. Mr. Vincent can share some of the history with that bill with you real quick, because that's a very important bill to us in our revenue stream.
Very good. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Finance and Business Services. Mr. Knight asked that perhaps I could give you a little background on this bill. As you know, seems like every session for the last 3 sessions we've had bills introduced addressing franchise, our ability to collect franchise revenue and other regulations regarding that. This year is a little bit different. We have the industry of the telecom industry partnering with the cable industry to put forth their own bill, which is what this AB 526 represents. We have been looking at the original proposal. As Mr. Knight indicated, one of the big issues we have is the definition of gross revenue and how that bill defines that. And the way that was defined with respect to our cable revenues, we were looking at about $1 million a year reduction in cable revenues, and these are general fund revenues that go to our general fund. In addition to that, the bill contemplating putting a cap on PEG channels, which are public educational governmental channels, putting a cap on those. Also is unclear as to how and who would pay to deliver those signals to the provider's hub or head end. Issues with right-of-way, the bill contemplated the city would have to act within 10 days on permits for right-of-way work. The bill, as contemplated, indicated that we would not be able to collect permit fees for those right-of-way permits. And it also contemplated that the franchise agreement would be issued at the state level, and that the state would retain the ability to conduct audits. I can't remember if it was every 3 years or every 5 years. I had forgotten. But nonetheless, it put the onus on the state to issue the franchise and to audit for compliance with the franchise, even though the state doesn't necessarily have a stake in that. We have been working with the industry folks, and we have come up with an amendment to the definition of gross revenues that would keep the subscriber revenues whole without deductions, eliminate collecting franchise fees on non-subscriber revenues. That reduction in revenue to us was closer to the $400,000 range per year as opposed to the $1 million per range. We also were able to grandfather in the existing PEG channels, and we also were able to, at least on a principal basis, agree that we would be able to charge permit fees for the right-of-way work that would have to be done. The acting within 10 days is not an issue for us. That doesn't necessarily mean we would approve it within 10 days, but we'd have to take action within 10 days. And lastly, we've also got agreement that the franchise actually would stay at the local level, and the local government would have the ability to audit compliance with that on a 3-year cycle. So those are the changes that we're currently working. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, but we're still working with the industry on the details of this amendment, but that's kind of where we are today.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Any questions of Mr. Vincent or Mr. Knight to this point? All right, Mr. Knight.
Okay, I'm on the last page. AB 441, which is a bill was submitted by Assemblyman Goicoechea. He is a Northern Nevada Assemblyman. This appears to be a Northern Nevada issue, but it affects us the way the bill is written, and it requires that if a city owns property outside of its municipal boundaries, such as our wastewater treatment plant, that they have to make payment in lieu of taxes to the local governmental entity in which that property is located. Obviously, that's another threat to our revenue stream, and we are opposing that bill. That bill is scheduled for a hearing on April 12th at 1 o'clock, and our lobby team will be there to oppose that bill. AB 473 is a bill that makes changes relating to the preservation of existing neighborhoods. I think that the title of the bill is a little misleading. I think the sponsor of the bill, Assemblyman Sagerblum, is really getting at creating gated neighborhoods out of existing neighborhoods, and the part in the bill that we have a problem with is that in order to create a gated neighborhood, you have to vacate the street, and it reduces the standard for a street vacation from requiring 100% of the property owners to be in agreement with the street vacation to 80% of the property owners. We testified that 80% creates a real problem if the street is vacated from an access standpoint for that 20%. If you have 20% that doesn't agree with the street vacation, how do you deal with access because of the way that streets go in? If it's going into a gated community, are the 20% then forced into the homeowners associations to pay the fees? If it's a straight street vacation, what you do, because when you vacate a street, that property goes to the abutting owners, and if someone has objected because of an access reason, how do you provide them access? So this has some very technical problems associated with it, and the bill was heard. The bill was opposed by Nevada Power as well because it dealt with some undergrounding in neighborhoods, and we're just waiting to see where this bill goes. There was no action at the committee, and we're waiting to see if it comes up for action between now and the 13th. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Could I ask, does the bill handle the problem of the mandatory HOA? Not just the mandatory HOA, so that if they form it, suppose you form it with 80%, but the 100% are involved in it. But suppose you have 20% of those who said they would pay the bills once the city no longer is required to pay the bills, and those 20% opt out. That the mandatory HOA sort of protects those, right?
I don't know if it addresses that issue specifically. I think the bill contemplates that if you vacate the street and you create the HOA, that the 20% just get absorbed into the thing. It's like an election. Those that didn't vote for the winning candidate are still represented by that winning candidate kind of situation.
But the problem we found in this is that not just, you might have the 80%, say 20% of the 80% opt out. Mm-hmm. Where's the protection for the other 60% to pay the bills? if it's voluntary. That's been the big problem with, I believe, our legal counsel and that they've brought forward to me when we've tried to work through this. But that's okay. It's just beginning now, and so maybe more of that will come out later.
We will look into that, Councilwoman, and get you an answer to that
Councilwoman, if I
question.
could, I've read the bill, and it does not address the mandatory HOA. It just provides for the fact that 80% of the persons who are affected by the privatization of streets would have to agree versus the 100% that's now required.
Right. So
it doesn't address the mandatory HOA.
Okay, so if our ordinances state you have to have a mandatory HOA, do you still have to have a mandatory HOA?
That would be correct. The mandatory HOA would only include 80% of the persons rather than 100%.
And it would include 80%?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
AB 605 is another bill that you may wish to give direction on. That bill is through the Ethics and Constitutional Amendments Committee. It deals with, first of all, requiring newly elected council members after October 1st, 2007, newly elected officials, not just council members, newly elected officials, I'm sorry about that, to take an ethics class that would be authored by the State Ethics Commission. But the more important issue in that is during campaigns, currently our policies allow for council members to receive phone calls and to receive visitors in their offices related to campaign issues. This bill would say that you cannot use any city property at all related to campaign issues. So if you're sitting at your desk filling out your financial disclosure forms, that would not be allowed. So in City Hall. So that's a bill you may wish to give some direction on, or you may not. We'll leave that your call.
Well, I'd like to give some direction on it. I mean, that borders on the absurd for somebody to be sitting down and working on city business and then having to do something which pertains to a campaign and having to leave the building in order to fill out a form and then come back into the building. That doesn't make any sense at all. So I would certainly, and it won't apply to me, so I would certainly move that that we resist it. It just doesn't make any sense, and it will foul up the staff. It's not realistic.
We agree. So we will take that as direction. AB 581 is a bill that creates, very short and simple, a regional airport authority in counties of 400,000 or more. The regional airport authority will be directed by a board of directors. It designates the Las Vegas Visitors and Convention and Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority as that board of directors, and would make that bill would be effective July 1 of 2008, in which no municipality or local governmental entity can own or operate an airport. You may also wish to give some direction on that, as staff has looked at that bill as well.
Were you in favor of it?
We don't have a position. We were waiting to see if the council wanted to give direction.
Would anybody like to be heard on that? Any feeling one way or the other? I think that it's a good idea. I think that the airport has had problems, and a lot of things have had problems, and I think that the more regional government that we have that has responsibility to resolve these issues, the better. I also believe that the public-private composition of the Convention Authority is such that an awful lot of good can come in from the private sector as far as input is concerned, because they look at things a lot differently than government does. So I would urge that we pursue it.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
This would, if passed, would relieve that authority from the county commission and give it to this regional authority. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm in support of that kind of thing, too. I don't know that, with all due respect to our county commission, that we should have our public officials by themselves having such exclusive authority over our airport.
We will take that direction under advisement. And then last, but certainly not the least, is AB 438 relating to provisions for outdoor advertising structures. We have briefed you on this bill. The primary focus of the bill is what it would do is it would take all existing billboards that are in the city and make them perpetual, unless if you were to ask for during any review or any consideration of a billboard, if you were to ask for its removal, you would have to pay fair market value. So the bill will, all billboards in the city would either be perpetual, or to have them removed, you would have to pay fair market value, which is a very expensive proposition. There was a meeting yesterday with all the parties concerned, northern cities, the counties, Nevada Department of Transportation, us, others, in which we sat down with the proponents of the bill, those that are representing the billboard industry, and there is absolutely no movement on the billboard industry's part away from that provision. They insist that all bills would be in perpetuity or you pay fair market value. So there is absolutely no movement in the negotiations on that bill. They're not willing to accept any amendments on the bill that would affect that. And so we will continue to work the bill. The bill is sponsored by the chairman of the Transportation Committee, and he is insistent that his bill be passed, and we're working the bill, but it does not look good for us. You will note that on your agenda today there's an item 50 that deals with the moratorium on billboards that the council issued back in December, which expires April 10th, 6 days from now, for your discussion of that and possible discussion at your strategic planning meeting that's scheduled for next Monday the 9th. So we would be happy to take any direction on that, but just to let you know that bill is moving forward.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you for the report. Are there any questions of Mr. Knight or any comments? Councilwoman.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Knight.
Yes, ma'am.
On this billboard bill, I just would like to state publicly so the public is aware, this is a bill that was placed into the hopper on a Thursday evening and held at 9 o'clock the next morning, allowing very little time for dissemination of the information pertaining to the bill to the public. It was also then brought forward so early the next morning hardly anybody could be there. Fortunately, our people were there and did the best they could. This is an example, I believe, of a very rich, powerful business entity that wants its own way absolutely without bending whatsoever. And this is something that the people in the ward I represent, and I believe in other wards, do not want, because it goes far beyond what you're saying there as far as perpetuity. It goes beyond that the elected representatives of the people will have very little ability to control this industry, very little ability to do what the residents prefer. They can have the sign higher, they can have it larger, they can have whatever they want without the checks and balances that are important for a good democratic government. And I think it's very important that we are very much aware of this. Now, it's very likely they're going to get it through because they have a very powerful group behind it. But I do feel the people should be aware and that the people should let their interests be known to their representatives up there. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes, Councilman Wilson.
Just briefly, I want to echo what Councilwoman Tarkanian said, because we discussed this in our briefing yesterday, and I don't know whether this is a done deal or not, but I'm very, very concerned about this bill, because like you said, it takes away the ability of local governments to provide a check and balance on some of this, on some of the billboards in the industry itself. So, Chris, I'll ask you just here in front of everybody, what can the general public that's listening to this council meeting do in this short period of time? First of all, if you could put it in simple terms, to the average person that's out there in most of our wards, and whether you're in my ward or Councilwoman's ward or Councilman Ross's ward, we all drive throughout this city. So whether there's a billboard in my ward or not, our residents are equally affected. So can you just put in simple language, if this bill were to be passed, what the net effect to all of us is?
The net effect is that all the billboards that currently exist in the city of Las Vegas would stay there unless the city of Las Vegas came along and bought the billboard.
And that would be an expensive
expensive. We've estimated, I don't know, it could run. We don't know for sure because you have to do an appraisal on the billboard and everything else, and it's based on the billboard being operated as a business. Could be as high as $1 million a billboard. We don't know that for sure. Don't hold me to that amount, but that's the kinds of estimates that we've heard. The billboard industry may come along and say that I'm full of it, but that's the kind of estimates that we've looked at.
Okay, so for the people that are listening in the community that want to be involved in this process and want to have their voices heard, what should they do?
Well, the state legislature is an elected body just the same as this council is an elected body, and they serve the same constituents that you serve. And those are the people that you're talking about, so they vote for those folks up at the state legislature, and they're responsive to the voters. So,
Sounded great, but who do they call and what do they do?
well, this bill is in front of the Assembly Government Affairs Committee, and we can get you a list of the members of the Government Affairs Committee if you'd like. But eventually, the entire Assembly is going to have to vote on the bill. So,
Can people find out who their representatives are through our City of Las Vegas website?
yes, they can.
Okay, and certainly they can call City Hall and we'll give them direction on who to contact.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Excuse me, Mr. Knight.
Yes, sir.
And Mayor and City Council. I am very concerned with this proposal to allow the billboard companies to operate as they choose, because basically what we're saying is that no one can control the density, the impact in a community. And as you well know, in Ward 5, we have an overwhelming number of billboards, and I think that we would definitely be derelict in our responsibility to the people of Las Vegas, and particularly of Ward 5, to allow the billboard companies of business to usurp the authority of the people. Just a matter of record. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your
Dr.
Honor,
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. The billboards are the primary issue, but this is much broader, and Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Wolfson went there. The state government is trying to basically take away our ability at the local level of government to make choices for what's right in our communities. And I'm not sure that's right. So I'm looking at this a little different. Forget the billboards, but the state government is basically trying to tell us how to handle issues in our wards in this city. And I think that's just wrong. The whole precedent is wrong. So in answer to Councilman Wolfson, I would encourage everyone watching this broadcast and those of you that are in the audience today to contact your state assemblyman, contact your state senator, and tell them that this is wrong. And these decisions need to be made on a local level. And so we can maintain control of that. So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Knight, there is a memo that went out, perhaps under Dr. Selby's signature to the council, that perhaps in the last few days, but we should all take a look at that. It talked about some of the things that we are willing to negotiate on as far as these issues with the billboard industry. And have we had any response from the industry regarding our proposal?
Yes, sir. That's what the meeting yesterday was about, and basically the amendments that we proposed, they will take them under advisement, but they have said we are not backing down from the issue of perpetuating the billboards and the local communities paying fair market value. So there is no proposal you can give us that's going to move us away from that position.
And Councilman Ross is right on point. This is a local land use decision that must stay within local jurisdiction. And yet, every 2 years, politically, the right lobbyist groups can get these type bills on that at the end of the day adversely impact not only our ability to regulate, but also tremendous adverse impacts in the neighborhoods. There is, later in this agenda, an item talking about the billboard moratorium.
Yes.
It's certainly going to highlight some of the conversations now. But it's my understanding, we are the only local government in Southern Nevada that still allows new billboards. I think there's been a ban across the board. Since I've been on this board, this council has worked very well with the billboard industry as far as recognizing them as a legitimate business, working with them on issues, and if they have problems, there's certainly been the processes in place to allow them to raise their concerns. But I view this as just abusive and abrasive, them telling the city, the industry and their lobbyists, and in part the legislature, telling the city that we don't care what you're doing, we're going to do it our way. And I find that offensive. And if we have any ability, not only through a moratorium, but we as a council should fight back and fight back very aggressively. If they want to play the game this way, take our policy decision-making and put it in the hands of people in Carson City every 2 years, then I say let's fight. Let's fight them all the way. And if this is what the industry wants, I'm sure there's ways that we can, through our ordinances, start playing hardball with them. I mean, I find this so abusive and abrasive to our council. And if that's the reaction from the industry, that we offered a compromise, which from my perspective, we bent over backwards to accommodate some of the things that they have had concerns with for 2 years. And if their response is, that's fine, we're going to do it our way, I say that we should start developing some policies and bring this fight right back to them.
Well, this all comes, as you know, to a head in our discussion and their discussion as whether we're going to have home rule, how home rule is going to be given to us, or whether we're going to continue under Dillon's law or Dillon's rule, where we're absolutely subject to their whims and caprices. And I hope that this discussion, philosophically at least, is conveyed to them, because we are the front line. We're the first responders. We're the ones who have to face the neighbors. We're the ones who have to make these decisions on a daily basis and be responsible to our constituents. And if they can take it away from us so easily, there's something wrong with the system.
Your Honor,
yes.
Let me, a case in point. A few years ago in Carson City, we, the city, had started to talk about some of the saturated areas in our valley, Charleston Corridor, Sahara, some of the boards that have been up for 20 or 30 years that are now inappropriate. They got legislation that prevented us from taking a look at those boards and designating a point in time, 10 years or 15 or 20, where ultimately they would be removed. That was their first shot across the bow. And now we have even talked about ways over the last year, Councilwoman Tarkanian was involved in it, that we could work proactively with the industry to have them remove boards in bad areas and adjacent to neighbors that are real evidence of clutter, in exchange for opportunities where billboards would be more appropriate along major freeways, expansion into our annex lands up on 95. I thought that was a very proactive way to work with the industry to address our number one problem and give them an opportunity as a business to grow with the city of Las Vegas. And yet this is the response we're getting. So, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Fretwell had her finger on her microphone. She's my boss. I think she's getting ready to say something.
Okay, but let's have the Mayor Pro Tem and then Ms. Fretwell.
Well, I think it's important that, what Councilman Brown is talking about. I think at the last two sessions of the legislature, we have had issues dealing with the billboard industry. I think we need to figure out through you, for us, who is supportive of the city's wants and needs. I know we have been a little bit successful up there with talking to some of the legislators up there. I think that each one of us need to know who is kind of on our side so that we can contact them to see if we can't get some cohorts up there to help us out on this fight, because it has been a fight, like Councilman Brown alluded to. I know the last two sessions of the legislature, it seemed like every session they go up there and they try to play with the billboards, and I think we need to find out who is our friends and who's not so that we can lobby them.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Fretwell.
Mayor, I just wanted to share that although this would erode your ability to make a land use decision, it's not necessarily a home rule kind of issue. And the reason why is that when the legislature expressly states that you do or don't have the authority, it really doesn't become a home rule issue at all, because if they're expressly stating you can or can't do something, it's out of your purview anyway. So home rule typically addresses issues that aren't addressed in other parts of the statute. By this action, for instance, would be expressly stated, and therefore would take away your ability, even if we were a home rule state today. You can ask the city attorney if he agrees with me, but I'm pretty sure this wouldn't be impacted if we had home rule or not.
That's correct. The doctrine of preemption is another concept that overlays this home rule versus Dillon's rule argument. And anytime state law speaks specifically to an issue, whether you have home rule or not, we can be preempted, just as federal laws can preempt state laws can preempt local laws.
Okay, you learn something every day. Yes, Councilor Brown.
Your Honor, I think a strong message should be sent to the industry and their lobbyists that if it's their choice to have assemblymen and women or senators from northern Nevada and rural Nevada making decisions that impact our local neighborhoods in the city of Las Vegas, then they should expect a fight.
Okay.
We will take that message forward.
All right, thank you. Is that it, Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir.
All right, fine. Any other comments or questions before we entertain a motion? All right, thank you for the report. Have a motion, please.
I move to accept the report and ask Chris to certainly follow the wishes of this council on some of the bills that was mentioned.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please.
And Mayor Pro Tem, you would also ask that we'd have a copy of the committee members and so we could give to our citizens?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. There's been a request by Councilman Ross for us to call item 51 at this time. This is discussion and possible action to accept the Floyd Land Park Master Plan that was presented to the Planning Commission on March 8, 2007. This is in Ward 6.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council.
Good morning.
My name is Chuck Flink. I'm president of Greenways Incorporated, the consultant that's been working on this master plan, and I'm going to make a brief presentation to you about this plan. And before I start, I'd like to introduce a couple of citizens who are with us today. Mr. Ed Dodrell and Ms. Terry Gamboa have been members of our Citizens Advisory Committee. They've worked very hard on this plan with us. Also, Dr. Terry Ryan and Jim Fulkerson are citizens in the Northwest Las Vegas area. They've also contributed to this plan. And Jeffrey Schaffler is with Jack Zanino's office. They have been partners in this planning process with us.
Fine. Would those folks please stand up so we can acknowledge you and thank you? Thank you.
So, the purpose of this plan, the City of Las Vegas is in the process of satisfying an agreement with the state of Nevada to conduct a planning process for this park and to take this park over. There are various aspects of this agreement that we have been keeping in mind as we've done the planning process. We have been directed to protect the historical and recreational value of this piece of land, guarantee that public access will continue throughout, that very important point here that no transfer of any interest in the property can happen without state consent, and that the property is to be used for passive recreational use only. Now, we sought out the Legislative Council to get a definition of what is meant by passive recreational use so that we were properly guided in our planning efforts. Also, the state made it very clear that they wanted the city to conduct a public planning process, and we have done that, and I will highlight aspects of that planning process throughout this presentation. This planning process has gone on for just about a year now, and it has involved a lot of different aspects, which I've covered in this flow chart, itemized in this list. We have gone through a very detailed evaluation of this existing park property, and I do want to mention that we've not only considered what a lot of people regard as Floyd Land Park, but also the RNPP lands that surround this. So it's about a 2,000-acre study area in total. We generated alternatives for this park, and we came up with a preferred alternative which represents the master plan that we're presenting to you today. We regarded public involvement as a very, very important part of this process. We had a citizens committee. We also assembled a technical review committee which consisted of city staff, state, and we had consultation from county staff as well. We conducted 3 public open house meetings, and in addition to those public open house meetings, we also held a number of focus group meetings with citizens in the area who were concerned about some of the proposals for the plan. And I feel like our involvement, we had great attendance. We had over 200 people attending each of those public open house meetings. People really had a chance to comment. We also had an online survey that the residents could comment on. So the public involvement was very extensive and was a big factor in this planning process.
Your Honor, and Mr.
Yes.
Can you go back to that last slide?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Flink?
I'll try.
Would you describe, explain the picture on the right where all the scribblings are?
Yes.
Describe to the audience what that means and
Yes.
to the council.
That picture on the right is just one of the maps that we had solicitation of public comment. At every public open house meeting, we would put a map down, or several maps down, and we would invite the public to write directly on that map concerns, issues that they had about anything with respect to this planning process, whether it was a recommendation that might have been coming forward from the consultant team, or whether it was an issue they had with regards to their interaction to the park or any of the surrounding land. So those maps were virtually solid in terms of comments, and there were a number of those. And as a matter of public record, we will turn those over to the city so the city will have those. But they are recorded in the document. Every single comment that was recorded on those maps is a part of the document. So you can go to the date of the public meeting and you can actually see the specific comment that was made. So that's part of the public record as well. Thank you. So we generated 3 alternatives, and essentially the short answer to this is that we went from a situation where A represents the least amount of development that the park would have, B alternative represents further development, and C represents a fully built out park. We presented those alternatives to the citizens, and essentially the long and short of it is that everybody came back with a consensus that we'd like the park the way it is. We'd like to see some enhancements to that park, but we really don't envision this being a fully built out sort of urban park. There is a real need in the city to have a more or less wild or wilderness or rural park that's part of the entire scope of the park system. And this 2,000 plus acres represents that option. It almost becomes, if you will, a central park for the future of this city as it continues to grow and develop. So the preferred alternative really essentially represents that. The program for that preferred alternative includes a lot of enhancements to historic parts of the park, a new visitor center, new access enhancements, a memorial garden, etc., and also the reservation for a future community park that might include things like ball fields, more active recreation. So there's a reservation in there for that to occur. What I'd like to do is just briefly cover each of these aspects in greater detail for you so that you get a sense of what the plan recommends. First of all, the hallmark of the plan, in our opinion, is land conservation. We feel like this is some of the last remnant landscapes of the Las Vegas Wash, of this canyon landscape, which is rapidly disappearing under the development that's going on in the northwest part. The RNPP lands, a lot of those lands are under the Conservation Transfer Agreement, which the BLM is studying with Utah State University. We also believe that the historical value of this park is very significant. This is one of the places that Las Vegas grew from. And the historic ranch, the historic lakes, the very important part of how people grew up in this community. And there's a real strong desire to preserve that. In addition, a lot of you know that there are significant paleontological and archaeological resources in this part of your community. And we are proposing for that a visitor center for the first time be developed on this site to actually house and display these artifacts for future residents, for future generations. Most of these artifacts are being transported out of the state of Nevada to other locations. So this is a great opportunity for this city and this area to have that housed here in the valley. We believe that the park core is one of the most significant historical resources in this community, and this plan really seeks to preserve and enhance and upgrade that. There's a lot of buildings out there that will need some work in the future, and that's programmed into the master plan. The park core improvements include a new main entrance road, because we think the current entrance road is really not satisfactory for a park of this stature, as well as boundary treatments and enhancements that surround this particular park to control access and do a better job of managing that in the future. We also recognize, and I'll have a little bit more detail on this in a few slides, that there are 2 environmental enhancement areas in this park that deserve special attention, and we have been able to give them special attention through design. There's a comprehensive recreational trail system that includes hiking and equestrian and recreational bike trails as part of the master plan. There are a couple of facilities that we recommended would be removed and relocated because the time is past for their usefulness in this particular location. One of them is the skeet and trap shooting facility, which has been on site for over 50 years. But Clark County is opening up a brand new 2,000-acre shooting park just north of this park, and we think that's a better location for it. Also, there is a reservation, as I mentioned earlier, for a future community park, which is many years down the road, but a very important opportunity at this particular location. The phasing of this particular plan will take place over many, many years. It's very first important that the city take over the operation and ownership of the park, and that's a very large step. Now, I mentioned the environmental enhancement areas. Stormwater management is a very big concern in the northwest part of the community. There are two very large stormwater facilities that are proposed for installation here, but rather than just dig a hole in the ground and let it fill up with water and let it dissipate, we decided that these should be designed to be in keeping with the park, and that is actually a very large interest of the state of Nevada as well. So these are facilities that are being designed right now. Our office is involved with this with the Lewis Berger Group and J.W. Zanino's office, and we have trails that are going to be located in here. We have a number of entrance enhancements that are being located. So in the long and the short, this will be a very significant part of the enhancement of the park, and there are dollars that are dedicated to doing these environmental enhancement areas. So final aspect of this is the phasing of it. The first phase really involves taking over the park, addressing the operational needs. As you go into phase 2 and phase 3, you get into capital improvements and additional facility development, which we think is important. So that is a very quick summary. I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council has, and also you may wish to take comments from the citizens. Thank you very much.
All right, fine. Thank you very much for a very interesting and excellent report. You are aware, I'm sure, that we have the Las Vegas Springs Preserve, which is being developed coterminously with us.
Yes, sir. Two outstanding resources in the community. Yes, sir.
We should try to make Tule Springs uniquely Tule Springs and independent of any of the concepts that are at the Springs, and the same thing would go for the Springs.
Absolutely.
So
definitely agree with that. And just to that point, Your Honor, that is being carried out. And I think that's one of the great things about this plan versus Las Vegas Springs Preserve, is that they are two very unique landscapes handled in a different way. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
I think...
yes, Councilwoman?
I do have a concern. Mr. Flint, where are the resources going to come from to develop Tule Springs? I grew up going to Tule Springs, now Floyd Lamb State Park. As a matter of fact, we're going to have my family reunion there. But there are a lot of resources that are going to be needed. And my concern is in our older communities, particularly Ward 5 and Councilwoman and Councilman Pro Tem Reese. I'm going to get this right. But at any rate, my concern is that you would not be taking resources away from our communities so that we can continue to develop our situations and put it out to Tule Springs.
Right.
So
definitely
can you
agree with that.
Address that, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'll take a crack at it, and Chris may wish to add. But I think that we've looked at funding. We look at the SNPLMA program as being one of the really major sources of funding. Because this is a former state park, there is BLM land, we do look at that as a very logical source for a lot of the funding that would come to make the improvements. This is a very unique facility in that it's going to be a city park, but it's really a regional and a state resource. And so there's a lot of need to tap sources other than just the city sources to fund improvements. We also believe that the park should continue to operate as a fee-for facility, meaning that there's an opportunity to generate revenue. We heard about the Highland Games earlier today. You know, these kinds of events and programs can generate revenue that can support the operation of the park. We looked at other large regional parks like Griffith Park in Los Angeles, for example, the Presidio in San Francisco, that are these kind of scale parks which generate revenue themselves to help fund their operations. And we definitely agree it's not the intent of this park to take resources away from other resources in other parts of the city.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman?
So then, really, before we make any decisions on this, we'd know where the funds are coming from.
Absolutely, and one of the things I want to make clear about the plan, this is a guiding document. This gives you guidance, doesn't commit the city, other than the takeover and the operations, which is the first step. But the facilities part of this is not a commitment. Those commitments are brought to you individually as they come up over time.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councilman Ross.
Well, I'd like Mr. Knight to address some of those issues in regards to
Yes,
funding and that. So, Mr. Knight, would you please?
Yes, sir. If I could, for the record, Chris Knight, Director of Administrative Services. We did this planning effort because of the transfer agreement with the state of Nevada transferring Floyd Lamb State Park to the city of Las Vegas. This is one of the steps that was required of us to do this. So there's no provision in state statute on the adoption of this. It was that we would conduct a public planning process, which we have done. The acceptance of this report, this document, would become the guiding factor for doing this. All of the implementation in this plan for any new facilities out there or anything to occur out there would have to be a part of the city's capital improvements plan that this council approves. So each and every aspect of that will come before you for your approval on the resources and where the resources come from. So it's a document that provides guidance for the development of Floyd Lamb State Park, but it is a document that you will independently on each and every aspect. Now, I will tell you that the park is eligible for funding under Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, that we at one time had a $10 million request in through SNPLMA, and we will be requesting again. I think we've upped the amount now. I don't know how much it is off the top of my head, but have asked for funding through Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. The reason we didn't get approved the first time is because the state owned the park. We will now own the park. So we feel very good, very confident that we can get some funding through SNPLMA, but that is a competitive process and there are no guarantees. I will also tell you that there is a bill that has been sponsored by Assemblywoman Kirkpatrick in the state legislature right now that would allocate $2.1 million for the restoration of the historic buildings in Floyd Lamb State Park that is being considered by the state legislature. There is another bill sponsored by Senator Nolan that, in looking at this plan and the archaeological museum in there, that allocates money to study that archaeological museum and move forward on that implementation. That is still a decision of the city council whether you want to do that or not, but there are some state legislators that are trying to provide some funding for it. But clearly, all of the implementation of this is a decision in each and every piece of the city council.
Thank you. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Knight. And Your Honor, I would like to let the public, those who want to speak about this, have that opportunity with your permission when the time comes. First, I want to express my appreciation to all of those who took part. We have followed the letter of the law per the legislature regarding our public meetings. I want to thank the committees who volunteered their time effortlessly and sacrificed to do that. It was many long, arduous hours, and I want to express my appreciation to them who did that. Also, the folks that took time out to go out to the open houses. And it was important that you make a comment about the scribblings on the map, because I think that was one of the best parts of these open houses. Folks had an opportunity to just draw it in right there on the map, and now those are public record. And those, this is kind of great. Your Honor and council members, this is epic for the city of Las Vegas to have an opportunity to once again have ownership of this park and once again look for opportunities to provide better services and a better quality of life for the residents of not only the city of Las Vegas, but the entire Southern Nevada, because it just won't be people who live in the city of Las Vegas enjoying this jewel of the desert, this park. It will be people from all over the valley. So I'm really looking forward to that. And Your Honor, I am grateful that you moved this forward, and I asked you that for a reason. We've got a bunch of wonderful young people in the audience with us today, and their families and parents and coaches, and these young people are sacrificing their time on their spring break to be here to witness this wonderful occasion and get this report from Greenways. It was also important that Mr. Knight share with you the financial opportunities out there for funneling money into this park, and Councilman, I appreciate your comments. I don't want to discount, however, the preservation group Cactus, who has spent absolute uncountable hours volunteering their time at this park protecting the historic nature and value of this park, and they will continue to do that. I'm grateful, too, that they work closely with you in your efforts to get to this point. There are lots of other folks out there who would like the opportunity to volunteer, to come out and participate in this historic occasion and for years to come. So I don't want to discount that. It's not just the dollars that we need, but it's the people that we need too. The City of Las Vegas has a wonderful park program for active adults as our ambassadors in many of our parks. This is one of those opportunities. This park is so large that there are so many opportunities to serve out there. I'm really looking forward to being part of that and helping this transition take place. I do want to recognize, with the council's permission and your honor, if the Levitt lacrosse teams, Arborview lacrosse, Centennial lacrosse, the Rough Riders, their coaches, and all these students who come from the high schools out all throughout the valley. I mean, some of these kids are from Henderson, and that's okay because we like them playing in the city of Las Vegas.
Where's Henderson?
Yeah. But I want to express my appreciation to them. I am extremely excited about this, as you can tell. I'm passionate about this park. And Councilwoman, I also grew up in this valley, and I have fond memories of leaving town to go out to Tule Springs. That's not the case anymore. It's down the street from me. So this is a great opportunity for the city, a great opportunity for its residents, and I want to progress with out-of-the-box thinking here. I don't want the taxpayers to carry this burden, so we need to be thoughtful on other opportunities and avenues to do the things we want to out there. There's also the private community that has dollars that they could also contribute, and I think all we need to do is think outside the box, and we're going to have a success. So this is a win-win for everybody, the state and the city of Las Vegas. With that, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Would anybody else like to be heard? Well, let's put a 2-minute timer on since we have so many. Ms. Bridges?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I'll use 1 minute. The speaker eloquently described everything there was to say about it, but he forgot to mention a grand total of 600 meeting attendees represents approximately 1,000th of the population of the city of Las Vegas, the Martin County. It gets even more decimal points that way. And so, very important in the public participation process, the following question would apply. How many of the public comments or recommendations made in any of those meetings were actually adopted and incorporated into the development plan? I didn't hear anybody mention that. Perhaps one of you would like to address that and respond on the public record for the benefit of the public. Now, it's conceivable that maybe 1 or 2 of those comments may find their way in, but you will recall your experiences with the FAA, and before that with the DOD, DOE. They'll listen to anything you have to say, but the trick is to get it incorporated into the actual plan. And if it isn't incorporated, it's not a public plan. It's the plan of a particular group that was selected to act as a community advisory group of some kind. And that's the way that goes. And finally, it's up to you, the leadership, to make the actual action on the item that will incorporate those recommendations or not. Finally, a respectful reminder, Floyd Land was a convicted felon. So what's the name of that park? I recommend you go back to the original name, which is Tule Springs, and include that in the plan. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Dodrell, did you want to come forward?
Yes, I would. I'm Ed Dodrell, 7795 North Torrey Pines. I was a member of the advisory council on this project. I'm also president of the Southern Nevada Regional Trails Partnership, and we've been working with many of the entities on getting trails, multi-use trails for all groups. The previous speaker asked an interesting question: how many of the items that were requested were put into it? I can think of 2 or 3. Most all of them. I objected strongly to the ball fields. They're in there. And I'm here today to tell you to approve this plan. We didn't get everything we wanted. We got pretty much close to what we wanted. But recent developments have made this an entirely different picture. There's also a Las Vegas Equestrian Park being planned. And after all the work by the same competent people who did an excellent job on both plans, gets a phone call, put a firehouse in the equestrian park. Well, that's going to kill the use of riding a horse, having a firehouse there. So now we're going to go to Floydland Park to ride our horses. No firehouse there. So it's even more important that you approve this. There'll be plenty of places to ride. One minor point we wanted to make was our group got a grant and built an equestrian trailhead. It's also a trailhead for bicycles and hikers. Present management says we got to pull our horse trailers to the other end of the park. We can't pull our horse trailers into the horse facility, and I think we should work on getting that little rule changed. That's a minor point. But it's a good plan. It doesn't have everything everybody asks for, but I'll bet you it has 95% of what everybody asks for, maybe even more than that. It's a good plan. I've never worked with a more professional organization than Chuck's. As Councilman pointed out, everybody wrote what they wanted on, and then they came back, and we looked at it and said, what are you doing? We built the trailside rest, and you're tearing it out. So they went back, and they left it in there. And they're going to increase the facilities. The state had that park for a long time, and I don't think they put much money into it at all. It ran down, and I think this is going to be a great resource. I'm going to be proud to buy annual pass to use this, to go ride my horse, to take the family. It's just a great facility. It was well done. There was a lot of input, and we got pretty much everything we wanted. There's a few things not everybody got, but we made everybody happy, and the people who didn't get everything they wanted can live with what they're going to get. It's just a great plan, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning, Mayor. My name is Robert Johnstone of Las Vegas. Currently homeless still, but am I to understand that you're going to ask the residents of this town to actually have to pay to use this facility? Is that correct? Because my suggestion is if that's what you're asking, that's an abomination, because you've got these billion-dollar casinos that the citizens of this town work in, break their back for substandard wages, can barely pay their rent, end up homeless. And I suggest that if they have an ID that says they're a resident of Clark County or Las Vegas, they ought to be able to use this facility for free and let these money-grubbing casinos who are making billions of dollars on the tourists that come to this town and get treated like first-class citizens while we get treated like garbage, let them pay for it. If you've got an ID from this town that you live here, you should be able to attend this park free of charge, and that's all I want to say.
Are you homeless now?
I still am.
All right. Do you want some help?
I've been trying to get help.
Well, the city's ready to help you if you want to stick around. We'll have somebody from our neighborhood services office with you. Stick around, sir. We'll try to get you somebody. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I have the distinct pleasure today to represent my family, and my family happens to be about 800 large.
You have to identify yourself, though.
My name is Don Kruger. I am president of the Las Vegas Lacrosse League, and I'd like you young men and women to stand up. In particular, I'd like to recognize the boys in the darker blue jerseys who just returned from the state of Utah, where they played in the Tournament of Champions, where the best two teams in Idaho, Utah, and Nevada just returned this weekend, and the Bulldogs lacrosse team won the event, and so it's a proud moment. I applaud the effort to look forward into the development and growth in the future. The need for more playing surfaces is more dire than many of you may or may not already be aware of. There are many evenings where I've got as many as 300 kids sharing one field for practices because the sport of lacrosse has only been allocated 2 playing surfaces in all of Las Vegas. This year was the first time we were allocated some space in Clark County. Unfortunately, the lit fields that we were allocated in Clark County have been vandalized, and we've gone our whole season without any lit facilities in Clark County because those repairs are still needing to be effected. It's a huge need. we understand that we can't expect the city to provide anything, but at least we're on your radar. We know the kids are there. I said we've grown on an average of about 200% per annum. It's the fastest growing sport in the United States. It's growing internationally. And we need to get on your radar. We need to provide for a need. And we can share the same facilities. We don't need a special field. The same field you build for soccer fits lacrosse. I mean, we share the facilities. You know, we're beggars, not choosers. And again, we applaud the effort to at least recognize that as you build this park, this little appendage, this little bottom portion, doesn't by any means hinder the pristine nature of the park. And my family's a multi-use family. On Saturday mornings, my wife will load the horse trailer to take my daughter to the Southern Nevada Hunter Jumper Association shows, and I'll load the car and take the boys to lacrosse games. And again, thank you. And these people, thank you as well.
Thank you.
Hello, Councilman, Your Honor. I'm Terry Gamboa, 6325 Iron Mountain Road. I am the spokesperson for the equestrian community in that area right by the Floyd Lamb State Park extension. And I've been a volunteer for about 5 years on the equestrian park and Floyd Lamb State Park activities. And I've been a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the same things. First, I'd like to agree with Ed Dodrell. The park is a true treasure for Las Vegas. It will be our central park, just like New York has theirs. And it's been something that we've needed for a long time, the outdoors and out with nature. Everybody loves that, and it keeps us all grounded. I would like to thank Chuck Finkley and his company. They've been extremely professional to work with, and they have tried to keep everybody happy and meet in the middle in every way. And Councilman Ross has been extremely compatible and excellent to work with, and his people, his liaisons. So first of all, thank you all for that, and I think this park is just going to be incredible. As Ed Dodrell spoke already, I just confirm what he said. There's been lots of disagreements on different points, but everybody's tried to meet in the middle and make everybody happy, and so we move forward with that, and we're going to have a beautiful product here when it's done. There's just 2 points that I brought up at the Planning Commission. I just want to go on record here as stating the same concerns. The entrance to the boarding facility, we've requested it be either through the equestrian park or from Jones or Maverick, but not further west than Maverick, because Iron Mountain Road and Torrey Pines, we request to keep those quiet without traffic so we can ride our horses into the park. We live right there in that equestrian community. If you cut us off, if Iron Mountain Road and Torrey Pines is in any way increased in traffic and allowed to have traffic through, we virtually cannot ride into the park. And to have a beautiful park for equestrians and for hikers and so forth, it would be a waste to cut us off. And that is one of the largest equestrian communities with equestrian homes and equestrian estates. So that's one request, and Chuck Finkley has already stated he will take care of that. The second point I don't think has been taken care of, and I do want to go on record as making known to you this concern. The fire station Ed Dodrell mentioned is currently planned for the northeast corner of Maverick and Iron Mountain. That is right across the street from equestrian homeowners with 2-acre equestrian estates. It is also inside the equestrian park facility, the 320 acres. It is actually inside the major core, which is the 80 acres. To have a fire station, and now I heard they're going to also add a police station with sirens and so forth. Equestrian people understand the liability of a horse that can spook. Non-equestrian people often do not understand how sensitive horses can be, especially particular horses, to a sudden siren, a sudden noise, a sudden emergency commotion. If you have a young rider, a child or an adult, riding in the park, performing in the show, and the siren goes off or some commotion at the fire station or police station, and the person gets thrown and injured, it would be a liability. And I just want to make everybody aware of that concern of ours.
Thank you.
And I've spoken to the Deputy Fire Chief directly myself, and he was going to meet on that. We've spoken to the city manager people. We've had emails flying back and forth, but so far we keep hearing that they're not going to move it. So I just want to make you all aware of that. It is a concern. And there is higher density between Jones and Decatur and many more homes over there. That would be more appropriate than in a rural neighborhood with horse people. As far as
I'm going to have to move you on, the others have to speak.
there's one quick, sir, one quick more point. There's 40 acres of BLM land at Decatur, just north of Iron Mountain, that can be for the ball fields. They're looking into it, and I suggest the fire station could possibly go there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Al Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas. I have several questions. I go back to Toonie Springs, so that's the name that I know about it. One of the questions is, who paid for the study? Did the city of Las Vegas pay for it? I know you're not going to answer my question. Second, I came to the a special city council meeting a while back, a couple of weeks ago. We don't have any money. How are we going to pay for the facilities on this park? How are we going to pay for the marshals? Who's going to watch the marshals? Who's going to pay for the people that are going to take the money in? You yourself, Mayor, said in the city council, we do not have any money. What are we going to do? I'm telling you, sometimes I wonder about the city council. One day you say you don't have no money, and the next day we're spending millions.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. I speak into the mic, or
Yes, and please give us your name.
Joseph Michael. JosephMichael.org, philosopher. Came from Miami. Reason I stayed here so long is because, and without subliminal defamation, we know what's going on. I don't engage in that nonsense. But it's just to be able to bring people together, not drive them apart. Philosophical, best resolution, including merging religion and science.
We're talking about the park, though.
And I know that. In reference to the park, I came from Miami, and they have Flamingo Park. As far as revenue, they have Police Athletic League, tennis, and so much more. But they also have handball and free racquetball. And in regards to the 70s, which I grew up in New York, they have the United States Handball and Paddleball Association, which I feel can be a great revenue stream to provide amateur tournaments, at least, which also would allow people to. That's how I got interested in racquetball, which, of course, will pay for memberships for which athletic club or 24-hour fitness, and that's in reference to the park. But what I wanted to emphasize is I've been trying to be a massage therapist. I have a massage therapist diploma, and which will also contribute to bringing people together with personal development. I haven't been able to do it because of media and clergy abuse of law, which promotes this subliminal defamation. So my only option is to stay here as long as I can, go to Washington, D.C., because I also know they have the ability for people to go to council meetings, which is very good. The first time I actually participate in one, but I'd rather make it here. I love Vegas. It's very, it's 24/7, and people do need the type of encouragement to help each other instead of, just being.
Okay, I have to cut you short, sir.
Just being confused by not being able to talk. I was born in Cuba,
okay,
I sometimes feel I'm back in Cuba when most.
No, I appreciate that, but I have to cut you off.
But I'm a nice guy, but I had to survive.
You seem like a nice guy.
Heretical and nonsense. It's very hard.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, Councilman Ross.
With that, Your Honor, I appreciate everyone's comments, especially these kids being here. Definitely a need in our community for many, many things. After Mr. Knight had discussed opportunities for dollars to flow into this park, that was a big part of my report, or at least your report, in getting this information out there for the residents of this city to know. And Ms. Gamboa will address those issues, and I have no problem addressing the fire station issue with the community out there. Fully aware of the concerns. But I need to share my concerns also with you, so you're fully aware of them also. With that, Your Honor, agenda item 51, I would move for approval to accept the Floyd Land Master Park Plan as it has been presented.
Sir, excuse me, Councilman. I asked a question. I want to know who's paying for this study.
The city.
How much? How much?
Does anybody
Let's not
know?
keep it a secret.
There are no secrets.
Okay, that's all I want. Councilman Ross,
Okay.
excuse me, okay?
We're going to try to find out the answer to your question. I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm going to ask the gentleman now. Mr. Knight?
The contract with Greenways was for about $100,000.
All right, thank you. All right. Councilman Ross, your motion? Let's vote on it.
Mr. Ross, that's as a guideline, right? This is the master plan as our guideline.
This is, and if I may, Your Honor, make one note of that.
Certainly.
With Greenways present and the rest of the community, I would imagine this will be a living document. I mean, certain issues will have to be adjusted, certain challenges will have to be looked at as we move forward with this, and as the funds become available. I want to make one more comment too, Your Honor, that there has been some rumors floating around out there that the city has already rented and leased facilities and certain buildings, and that's just not true. What you've heard here today is the truth. We're moving forward with a great park for the city and for the residents of this community, and that concludes my motion and my comments, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Oh, we're going backwards. Okay, items 47 and 48. 47 is discussion on possible action regarding the amendment to the settlement agreement between and through the Las Vegas City Employees Association and the City of Las Vegas. And 48 is discussion and possible action to award agreement number 060085 for the operation and management of the Centennial Hills Community Center located at Buffalo Drive and Deer Springs Way. Department of Leisure Services award recommended to Young Men's Christian Association of Southern Nevada, the YMCA, and this is in Ward 6. Mr. Vincent.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Finance and Business Services. I'd like to take these in sequence. When the city originally conceived of the Centennial Hills Community Center project, and as it evolved to become what it is today as a 98,000 square foot facility, it was always contemplated, at least from council's direction as well as management's recommendation, that this facility would be operated by an entity, a nonprofit outside the city of Las Vegas. And that was always the approach we were going to take. We do have Article 33 in the collective bargaining agreement with the LVCEA that requires that we give them 30-day notice before we do such an outsourcing, as well as provide a feasibility study that show the economics of that decision. In the course of doing that process, the CA didn't feel that we've complied with the requirements of the collective bargaining agreement, and they filed a grievance. And so this settlement that we have in front of us today is primarily as a settlement of that grievance with the LVCEA. So the first thing this does, it does settle the agreement. I wanted to also point out, we talked about this at the budget workshop. I want to make this clear that this, from our perspective, it was always going to be required that council was going to have to approve any funding of any positions called out in this agreement. Ultimately, that agreement needed to be ratified by council's decision on those positions, so it's always been our situation. As you know from the budget workshop, we talked about there being a lack of revenue to fund new positions, and this agreement called for, amongst a few other things, the creation of 7 new positions. Staff could not recommend to you at the budget workshop the creation of 7 positions, so hence now we are talking about an amendment to that agreement. But first, let me just cover the 3 major points with the agreement as we originally signed with the CA last September. One of the first things it did, of course, was not only it settled the grievance, but it was required that we were going to work in good faith with the CA to resolve the issues and discrepancies in Article 33. And during that process, that 6-month process, there would be a lull, or a toll, if you will, a tolling of, both parties would agree not to file any grievance during that period, during that time. And by the way, just for the record, I think we have 2 meetings set up this month on April 19th and 20th to finish those discussions on the rework of Article 33, and I'm pretty confident that we'll get that concluded by the end of the month. The other thing it did, as I mentioned, created 7 new positions to support the community center. in addition to the contract with the nonprofit to operate it. And the other thing it is, it created a new position for the CEA by providing 80 biweekly hours of paid administrative leave, so they could have another CA official to work in what we consider to be somewhat of a test program to help us with some of our training issues with respect to supervisor, particularly supervisor training. And that program was to run concurrent with the current collective bargaining agreement, and it was creating no vested rights for that to continue beyond, I think, June 25th of 2011. So the fact that we couldn't fund the 7 positions brings us to the amendment. The changes that the amendment makes is that the 3 new maintenance positions would be created but not funded until such time as the financial conditions change and council is prepared to appropriate money for those new positions. But those positions will not be funded until after the public safety positions that the council deems are necessary. Those maintenance positions will be assigned based on current management practices. With respect to the 4 active adult positions that were to operate the Active Adult Center, and by the way, the nonprofit, the YMCA, which is the next agenda item that we're recommending award of the operating contract, was not interested in operating the Active Adult Center. So we always had contemplated the city was going to operate the Active Adult Center. There was 4 positions would also be treated as a high priority, not necessarily right after the first 3 maintenance positions, but as a high priority as the economic conditions improve, and that the CA would agree to the city operating the active adult wing at the new center on a limited basis, not to exceed 20 operational hours a week, using existing staff and resources. The CA also asked to have the right to review and comment on the maintenance services section in the operating agreement, which is the next agenda, item 48, which they have reviewed, and I think Mr. Ricketts probably has some comments about that today. It also kept in the 80 biweekly hours for the CA official, and one of the other things it also did is it states that it's expressly understood and agreed that only the city council has the full discretion in authorizing and prioritizing positions. That there's nothing in this agreement that would usurp the council's authority in doing that. So with that, staff recommends approval of the agreement as amended.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Vincent before we hear from Mr. Ricketts?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
When you say that you'll be taking using existing staff and resources to operate the Center for Senior Activities 20 hours, no more than 20 hours a week, are we able to do that with our existing staff and resources without causing problems other places?
Councilwoman, I believe agenda item 49 is going to address that, and I believe staff, the short answer is staff thinks we can, but Dr. Jackson is going to address that in detail with agenda item 49.
All right, Mr. Ricketts.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate this opportunity. First, I'd like to say congratulations to the 3 of you on your re-election, and thank you for doing the right thing by appointing somebody in the Ward 5 City Council seat, especially somebody that's recognized and respected in the community. I know Monday in Assembly Government Affairs, Assemblyman Mumford was really concerned about that. Secondly, I commend Betsy Fretwell on working with us diligently to find resolution to this after the budget workshop. So with that, I would just ask you to approve this amendment and direct staff to continue working with us and with the open lines of communication.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Ricketts?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just think it's wonderful that the Las Vegas City Employees Association, working with our staff, you were able to come to this agreement. At one time, it was really far apart, and it's obvious you've worked very, very hard, and I think you should be commended for your group, too.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just had a couple questions to clarify. This item 47 is an amendment to the agreement, So that they're packaged together.
Yes, in your backup, I believe there's both the original agreement and the amendment to the agreement.
Okay, if we could just, on page 2 of the agreement, number 5, I guess, Mr. Ricketts, this would speak to the CEA and you and your board taking a look at the operating agreement in advance.
You have a copy of it, Mr. Ricketts?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Councilman, just for clarification, are you on item 5 of the agreement or item 5 of the amendment to the settlement?
Amendment to the settlement.
Okay, all right, I'm with you.
Page 2.
Right.
Number 5.
Mm-hmm.
The LVCVA will have the right to review and comment on any provisions prior to any anticipated completion or approval of the operating agreement by the City Council. So that has been met.
Yesterday morning there was a meeting.
Okay,
Councilman
great.
Brown.
Thank you. And on number 6, just on the language as far as city staff on a limited basis not to exceed 20 hours operating hours a week. And Dr. Jackson will explain that in 49, but if there are ways to increase that 20 hours during, I guess, the opening of that facility, can we do that, or is this a mandatory you cannot operate it more than 20 hours?
That's, as I read this, it says, open the senior center utilizing existing staff on a limited basis not to exceed. I don't know. Dr. Jackson would first have to speak to whether or not she would have the resources to operate it beyond 20. I guess the question that I'm having in my head based on the question you've asked is if there was a possibility to expand those hours with volunteers, for example. I don't know.
Is that a bargaining issue?
Councilman Brown, it would be, in my opinion, a bargaining issue since we do have an exclusivity clause in Article 2 of the contract.
Very good. I appreciate that clarification. And are we comfortable, for the record, on number 7, the last line of the page? It will be recommended that these 4 positions be included as part of any next group of new positions having high priority. Is there a comfort level, Mr. Ricketts and Mr. Vincent, on what high priority means?
I think there's a comfort level with the caveat that as I understand this agreement, it sets the responsibility and the control in the hands of the council to determine at what point have we met not only the public safety issues, then the 3 maintenance positions, but you may have other non-public safety positions that you feel of a higher priority than staffing the senior center. And the way I read this agreement in its totality, you have discretion to decide where that is.
So
that's the way I read it.
Public safety, and then we have the 3
3
additional
maintenance
positions. Then this group of 4 goes into the next cluster of positions that will be evaluated by management.
And ultimately approved by, decided upon by council and approved and funded by council.
If I could just state for the record, Councilman Brown, through you, Your Honor.
Certainly.
It's my position. Number one, I don't think we do enough for seniors as it is. It's a passion of mine since belonging to this association. We try to help out wherever possible. When this issue came up, and we're trying to find some sort of a way to protect the integrity and our rights through collective bargaining, but also to protect the integrity of the department. This item was discussed. I think that, after having some discussion with other directors, I know in the planning department, I can understand issues like that are revenue generating, and also so that we continue to grow so that our consolidated tax does increase. I understand those principles. I think what that was the opportunity based on Dr. Jackson's participation in the meeting, that the city does have limited resources. There is a Northwest Senior Center, an old Fire Station 9 across from the Santa Fe Hotel and Casino. From what I understand, the seniors love that facility, don't want to close it. And when we were originally coming up with the agreement itself, we wanted to make sure that the existing employees who have dedicated their careers to serving the seniors with limited resources and capacities to do so. We're protected in that agreement. So I think that there's always room for compromise. I would offer up, if we need to do something to address that issue, I want it to be known on the record that we're always willing to do so. It's the city's position, though, based on funding, they could not fully fund positions, is the reason we're in this predicament now, trying to find a resolution. So anything that's there in writing is always open for discussion in the future, and if there was a way so that we can take care of the needs of the seniors, especially in a new facility, I'd be the first one to be sitting at the table saying, hey, what can we do? And that offer is there, and it's ongoing.
Thank you, Mr. Ricketson. My last question, Your Honor, is on the CEA position. That's being approved as part of this formally. Now, what my understanding, if the association chooses employee X to fill that slot, what position is management in to backfill employee X normal city responsibilities? Does that factor into new positions?
Yes, that would factor in a new position. The concept in general, we've begun to talk about the issue that we have from an operational standpoint, where you take an employee that's in a particular division, department, that's assigned a particular job, and now they're full-time on CA business. It's difficult for that division, department to maintain supervisory and management responsibilities over an employee that they really don't have any control over. So we began to talk about taking those positions and putting them in an organization, for the lack of a better word, a phantom organization under human resources to house them there, and then allow departments to request a sort of a dual fill, if you will, of that position so that work gets done. But that's just been a discussion. No matter what we do, it would look like a new position.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor, and good luck on the 19th and the 20th.
I think we'll do it.
Any other comments or questions? All right. That was 47. Did you want to?
That was 47.
You want to adjust 48 now?
Be happy to.
I think they're companion items, are they not?
They are, and 49 is also companion too, but we needed to take them in sequence anyway.
All right, well, let's vote then. We'll vote on 47. Could I have a motion, please? This would be, I guess, Mayor Pro Tem, you want to make the motion?
I would move to follow Mark's recommendations, please.
All right, let's vote on 47, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll go on to 48, which I've already read it for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. On item 48 is the operations and management agreement that we're proposing is awarded to YMCA, Young Men's Christian Association. Just a few highlights, probably more than a few, but let me cover a few things. This is a BLM site, so ultimately this agreement is contingent upon final approval by the Bureau of Land Management as well as you here today. It contemplates a 5-year contract with 2 5-year options. The YMCA would pay the City of Las Vegas a $1,300 a month administrative fee. The city has the right to review and approve YMCA programming and fees. By the way, I should have mentioned this agreement has a precedent, and that is the Durango Hills Community Center is operated under a similar agreement. So this agreement is very much modeled after that. And we know that we had success with the Bureau of Land Management in getting their approval for that type of agreement. It does provide for a joint use without any cap in such a large facility at this point that the city has the right to use the facility. All we have to do is coordinate and inform the YMCA. It does provide for $58,000 in pre-operational costs to the YMCA. We also, in our capital plan for the construction of the facility, included $400,000 for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. The YMCA is going to be responsible for routine maintenance and custodial. The city is going to be responsible for utilities, for operating the active adult wing, which is the next item, item 49, we'll be talking about with Dr. Jackson. The city will be responsible for maintaining the exterior grounds and facility equipment, heavy equipment, mechanical equipment. The city will be responsible for any repairs due to patent or latent building defects or pool defects from the construction, and will be covered under, I think it's a 2-year warranty period for that construction as well. The city does reserve the right to do the regular and routine maintenance and custodial if the city chooses to do that. That would speak to if the city funded the 3 maintenance positions that we talked about on item 47, decided we wanted to put them at Centennial Hills in fulfillment of that portion of the settlement agreement, that the YMCA would give us a credit back for that on a deferred basis on a sliding scale. So that option is at our discretion. The YMCA would not heat the outdoor pool during off-season hours, which should be, I think, Labor Day to Memorial Day in the off-season. They wouldn't heat it, which means there wouldn't be any use of the pool for school or team swimming without the permission and consent of the City of Las Vegas, and obviously that's because we're paying the utility bill. It's going to be a significant utility bill to heat those pools. So they won't do that without our consent. And then finally, the YMCA will report in its monthly reporting to us the fundraising efforts at that site, and at our request will also provide any regional or national fundraising information. So with that, those are the general highlights. I know that Mr. Luby is in the audience from the YMCA. You may want to ask him a question or two, but with that, staff is recommending approval of the contract.
Very good. Did you want to be heard, Mr. Ricketts?
Yes, I would. A couple of comments that I would, or a couple of things I'd like to ask the City Council to direct staff to do. Number one is to make sure that we continually monitor not only this contract, but every other contract that we utilize. And I know staff is rather limited, but we've had serious concerns in the past, especially with custodial and some of the provisions of the contract not being followed up on. But on this one here, I would ask that it is monitored, and that if any reports are issued, that I'd be included in that, or the Las Vegas City Employees Association. Number two, since the city does have some requirements, and the contractor will also have some requirements, if city staff is utilized to do some of those portions that are spelled out in the contract, I would like to be notified, if possible. And with that, I would encourage you to fund those positions. I know it is hard for the city to continually operate, doing more work for more people with less staff. I know an analogy that was shared with me, you just create, we're all asked to follow rules, procedures, and laws, not to break the speed limit, and especially in a marked vehicle. At the same time, we built 10 more miles of streets. And a street sweeper operator is told, listen, I don't know how you're going to do it, but you're going to have to do 10 more miles before you go home today. That's kind of where we're at in some areas. So I would ask the council to be cognizant of that, and I will commit to work with you any way possible to find some resolutions to some of these concerns. I think that are shared mutually. So with that, those are my comments.
Very good. Thank you, Mr.
Your Honor, may I clarify something that Mr. Ricketts said? I just want to make sure I understood. When you were speaking about giving you notice of whenever city staff is performing it, we're talking about specifically the functions under Section C3.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure so that any time the city staff's doing the functions that were assigned to the contractor. I want to make sure that was clear to me.
Very good. Mr. Luby, would you like to be heard?
Very briefly, Mayor Mike Luby, representing the YMCA of Southern Nevada. We'd just like to thank the City Council and the staff for working so diligently with us over the course of the last, seems like 2 or 3 years to get this agreement on. We're feel very pleased and privileged for this opportunity. Had an opportunity to take the Hard Hat Tour about a week back and see what I think will be a very outstanding facility for the residents and the community. And we will work diligently with staff to stretch the dollar as far as it can be stretched to make sure that as many positions can be filled as possible and many services can be provided. So we'd like to thank you for that, and if there are any questions of us, we'd be prepared to answer.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Vincent, Mr. Ricketts, or Mr. Luby at this time? All right, Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Most of the questions are just going to be clarification with a couple comments, but I did want to get into some specifics. I guess I'll start on page 5 of 28, B9, the city's administrative service fees.
Yes.
Mr. Libby, do you have a copy of the contract?
I don't, but I'm familiar with that.
Okay. And just to preface the specific questions, my understanding that the foundation or the contract at Durango Hills was used as the foundation.
That's correct.
And I think we've improved that in some areas, but that was the justification. So the first one, my understanding is that the city's designated contract monitor would be reimbursed after the first year by the YMCA.
With respect to this section here in B9, basically this is very similar to the Durango Hills contract where the YMCA is paying a fee to the city for essentially the use of the facility. Is there something specific I've missed?
I think Councilman Brown, to answer your question, I think the administrative fee allows funding for individual to monitor the contract or monitor the operation of the facility.
And that we're doing that at Durango Hills?
That's true.
The fee was started out I think at $1,200, or I think maybe it was $1,000, but it also has a CPI escalator. So this is very much exactly what we're doing at Durango Hills.
The same page 6, just out of curiosity, because we had some issues at the golf course, the C2 operational standards, hazardous substances or hazardous waste, is anything involved in the pool? Would that fall under this category?
It could, but I'm not a hazardous material expert.
Could we just check that? Because I know we ran into some problems at the golf course with some issues.
Thanks, Tom.
Page 9 on C8, the Community Needs Survey and Assessment, as well as C8 and C9. I think if there's one part of the Durango Hills relationship with the partnership, is I don't think we do enough in the ways of cooperating and joint efforts in such things as assessments and marketing. So this is just a comment that if there's ways we can incorporate, if Mr. Libby's going to be doing an assessment, I know the city does similar activity, but if we could almost make it transparent where we're truly, as a city community center, assessing the needs of the community and not just so much the YMCA is going to do this part and the city's going to do their part. Just take a look at those two activities, ways that we could jointly, especially in the form of advertising, marketing programs, the pools, things like that. It would be beneficial not to segregate if there's the opportunities to incorporate both activities. Page 10, subset C, number 2. I hope this is a typo. The contractor agrees to furnish and said service on a fair, equal, and non-discriminatory basis.
Not yet.
So it's a non-discriminatory basis. All right.
We'll correct that.
It should, just in case someone's reading the contract. Same subsection C, number 8. Whether a full-time, part-time employee, trainee, or whether or not paid volunteer shall successfully pass a background investigation conducted by Metro. So we're asking why every employee in this city facility will have a background check on Metro?
That's correct.
Is that your standard procedure?
Yes.
Do we do that at the city?
You bet.
On all our volunteers?
You bet. And that's why it's in this contract.
That's very good to know, and I'm sure the public
You feel safe, don't you?
appreciates that. Next page, page 11, and I think this came up early in the discussion. I know that Councilman Wolfson is well aware of this, but in particular, the first paragraph, C11, pool operations, should a third party request the rental and heating of the outdoor pool, et cetera, with YMCA concurrence not to unreasonably withheld by the city, may rent to a third party. And I know that our offices have been contacted by the school district in particular, saying we want more space. We've heard that from lacrosse, senior softball, just about everything. But this is becoming a real demand. So this, I think it speaks to the policy that we're using citywide, that if a third party, like the school district, wants to use our facilities, they're certainly welcome to, but it's my understanding that they're being asked to pay for that heating cost.
That would be my position if you're asking the finance director.
Well,
but that's
relation to this
exactly
contract
the
we're
issue
asking.
here.
I know that we're subsidizing right now.
As I would envision it, if we had a third party coming to us who wanted to, say the school district came and said, we want to use the pool for the swim team, and they approach the Y contacts us, our position would be we ought to get full cost recovery for the use of the pool. The school district would probably have a different position, and I would envision something we brought the council, and ultimately you would decide how much, if any, subsidy you would want to provide to the school district. But I can tell you that we estimate the gas heating bills for when these pools come online, with the existing year-round pools that we have that have gas heatings, we're talking about $1 million a year in heating costs just for the pools alone. It's not an insignificant number.
And I think that will come up at our budget conversation. But this recently happened at Durango Hills. The school district wanted to use it. We said fine, but they wanted the city to subsidize close to $30,000 or $40,000, which was never identified in last year's budget. So, okay. Page 12, and a lot of this is clarification and edification, really. The holidays, the contractor will close D3. Will close the contract area on the following legal holidays. Those 4. Is that normal wide practice?
Yes.
Page 13. This is, I thank Councilman Ross and staff for putting this one in. We have tremendous demands at Durango Hills. We have tremendous demand at all our community centers. Meeting space now has become a premium, especially in light of certain schools. Councilwoman's aware of this. Now have a policy they don't allow people to meet in their cafeterias as much as they used to. So that, I think that's a great add there. That it's the wise discretion to bring in a nonprofit for free, or maybe it's a for-profit that wants to use space. It's at their discretion that they could rent that space. That's been great demand. On page 15, bottom of the page, termination for convenience. Is this likewise part of Durango Hills?
I don't know if it is in Durango Hills or not. I don't know if my staff knows. It is standard contract language that we attempt to get into every contract that we negotiate. I will tell you that. But I can't tell you off the top of my head if it's in Durango Hills or not. And I don't know if Mr. Luby even knows that answer.
I'm not sure if that's the case.
Obvious concern here is they open up. 3 months later, we say, hey, folks, thank you for opening up, but we're going to take it over. Can we put on the record that there's some kind of practical approach or reasonable approach? Termination for convenience seems to put a partner, maybe not just the wife. If this is in all our other contracts, I can understand, but it seems like it's giving us an easy way out after negotiating a contract.
Well, if the question is that if we terminate for convenience, should there be some responsibility for the city to keep the YMCA whole? Well, for example, if they're into long-term leases, we're going to assume those leases, for example. There may be other issues that I haven't thought through, but if that's what you're referring to.
Seems we go a long way as far as for any reason whatsoever, including no reason, we can just terminate. But I just put that on the record. I think that we owe our partners a little more than that. E19 on page 23, conflict of interest, city officials, is that a standard contractual paragraph?
Yes.
On the attachment 2, the joint use, I said that in our briefing. I think Councilman Ross was in there. I want to applaud the city, leisure services, and the Y. This joint use that spells out that even though they're operating it for us, it's our facility, and we should take advantage of that space as much as anybody. I think that's a great start. I hope that we can build on that scope of work and bring some of that to the Durango Hills side of it, because we did not do anything as formal, but I thought that was a tremendous leap forward as far as benefits to the city. And my last one...
Councilman Brown, one comment I wanted to make on the joint use as well. There was some mention earlier about the active older adult center and limited hours, but at many of the Y facilities, we do have instructors that provide activities for active older adults that could be utilized in the event that they need to be conducted. So if there's group exercise classes or other things that need to take place, and there's a volunteer leader that needs to do that, and or the like.
As long as it didn't
we'll
jeopardize any kind of C2 bargaining unit. So let's just be careful of that. My last comment, and perhaps the one that's most important from my perspective, is page 5 again, the whole maintenance issue. I don't want this to become a problem either at Durango or Centennial down the road. The situation, the agreement we just passed, takes those 3 designated maintenance positions for Centennial Hills, makes them a priority. They may get assigned here, they may get assigned to a park, whatever the case may be. If the scenario plays out that those are assigned to another part of the city, the Y has accepted that they will take over the maintenance costs.
It was always contemplated that the YMCA would do routine maintenance and custodial, and that's how they actually bid on their pro forma. We actually know exactly what they bid for that, and when we were in negotiations with the bargaining unit on this issue, it was contemplated that we could perhaps take over that from the Y with the new positions that we had bargained for. So what we did is we put that other language in there with the Y that says if we elect to do that, we want to credit back from your budget. So that's.
And we likewise talked in the briefing, but I'll put it on the record. One of the things that this partnership, one of the goals of the partnership, is to look for those organizations that can help us stretch our resources, both facility-wise, labor-wise, money-wise. And one of the things the Y can do that we just don't have the ability is to provide this type of maintenance either through volunteer work or bring in a firm that is less costly, hopefully that still does a good job. So from a policy perspective, we were going to put 3 positions into the Y and yet make the Y pay for those positions, even on a prorated basis. And that, not only with this contract, but if we look at opportunities down the road, that is in conflict with why we even get in the first place. So we had this discussion, but it's in the contract, and I guess that's fine. The reason why we bring in this is to try to save us money. I'm not sure we should be imposing certain positions into the partnership and then making them pay for those. I could see if we were going to provide maintenance or, coordinator's position or something like that to build the partnership. But that's our position, and we should pay for that. So that's my perspective down the road, that if in fact we're going to bring positions into this facility, which if it's needed or necessary, I support that, but not make them pay a position that they can do a lot cheaper and is part of the foundation for why we have them in the first place. So, and I know a couple people disagree with me on that, but that's my last comment. I want to thank certainly Mr. Ricketts, the YMCA city staff did a great job. I think you've built off the Durango, taken some of the things we did there and actually improve them. And most importantly, Councilman Ross, he's got absolutely the nicest facility, as does the city of Las Vegas, anywhere in Southern Nevada. And I wish everybody the best on it. Those are my comments, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments at this time? All right, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor, and Councilman Brown. I appreciate all of your comments and questions, and value those a great deal. I also wish to express my appreciation for this team. I'm going to go down the line here. Mike, Tommy, Mark, Betsy. You guys did a great job, and anybody else that was part of this. This is a partnership, and that's what I've envisioned from the beginning. I actually can't believe we're almost there. We're almost there. I could go out there and touch it. I could feel it. I could see it. I, too, got the nice tour of it, and I can see that by the smile on your face, your excitement, because I'm excited. It's a great day for Ward 6. The bagpipes, Floyd Lamb, and now this. A premier 98,000 square foot recreational facility in the heart of Centennial Hills for the benefit of this community. Tommy, your team, you understand the importance of this partnership, and I know Mr. Luby does as well. Had numerous conversations with him, have had numerous conversations with you. This has been truly a team effort. I want to extend my appreciation to your union members for their patience and understanding as to where we are. We do have opportunities out there. Whether it's Mr. Luby's got some senior programs out there, some active adult programs just built into your programs already. Whether it's swimming or aerobics or what have you, those are already there. But I think I mentioned earlier about the Floyd Lamb Tule Springs, that there's a lot of folks that would like to donate their time and to come out there and serve and have that opportunity to do so. There's a lot of great retired folks that would want nothing more to come out there and give back to their community. Here we are, council members, in Your Honor, once again providing an invaluable, great service to this community to enrich the quality of life for the residents of this city. So I'm grateful for that opportunity and grateful for the reports. With that, Your Honor, I move to approve agenda item 48, follow staff's recommendation to do so.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we're up to 49. Discussion of possible action on the proposed operational plan for the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center located at 6601 North Buffalo Drive. This pertains to wards 3, 5, and 6. Dr. Jackson.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Congratulations to the three of you on your elections.
Thank you.
And congratulations, Councilwoman Williams. Welcome to City Hall. She's not here, but welcome anyway. In the summer of this year, the Centennial Hills Center will open a 12,000 square foot facility which is dedicated primarily to the seniors. We hope to call that the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center, and that's in recognition of the many seniors who are quite more active than our normal senior centers have been. Our baby boomer population from 1945 to 1962. There are a significant number of seniors of that age group. It's a growing community, and we want to recognize that with the beginning of the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center. It's one of our fastest growing segments. In order for us to staff that, Leisure Services was not given additional new staff to do that, so we've looked internally, and we began with our senior division, looking through all of the senior center facilities that we have. We looked for the minimal impact that it could possibly have, and we've come up with a scenario that gives us enough people to be able to man it for at least the 20-hour operation that was discussed previously. We hope to do that with a full-time coordinator, which we hope to get from borrowing a vacant position from the East Las Vegas Senior Center. Position is currently vacant there, and we'd like to overfill that position with a coordinator's position to accomplish that. We also have some downtime that will be experienced due to the expansion of another of our facilities, which is the Doolittle Center. In about another month or so, it will go down for renovation, and some of the programming will be downgraded somewhat as it moves over into the community center side. And so that gives us a position that we could borrow 20 hours from. That person would work half-time between Doolittle and half-time between the Centennial Center. In addition, Leisure Services would provide 6 hourly staff to accomplish this. Now, just so that you understand, behind the scenes there is what we call commissioning. We begin early on before a center is scheduled to open, which is the summer. We begin right now, as a matter of fact, as I stand here. We are ready to begin. It at a cost of about $120,000, which Leisure will absorb. We can provide that type of service. When July 1 rolls around, we will need operational funding to continue that operation. The staff that I just mentioned, the full-time, hopefully overfilled coordinator, the rec leader, the hourlies, could stay in the same state of activity through the spring of next year, provided that we're giving the operational funds to do that. In the spring of next year, it's very important that you know that the Doolittle Center will be back up and operational. That person will need to go back to that position full-time, and the East Las Vegas position will also need to be reinstated at East Las Vegas. And so our estimated cost for a full year's operation, beginning July 1 of this year, is approximately $300,000. If Leisure is asked to do that, it will mean a significant change in the way we do business in Leisure Services. We can make suggestions about that. We are reviewing what that would mean. But if, as of July 1, there are no operational funds given to us, Leisure is expected to do that. It will mean something will drastically change, and I will need the support of council. In years past, I have been very fortunate to be a magician of sorts and make things stay normal and still add on. That's not the case anymore. It is what it is. And I just wanted to be frank and on the record with you about that. I can't pull any more rabbits out of that hat. I'd like to also add on the record, Mayor, through you to Councilman Brown, regarding the YMCA and the marketing part. We are on tap with a meeting scheduled already for April 23rd relative to marketing with the YMCA. So we're very much on board with that already in advance. Again, just reemphasizing that as of next spring, no matter how this goes, I would really like to implore you to make us whole with regard to Doolittle so it does not experience any change. Right now they are going to be downsized somewhat due to reduced programming, and as well as East Las Vegas. So with that, I would ask for you to accept staff's recommendation.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Dr. Jackson? Dr. Ross.
Just some comments, Your Honor. I don't think any questions. Doctor, I envision me handing you $1 and then telling you that I've got about $10 in programs and activities and sports and lacrosse and soccer and baseball that I need you to take care of. Go handle that. I know I'm not your favorite councilman.
Yes, you are. Yes, you. I like new. You knew.
But,
I like you.
and I appreciate your comments about pulling rabbits out of the hat. I know that you're trying real hard to make ends meet with the budget that you've got and the staff members that you do have. I'm fully aware of that, and I'm grateful for your efforts to join with me in a team effort to make things happen out there and continue to do things. I'm very optimistic. I'm optimistic about our economy. Our CTAX is going to come up. We'll be able to make you whole, and we'll be able to continue to provide services to this entire city in your entire department. So I'm optimistic about that and feel very good about that. One thing I did want to mention that I meant to mention earlier, Your Honor, if I may, is communication. Mr. Ricketts had mentioned some communication with staff and Mr. Vincent and Mike Luby, and I would like to also envision, gentlemen, since you're all here, and with your department, that communication that has to happen. That Mr. Ricketts is in the middle of that communication belt. Good, bad, or ugly, it doesn't matter. This is a team. This is a partnership, and I'm kind of looking at you as a team leader here. So, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Dollar bill I gave you.
Thank you for the dollar bill. I'd also like to thank Ed Jost, our senior division manager, and Pete Priest and Julius Henderson of the seniors, because they spent many hours just trying to craft this so that we could at least have the 20 hours of operation.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
Again, this is, I think, all of us working together to make things happen. I know that we all want to have the same services in our wards. I certainly respect new Councilwoman Williams and Doolittle, as well as the operation at our East Las Vegas Community Center. They are great centers, and we want to make sure that all the residents that use these facilities are taken care of. So with those things said, hopefully July 1st we'll have Doctor.
I'm sorry, I just recognize that there's a correction I need to make for the record before.
All right, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, Councilman Reese. For the record, the language that is in the backup that states the proposed upgrade of a recreation leader to a leisure activities coordinator should read, the intent is to overfill, not upgrade, but overfill the recreation leader as a leisure services activities coordinator. Sorry.
Thank you. That's correct. I'd make motion to follow staff's recommendation.
Very good. Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 50 is discussion and possible action to extend the 4-month moratorium on the acceptance of any and all new applications for special use permits for off-premise outdoor advertising billboard signs for 90 days. This pertains to all wards.
Mayor, I'll handle this one. The moratorium that the City Council put in place a few months ago is due to expire before the next council meeting. During the last several months, there's been a lot of staff discussion about what a new billboard ordinance might look like. And as you heard earlier today, quite unexpectedly, the state legislature jumped in with proposed legislation that might preempt everything that we've been talking about. Because of that, we don't think it's prudent to put anything on paper right now, pending what happens at the state. So what we would ask is for a 3-month extension of the current moratorium. That'll take us about to the end of the legislative session, and by then we should have some proposed legislation for you.
All right, it was all, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, it would be possible for us to just make a statement we're not going to have any more billboards in the city of Las Vegas?
We think that that's certainly an option, is to have a cap on billboards in Las Vegas. Absolutely.
Councilor Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Down there. Brad is down there to the left.
Mr. Jervik, it has a 4-month extension.
We asked for a 90-day extension.
I'm sorry. Does that preclude us from bringing it back earlier?
No, in fact, I'm glad that you mentioned that after Mayor Pro Tem Reese made his comments. If it's the council's desire to at least put something short-term in place pending the outcome of legislation, we could put together a cap and have that on your next agenda even. So we could do things incrementally and in shorter time than 90 days.
Well, I would certainly hope that at our workshop that we're having this coming Monday, we'll be able to come to some kind of a consensus as far as our position on billboards, and hopefully Ms. Fretwell will be able to get the legislature to hold off based on the fact that we are working on this and that we plan to come to them with a proposal, and that they do not take action until we arrive at some kind of a conclusion this coming Monday. Will you be able to do that?
What's Ms. Fretwell's name again?
Oh, shall we do it publicly? Yeah.
Oh, please.
Well, Spuds. Named after that famous dog, Spuds McKenzie. If you look closely at Ms. Fretwell, you will see a remarkable resemblance. Yes.
I will do my very best to try and convince them to hold off action until after Monday's meeting.
All right, thank you. Did you want to be heard?
Yeah. Could I just say something
yes,
before?
Go ahead, please.
In this, that when Betsy is going back, could we have her, maybe from a letter from you, but you don't think you should send a letter now, is my understanding, that before we had discussed that yesterday?
No, a letter would be appropriate. Anything to get them to delay action until after we
get this resolution. Well, if it did come from you, as was suggested in yesterday's meeting, as I recall, could you mention in there that for 2 years we've been working, and for 2 years that we have not had any really agreement for them to work with us, and as Councilman Brown had stated, this is I was concerned from what I heard yesterday that there was an impression in the legislative committee that perhaps we hadn't been doing anything, and I think they should know that it wasn't that the billboard industry just did something. We ourselves had been working on it, had worked a long time. It was that they would not budge on anything.
Right. That should be included in the letter as well.
We'll make sure it is.
Very good. Yes, sir.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. It's interesting to note in this discussion the crux issue, actually pointed out by City Attorney Brad Jervik, was the jurisdiction of the city, the authority of the city. Some call it home rule, but the actual essence of that is the city being disenfranchised by the state? Quite possibly they are. Now there's a 9th and 10th Amendment to the Constitution. If you get a few minutes, go ahead and read it. It'll tell you that the power is not delegated to the federal government, are delegated, reserved to the states or to the people. So in your dealings with the state, consider how you feel about that. Now put it the other way around and figure out how the public feels in their dealings with you. Because if you disenfranchise the public on any matters, where do you get the right to complain to the state that they are disenfranchising you? Now, by way of recommendation, I insist that you stand your ground, that you defend, protect, as you according to your oath, what the absolute rights are of this city. Because it isn't made up of you, it's made up of the people. Remember them? And that's who you are supposed to be protecting and representing. And I say that more power to you if you stand up and demand your rights in behalf of the people. Okay? And once by now you got a state government after all, perhaps an attorney general that may know as much about the law as the city attorney does. Brad Jervik, he does quite well. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I ask one more question?
Yes.
Item 50 states that the moratorium on the acceptance of any and all new applications for special use permits. Is it possible for us to continue our reviews that are coming up? I mean, this just states new applications for SUPs. How about those that are coming up for reviews? Can we still review them?
I can handle that too. When the first moratorium was put in place, we added reviews to that as well, figuring that nobody would lose anything as a result. In fact, you might gain extra time that you wouldn't be entitled to if we put off the reviews and the applications. If you wish to just extend the moratorium to applications only and continue the reviews, you may do so.
Well, that's what it states, and that's what I would feel would be the right way to go. So I just wanted to clarify.
Right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I would move to follow the staff's recommendation with the correction that Ms. Tarkini put on record, please.
Let's go, please.
Mr. Mayor, that would be July 3rd, would be 90 days.
July 3rd, okay, very good. But in the meantime, we'll write the letter and try to get the legislature to listen to us. Very good. Let's vote. Opposed?
Your Honor, let me, if I may, just get a clarification from the attorney.
Go ahead.
So with that, with Councilwoman's comments, those that reviews coming before us, we're going to allow them to come?
That's correct. Any use permit that is scheduled for a 3, 4, 5-year review that we've been holding, those will now come loose, and they'll come before you, and any currently that would come up in the meantime will also come to you.
Thank you.
All right. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll go to 52. 52 is discussion and possible action on appeal of work card denial, approved April 5th, 2006, subject to 1-year review for LaDonna Flake. Detective?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. You have a report before you. This is actually the third time that Ms. Flake has been before you. She is still currently employed with the same employer as she has been since 2005. She first had a 6-month review with you, and then it was extended to another 1 year, which is why we're here today. She is still currently employed. She is in good standing with her employer. And with that, if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Are there any questions?
Just a couple comments, Your Honor, if I could,
Yes.
please. What you're asking us today is to give her a permit, a permanent permit, where she can work anywhere she wants.
I would say that she could probably stay employed where she is at with a permanent card, yes.
But I'm saying, what if she wanted to change jobs?
If she wanted to change jobs, unfortunately, because of the way the code is written, she would actually have to go through the process again. However, since she's proven herself, it would probably be, it could be done administratively.
I just asked those questions for Councilwoman Williams down on the other end. No further questions.
All right, fine. Ms. Flake, would you like to be heard?
Yes, I've been there 12 years. You said 205. Okay. I've been there since 94. I have, God has forgiven me. More importantly, I've forgiven myself. And I just wanted to know, how long will it take for me to be forgiven by the city, state of Nevada?
Well, I think today the city's going to forgive you, but based on what I just heard, you've done a great job. You're a model of what we're trying to do when we give people a second chance, so to speak, and you've done real good work over at your employers, and it looks like you really put your old life way, way, way behind you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I move to follow staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
Oh, and congratulations. You too, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. All right. 53 is discussion and possible action regarding litigation related to the FAA right-hand turn at McCarran Airport, City of Las Vegas, Nevada, et al. Versus the United States Department of Transportation pertaining to all wards. Mr. Jervik, let's make it brief because I'll be frank with you. This morning, Councilman Wilson had a discussion with me, and he is desirous of having our constituents give us their input because we are at a crossroads now as to whether or not we're going to proceed with the litigation. We've talked to Ms. Lichman, who is our attorney. She's advised us as to the chances of success. We know where we stand as far as the legal proceedings are concerned, and he felt, and I'm going to let him go into this, of course, but he felt that it would be a good idea to move to obey it for 2 weeks and to have the community come forward and give us their input as to whether or not they feel we should proceed based on the expenditure of taxpayer monies as compared to our chances of success. And before you start, maybe, do you want to say anything further, Councilman, at this time?
Well, thank you, Mayor Goodman. I think you said it best. I think that this is a turning point. I think this council needs to make a decision as a whole body as to whether or not we want to continue to spend the funds to further promote this litigation. But before we make an important decision, I think we should receive input from all of our constituents, not just mine, because I think it's been commonly recognized that this right turn affects many, many wards, not just my ward. I've received many, many emails, hundreds of contacts, whether it be email, whether it be telephone communication. My liaison, Audrey, spends 2 hours a day speaking with constituents. But in order to give our constituents a full and fair opportunity to be heard, my suggestion was we obey this for 2 weeks so that we can allow them to come to council and speak to us directly. Not just my constituents, all constituents, because this affects all of us. So that would be my proposal. I would ask before we make the motion that perhaps, Mr. Jervik, you give us an update as to where we stand at this point, with your permission.
Please, certainly. Yes, Mr. Jervik.
I'll be happy to, Your Honor, members of council. Since our last meeting, as you know, the right-hand turn went into effect literally 1 day before your last city council meeting. Since then, my office has experienced much the same as Councilman Wilson's office. A lot of emails from people, a lot of complaints from constituents. Early on, there was a complaint that the FAA phone numbers that we had given out, that you had given out, Your Honor, at the press conference, were not operating and people were not accepting calls. I've called both numbers myself. It may be that their voicemail box got full of complaints, but those numbers are operational. There's a discouraging comment at the very end of the pre-recorded message that they've left, saying something to the effect of, by the way, the right-hand turn is final action and the comment period is closed. People who listen to that recording should not mistake that as saying, don't make a comment. You need to make comments. Let me just read briefly from our consultant, George Williams, with Williams Aviation, who sent us a letter a couple of days ago, where he has concluded that the implementation of the right-hand turn at McCarran International Airport has resulted in significant delays since it was implemented. He says air traffic delays have increased significantly. North Las Vegas departures have increased significantly. There's more delays at the North Las Vegas airport, so you have to now coordinate with McCarran for when these light aircraft take off. Currently, they are spacing the aircraft about 8 miles apart before allowing another plane to make a right-hand turn. What that is doing is it's increasing delays, time on the runway, and he says that during a 60-day evaluation period, now I'll read this directly, when the 60-day evaluation period is over, the departures will be allowed to depart with a minimum in-trail spacing of 3 nautical miles. The way I read that, and based on my conversations with George, is that at the end of this evaluation period, which the FAA says there is no evaluation period, or consultant says there is, at the end of this evaluation period, there's going to be more right-hand turns with less space in between, so you expect more planes and more noise. That is the update that I have for you right now. If we decide to go forward with the lawsuit, we can discuss it at the next meeting. The city's brief is due May 31st, and the end of the briefing schedule has us turning in our reply brief sometime in early August.
All right, thank you. I think if the councilman's motion is granted, I think that we should advise the public that I did have a conversation with Ms. Litchman, who is our lawyer, because I think it's important that when they come to address us, that they have this background in mind, that the chances, the way she explained it was her desire at the inception of the action was to get the case in a posture where the FAA would begin to speak to the city of Las Vegas and try to resolve the issue, short of a total victory of stopping the right-hand turn, but working out something that everybody could live with. That did not take place. And the FAA went to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the court of original jurisdiction in issues like this, and sought we sought a preliminary injunction against the FAA in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and they denied that. That was not something that would surprise anybody who's a lawyer. That's very, very difficult to get that on, and there was no expectation that we would be successful other than on a wish and a prayer. However, we hope that during those proceedings we would be able to get involved in a dialogue and try to resolve this, and that did not take place. I asked her pretty point blank what our chances of success would be, because now we're talking about a total win. We're not talking about a resolution trying to ease the situation. The chances for a total win to stop the right-hand turn, she estimated, was between, at the very best, 15 to 20%. So the public should know that, and the expenditure in order to seek that potential on a 15 to 20% basis probably will be what we authorized initially. That was I think $327,000 all told, which included the expert that Mr. Turpin made reference to. That's Mr. Williams, as well as all the work which would be necessary to get the brief on file and to be prepared to argue the case before the circuit. And I think the public has to know that in anticipation of addressing us with their desires.
Mayor Goodman, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Mr. Jerbick, a question. Does Ms. Litchman, our legal counsel that's out of California, does she communicate with Mr. Williams on a regular basis?
Absolutely.
Are they working together on this?
The three of us coordinate regularly, and her office is in regular contact with Mr. Williams.
We've heard from Ms. Litchman. She certainly appeared before us at council. We've had some conversations with her telephonically, but maybe it would be prudent to invite Mr. Williams to appear at our next meeting. I'm going to leave that up to you, with your permission, Mayor Goodman, up to you, Mr. Jervik, but it might be insightful. He's our expert. He's the one that our lawyer is relying on for data, so perhaps Mr. Williams could appear at our next meeting. And then what I'd like to do is suggest that we have a time certain for this matter.
All right.
Because there may be a number of persons that want to come and speak. And
Time certains don't mean much, but let's have a time certain of 11:30. It's a morning matter, and we'll just go as long as we have to go.
Okay, and then
yes, Ms. Bridges.
Can I clarify, do you want a time certain, which means when you reach that time,
Yes,
the meeting
we will-
changes,
we will
or
call-
just not to be heard before?
No, we will call the matter at that time.
Okay, thank you.
And then finally, Mayor, thank you, is that I appreciate your comments about what Ms. Litchman said, and I think our public needs to know what our lawyer is telling us on our success chances. But this is going to be the opportunity for members of our community to come and speak directly with this council on both sides of this issue, whether we should or should not continue to spend money. So I'm going to invite people to attend this meeting.
Certainly. Did you want to be heard?
In all fairness, Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, this is not I told you so, but it is very important for you to understand that there are several factors of this entire issue, several elements that have not been included in the broad-ranging discussion. And you get it too focused on a very narrow aperture. You make it look as though it's the city versus the FAA. That ain't the case at all. The real culprits are not here. And I think you know who I'm talking about. I'll give you a clue. Who owns and controls the airport? Don't answer all at once. And where are they? The greatest pollution of air quality is on the ground at the airport. You said taxi. And you don't mean the taxi cabs are over here. You're talking about aircraft taxiing. That is the greatest pollution. There's more pollution from that than there is from all of the vehicles in Clark County in a single day, added up. The greatest danger is on the ground. Again, taxiways, not in the air. And the right turns are a given point, according to the FAA. They've got to measure something. In what volume of flights? You think 200 is the limit? Now with the amount of people you have coming here from all over the world, it'll have to go to 300 or 400 or 500 flights a day on the right turn. Because nobody said anything about capping it. I don't hear any of you say that. So yes, there's a room for discussion here. The thing I want to point out, most of all, you were told previously, there is a viable alternative. Anytime you're ready, you know the number to call.
Mayor Goodman, please. Mr. McGowan makes a good point in that, and Tom, if you don't mind, Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley was very involved in the beginning, and I'm sure she's sensitive to this issue, but we have been asked for the last few weeks by our constituents in the emails and the phone calls and et cetera, what can we do? What else can we do? And we've suggested that they contact their other representatives at all levels, and I know our constituents have been doing so, and I'm going to encourage them to continue to do so.
Okay. On reflection, I'm going to ask Ms. Bridges to set a 4 o'clock time certain.
I was going to suggest that.
4 o'clock time certain, and yes, Memphis barbecue in the back.
You got Chicago Good Girls for lunch.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to add, and every time this comes up, I add it, but it doesn't seem to be taking place in the thoughts of people or the meeting. The safety issue, yes, and also that the safety issue and the noise issue are not just what the media calls the affluent Summerlin area. It's very much in a non-affluent area in my ward. not far from where we've had the crashes from North Las Vegas Airport, but also people that are not whiners. These are people who have been beset upon the widening of the freeway and the noise of the freeway coming, and now we have, and I saw this as I walked in campaigning, the noise level in their yards is absolutely atrocious, and it's far above 60 decibel conversational speech. It's something that I wish people would understand. It's not as it's trying to be portrayed, rich people who are complaining about noise. It's really some people who are not very rich at all, who have not complained a whole lot, but who are being affected tremendously by this, as well as they have been by the freeway noise. And I want to emphasize that for the people in Ward 1.
Mayor Goodman, thank you one more time. Yes. Councilwoman, you're exactly right. You're absolutely right, and I appreciate your comments. We can save this for next time, but here's just an example of the many emails I've received from persons all over the city. And we're talking about many, many issues. Safety is one of them, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about it at our next meeting.
But Mr. Mayor, if I could, you remember when we went and made our visit at McCarran Airport?
Yes.
And what was the impression that we had? This was something that really, the idea of reinstituting this over our area came from McCarran.
No question.
It came from McCarran, and they have been the ones who have pushed it and who really, from the very beginning, indicated to us that that was what they were going to get.
Absolutely.
And to me, that's a shame that McCarran, who's representing citizens in this area, are putting this upon them the way they are.
Your observation was absolutely correct. Yes, sir. Did you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor, Council. My name is Ted Russell, a citizen of Las Vegas. My take on this is necessarily subjective. Looking at the big picture, as far as the billboards in Carson City, I just believe that a number is being done on us. I understand the comments of Councilwoman Tarkanian as respects to McCarran, but also I believe that the feds and the FAA are doing a number on us. One of my great delights is to take a bus down to the SST and watch the airlines take off, watch the planes take off, because one of the greatest devices for world peace is international travel. I noticed that the planes are not taking off as quickly as they used to. I also understand that it is throughout the valley. Everybody is involved. I am very encouraged by the idea that Mr. Williams may be here. As a citizen, I just would like to see more hard figures and have a sense of the metrics that are harder than they are right now. And as I say, this is, to me, the Carson City and the billboards is outrageous. The FAA and perhaps McCarran's part in it is outrageous, and we should fight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, may I have a motion, please?
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. My motion would be to obey this item for 2 weeks to our next meeting on April 18th with a time certain at 4 p.m.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a psychic arts and science license, Elizabeth Maria Wines, at 6848 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. This request is for the applicant to operate from an existing business, Psychic Eye Book Shop, licensed since 1997. Mr. DiFiore, is the applicant here?
Yes, I believe she is.
Okay, would Ms. Wines please come forward? Okay, Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, as the agenda item states, the applicant today is requesting a temporary license to operate from 6848 West Charleston Boulevard. This location has been licensed with the City of Las Vegas as Psychic Eye Bookstore for several years, and if approved, Ms. Wines would be one of about 15 psychics that are licensed currently at that location. My recommendation is for approval of the temporary license of this applicant.
Okay, Ms. Wines? Yeah, would you like to say anything? All right, fine. This is Ward 1, Councilwoman?
Yes.
I'd like to make a public comment.
No, not now. It's not a public hearing.
I thank you very much for clarifying in the item as it is on the agenda that this is not the establishment of a new psychic business. It's just giving a license to someone to work in an established business. In fact, a business that's been there very long.
That's correct.
And I would move for approval on that. But before I do that, I just want to say, and I don't know if she remembers this, when she came in to talk with us, my aide asked her about my election. She said 57%, which I thought was not going to be accomplished. But do you remember that? Yes, you did. So I don't know how you did that one.
And what did you win by, 57%?
57.
Who do you like tonight, San Diego or... San Diego or the Giants?
San Diego.
All right.
But I would move for approval because she is appropriate license and to follow the recommendations that you have made, staff has made.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to 56. Discussion possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for a beer wine cooler on sale license from Wai Chung Lao, doing business as Full Ho Chinese Cuisine, to Angela Shu at 240 North Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. Steve Fiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant does today meet the prerequisite for approval of a temporary change of ownership for this restaurant, and that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Angela Shu, and I just buy the business and the Full restaurant, and I want to change the ownership.
You're going to have the same good food?
Yes.
Okay. It's a wonderful restaurant. All right. Are there any questions? All right, Councilwoman?
As the mayor says, it is a wonderful restaurant, one of the very finest Chinese restaurants in town, and I move for approval.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And please wish the former owners well. Tell them that we wish them a good life.
Okay. They retired. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 57 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership and change of business name for tavern license from Zingers Club, doing business as Zingers, to Just Jazz Inc. at which will be known as Just Jazz at 1000 East Sahara Avenue, Suite 105 in Ward 3. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicants today do meet the prerequisite for consideration of temporary approval of this change of ownership, and I believe their intent is to operate it as a nightclub, a jazz-themed nightclub, and my recommendation would be for approval of this temporary license with a 90-day review.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Matthew Carling on behalf of Just Jazz Inc. I have the principals here, Mr. Gresham and Mr. Norris. It's our intent, if this is approved, to open the establishment within the beginning of May, and if the council would like, we'll be back for a review.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of any of the gentlemen? All right, this is Councilman Reese.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation with the 90 days starting after they open.
Very good. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 58 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary approval of a beer wine cooler on sale license, Juan Carlos Aceves, doing business as Restaurant El Diamante at 2830 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, we're in kind of an unusual position here. This is the completion of their second temporary license today, and the Metropolitan Police Department has not completed their background investigation. By code, the council may only approve extension of a temporary license for 2 periods, and that, as we're at the end of that particular second extension, my recommendation today is going to be approval of the permanent license with a 90-day review. At 90 days, if the report comes back and it's a favorable police report, I'll make a recommendation for no additional reviews. If it does come back as an unfavorable police report, I'll have to make the presentation to seek disciplinary action on the license with the City Council. I know that Mr. Aceves has recently been inspected, and we did find a incomplete list of employees, which is required by code, and one of the workers was serving alcohol without a work card. So my recommendation for permanent license today would be having Mr. Seves show proof that these two items have been complied with.
All right, Mr. Seves? Please tell us your names first.
Hi, my name is Juan Aceves.
Yes.
And I'm Luis.
All right.
About the alcoholic beverages, for what he was saying, everything is already fixed up, I think. Yeah, everything was sent into Paola.
That would be my staff member.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. All right, are there any questions of the gentleman?
I just ask Mr. DeFiore, are you satisfied?
I'm satisfied. I'll be satisfied. I can meet with him right after the meeting today, and I'll be satisfied if what he has stated is showing proof that it's been completed.
I'm a little concerned that they understand what we're doing here and why.
Okay.
So make sure they understand that because we give them a permanent license, it is going to be a review period of 90 days, and at that time we might, however the police report turns out, we might take disciplinary action against
That's correct, and I'll explain that to him after the meeting too.
My motion then would be follow Mr. DeFiore's recommendations.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
59 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership and change of business name for martial arts instruction business license from David Berry, doing business as Karate for Kids, to Victory Martial Arts Vegas, Inc. at 3270 North Buffalo Drive in Ward 4. Is the applicant present on this one?
Mayor,
yes.
I'll explain that. The applicant was present. He indicated to me he had to leave for a family emergency, had to leave out of town. I am ready to go forward with this. He does meet the prerequisites for consideration of temporary approval of this change of ownership for this martial arts studio, and that would be my recommendation.
All right, thank you. Councilman Brown, your pleasure.
Move to follow staff recommendation.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 60 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license subject to the provisions of planning and fire codes for Rock Springs Massage NV LLC, doing business as Massage NV at 7175 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 174 in Ward 1. Is Dr. Cook here? Okay. Mr. DeFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today again meets the prerequisite for consideration of temporary approval of this massage establishment license, and that would be my recommendation with a 6-month review.
Thank you. And Councilman Ross, you will recall that the last time Massage Envy came before us, I made a bet with you. Yeah. And that was on the, there was a word that Dr. Cook said was a Latin word, and I said, no, it is not a Latin word. Well, what had happened, it was 2 Latin words which were ellipsized. And I conceded that I lost the bet. I called Dr. Cook, and I owe your wife a massage. So at the end of these proceedings, if you'd be kind enough to communicate with one another and set up the time, send me the bill, and it'd be my pleasure to pay for it.
Well, and Your Honor, if you recall, my wife was in a win-win situation.
That's correct.
There was some chance. Actually, I'll be out there for your grand opening in Centennial Hills. So
Excellent.
We'll see you there.
We're looking forward to that. We appreciate
And
it.
my wife, I'm sure, appreciates that, Your Honor.
Very good. A very low-cost massage.
Councilman Wolfson, I believe you're over the Summerlin area. We're having the Summerlin area strictly prohibits any kind of massage establishment, and so if there's anything that we can do to soften that to allow nationally franchised, wholesome type of outfits like ours would sure be helpful.
On your suggestion, we can take action, of course, recognizing that Councilman Brown also has some of the Summerlin area.
Oh, excellent.
We'll certainly listen to your comments.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very good. Councilwoman.
Any questions?
I just wanted to state, and I wanted to explain a little bit because coincidentally and strangely, this came up in the campaign when people criticized me for, some people criticized me for stating that the ward I represented did not want, and I made very clear, any more massage parlors. But Councilman Larry Brown, who represented the area in which you were located, which then came over to me with the redistricting, said to me, I think this is a good project, and during the meeting he leaned over and said to me, he said, keep an open mind on it, which is what we all have to do. So I did keep the open mind. Councilman Brown was correct. It was something that was good in the area. We had no complaints whatsoever from any residents. So I moved for approval at that time, and I moved for approval at this time. But I'm just trying to put this on the record because I want those who watch this to understand that sometimes if you keep an open mind, you do change. And
Thank
that's
you.
important to do if you are flexible and you are objective.
Thank
So I move to approve.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carried. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, 61 is discussion and possible action on the submittal of the City of Las Vegas 2007-2008 action plan for the allocation of $10,963,658 in the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and State of Nevada funds pertaining to all wards. Mr. Harson.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today we're requesting your approval to submit the action plan along with public comments received to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The action plan contains all the projects and programs that have been approved at the March 7th City Council meeting based upon the recommendations by the Community Development Recommending Board. I have with me today Division Manager Tim Whitwright, who is going to give you a very brief overview of the actions and the processes that led to the action plan, and then we see if any public comments you may have.
Very good. Please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tim Whitwright, Neighborhood Services Department. Again, as you stated, this year's action plan represents nearly $11 million in grant funding to be used to provide affordable housing and to improve the living environment for our low-income residents. Just as a point of reference, when I say low income, that refers to, for example, a family of four that's earning $47,300 a year. So just as a reference for you.
What was that again, please?
$47,300 a year for a family of four would qualify as a low-income household.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. The preparation of this plan, I just wanted to note, included a number of opportunities for public input and comment, including today, of course. The citizen participation process actually began with distribution of surveys, both in English and Spanish, of which to our low-income neighborhoods, of which 1,400 came back to us with comments. That's actually a 24% response rate. That's a very significant, healthy response rate. The results of the survey were provided to our citizen board, the Community Development Recommending Board, for their use and reference as they were making their recommendations on the funding applications this year, which, again, as Mr. Harson noted, were approved back on March 7th by Council. I'd like to note as well that those meetings, the CDRB meetings, were available to the public so they could participate, actually come and view those meetings as well. We also conducted 3 focus group meetings in the low-income neighborhoods, again, to get the perspective of the community needs from the neighborhood level. And finally, we did publish a notice in 3 local newspapers indicating the availability of this action plan for review and comment by the public. Lastly, I would just like to note that we do have our project manager here today who is responsible for drafting the action plan, Mr. Chris Anderson, who is available with extra copies in case anyone would like a copy today. And, of course, we're available for any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman at this point? All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for public comment. If anybody would like to be heard.
Tom McGowan, local resident. I request a copy of the plan. And I appreciate all the work you're doing on this and the work that the council is advising and directing be done on these matters. I'm sure there will be important headway made because of that work, and it is appreciated. And at this moment, I would, with your indulgence, I would congratulate all of the candidates who were successful in their recent election, and I would thank and also congratulate all the persons who ran for public office in this city. They're all commendable. What is not commendable is local news media that tends to minimize and, in my view, desecrate the election law. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Would anybody else like to be heard? Bless you.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. The cry throughout southern Nevada is affordable housing. Naturally, I endorse that. I'm entirely for it. But what is a real eye-opener for perhaps for a lot of the people in the valley is the very valid fact that $47,300 is truly the poverty level for a family of four living in Las Vegas. I think the balance to our cry of affordable housing is, not surprisingly, living wages throughout the valley. And I've mentioned it before, even the very conservative Las Vegas Review-Journal indicates the living wage in this valley, and that was about a year ago, is $18 to $22 an hour. I thank you very much for your interest and your concern.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard during the public comment portion? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to oppose staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. All right, bill number 2007-8 eliminates certain information gathering and reporting requirements for the Department of Fire and Rescue regarding the transportation of hazardous materials within the city. Councilwoman, Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you wish to have it read?
Please.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Your Honor. This is Bill number 27-8, First Amendment, an ordinance to revise certain information gathering and reporting requirements for the Department of Fire and Rescue regarding the transportation of hazardous materials within the city and for other related matters.
All right, Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please.
As amended.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
this is Mr. Steed down here. Did you,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jervik, did your title say revise or eliminate?
Revise.
Okay, we at the recommending committee meeting, First Amendment was approved, and it may not have made its way into your backup, but it requires reporting to the Management Committee for Emergency Operations instead of eliminating the reporting requirement entirely.
All right, well, the public record reads eliminates, so would that be amended to revise?
Well, the agenda should read that the First Amendment proposed additional the revised summary. So I think we're appropriate to revise it as we've noted.
Okay, yes, it does as a note. That's correct. All right, very good. All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 63 is bill number 2007-11, levies assessment for Special Improvement District number 1490, Tenaya Way, the Northern Beltway to Elkhorn Road. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you wish to have it read?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 2007-11, ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1490, Tenaya Way, Northern Beltway to Elkhorn Road, providing for the payment of the cost of expensive said improvements against assessing a portion of the cost of local improvements against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all previously taken action, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 64 is bill number 2007-12, levies assessment for Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District from Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street. Councilwoman Tarkanian, would you like it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Good.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 2007-12, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the cost of expenses of a commercial area revitalization project, assessing the cost of the project against assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Did you wish to be heard before?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas Restaurant. What was the third word in the second paragraph? I'm sorry. No, you got to go through the mayor. Is it okay to give response?
It's 4.
What?
4.
It wasn't there till 4 or from or something like that.
FOR, 4.
FO4?
Right.
Okay, that's rather choice, isn't it? Thank you very much.
Hey, Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
65 is Bill Number 2007-13, authorizes the issuance of a registered local improvement district bond, Series 2007, for an amount not to exceed $623,000 for Special Improvement District Number 1493, Wallapai Way, Alexander Road, Cheyenne Avenue to Cimarron Road. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 27-13, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of a registered local improvement district bond series 2007 for the city of Los Angeles, Nevada, special improvement district number 1493, Wallapai Way, Alexander Road, Cheyenne Avenue to Cimarron Road, to finance the construction of local improvements and providing any other matters related thereto.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66, which is Bill 2007-14, is eligible for adoption at a later meeting. So there are no new bills. The council meeting is in recess, and we'll move on to our redevelopment agency meeting. Do I indicate when in recess till, Ms. Bridges, or later? All right, very good. All right, the redevelopment agency meeting of April 4, 2007 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Item number 3 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meetings of February 21st, 2007 and March 7th, 2007. May I have a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion for approval, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I would, Councilwoman Williams, you showed an abstention. You meant yes, I'm sure.
Yes, I did abstain because I wasn't here in February, so I really don't know
That's
what's
very
going
cool.
on there.
That's very cool.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Motion
Thank you, Mayor.
carries. Okay. Item number 4 is discussion and possible action regarding the Neonopolis parking validation program for Wirula Hayward LLC, located at 450 Fremont Street in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Good afternoon. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. If you remember back at your March 7 meeting, you approved an extension of the validation program for Neonopolis for an additional 30 days. That 30 days has lapsed, and we're before you again to consider another extension. Up till about 2 weeks ago, I probably would have been in a position that I'd not forward this to you with any recommendation, but given some recent news that we just learned regarding Neonopolis, I think I, at least administratively, can change that position. I can confirm, at least publicly, that the General Growth Corporation is interested in the purchase of Neonopolis. That was reported in the newspaper, and I can confirm that. We don't want to see this. There are private-to-private negotiations done in the newspaper, but they do have interest. They have communicated directly to us, they being General Growth, that if they buy the project, they would like to buy it with Jillian's and the movie theater complex open. And the movie theater complex and Jillian's have indicated that they really need the validation program to continue their valuability and stay open. And that's fairly logical that they've continued to enjoy, a low rate on parking, and they would need to continue that in order to maintain viable operations. So with all those considerations, I can stand before you and recommend at least a 30-day extension of the validation program. Now, this morning they have representatives of Wirula Hayward LLC have indicated they may need additional time. I'll let them argue that independent. They've indicated to us that they may need a little more time to actually confect those negotiations, such that they would then have in place some kind of plan that they would move forward in terms of this sale with General Growth. And I'll leave anything beyond 30 days up to you as the RDA. But I can, at least in good faith, recommend to you that at least a 30-day extension of the validation program. Representatives of Wirula Hayward are here to respond to any questions that you might have on the project.
Yes, sir.
Mike Batkins, I'm counsel for the owner.
Who's the owner?
Wirula Hayward LLC.
Okay.
We recently learned that General Growth has an interest in talking to us about buying. We've had one lengthy discussion. They have let the staff know and us know that they would like to have Jillian's open and the movie theater open. And we can come back here in 30 days, but if you just think about how long it took somebody to buy this property from Prudential, I promise you in 30 days nothing's going to happen.
Well, I hope something happens. Probably a sale's not going to happen, but I hope that they're going to be able to report back to us. General Growth will tell us that there is a likelihood or there's no likelihood, so we know what to do here. That can take place within 30 days.
Well, I'm not sure this is the right forum and venue to do that. What I would suggest is that you continue the validation program through the end of the year, and that you can cancel it on 30 days' notice. We will report daily or weekly.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Matkins, and I know you're coming from out of town, but that's not what I'm trying to accomplish here. I think I want to look at this group every 30 days. And
I'm just saying this is the wrong place to look at it.
Well, I'm going to look at it here.
Okay.
I'm very excited when I hear General Growth. General Growth is, if I'm not mistaken, the owner of Summerlin now. General Growth is the owner of the Fashion Show Mall. They specialize in urban projects. They are the experts coming from the background of the Rouse Corporation that did Faneuil Hall up in Boston and Seaport in New York and those kinds of wonderful projects. So I'm hoping that you'll be able to work something out with them. And I'm going to recommend to our new councilwoman that her motion say that we'll give you an extension for 30 days and have you back here in 30 days and look you in the eye and see whether or not there is progress. Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm in agreement with you because I really think that giving you 30 days with the parking lot and all of that would hopefully ensure the future success of Neonopolis, which is what we're all wanting. Right. However, we can't give you a carte blanche that you can go out and say, well, we won't be back in 30 days. You know, we don't know what's going to happen. So with that concern as a matter of record, yes, I think that we would vote for the motion.
I would suggest you give us 10 days. I mean, nothing's going to happen in 30 days.
I'll give them 10 days. Give them 10 days.
If that,
and I'll take away the validation and blow your deal.
I think you should leave
it won't blow the deal. I mean, it will or won't. Well, it will blow the deal. General Growth will go away, but you won't have a theater and you won't have Jillian's.
I understand.
Hi, I'm Joshi, resident of Las Vegas. Mayor, thank you for bringing General Growth here. I know that Scott Adams, Steve Engorp, and Julie Cusenberry has worked very hard to get the officials of General Growth to come here, of course. I know Buxbaum family, who owns the company called General Growth, very well. I've known Rouse Company's Jim Rouse very well, and I think they're very commendable people. It will be a privilege and an honor for city as well as us to bring somebody like that on the table, and that is decided. I've told them that all of us combined are very much honored to have General Growth's interest, because Simon has got the Chelsea property with the premium outlet mall on one side, and if we can get General Growth on our side of the Fremont Street, it will be a great credit to the city as well as us. All we are saying is that in 30 days, and I've talked to them extensively, and I'm sure the city staff has also, and all I can tell you is that they are not going to be able to get things done very quickly in 30 days from what I talked to them, although we'll force them, of course. We'll try to get everything done within 30 days, but all we are saying is because a convention is coming in month of May, they are also planning that with us, that within 60 days or so, we should be able to bring them on board, because they have their own agendas for May convention. So we think 60 days will be a better solution for all parties concerned, to bring them here, convinced that we are proceeding to and go forward on this great partnership.
Councilwoman?
Again, I still think that, I believe in talking with Mr. Jervik here, your original request was 30 days, okay? And now we're back to another 30 days. I think 30 days is a sufficient amount of time for you to come back and give us a report. Just give us a development report. Then we'll consider another 30 days. But for somebody to stand and say that, you know, you're not going to get anything in that 30-day period is kind of like an affront to why you're even standing here. You're asking us to assist you, and which is what we want to do, and see the success of the future of Neonopolis. So I really think that the 30 days is sufficient. I don't think it's too short. I think that it simply says, look, in good faith, this is what we're trying to do. This is what we've accomplished or have not accomplished. We need more time. And I'm sure that, given the right circumstances, we would grant that.
Very good. That's a motion. Let's vote, please. Vote. No, it's not public comment. Post. All right, please vote again. Post.
I've been losing money for a year. They know. They know.
Let's start.
Well, they don't care. They know.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, he thinks he's going to get. Don't worry about it. Let's don't wait. Okay, this is time for citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up to the mic and be happy to hear from you. We'll put the 3-minute timer on, please. Yes, sir.
Yes, Sal Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas. I just want to tell the new councilwoman that today, we will have a grocery store in our ward. So I'm not going to tell you where it is. It's your part to go and find out where it is. But today they have opened a grocery store in our ward.
Well, thank you.
All right, would anyone else like to be heard, please?
Yes. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, and candidate for election as mayor of the city of Las Vegas in 2011. I'll still be here. Getting a kick out of that, aren't you? That's just a quick inquiry at the pike. Reverting back to the issue on Neonopolis. Simply stated, it's not a question of personalities, row hat or general purpose or anybody else. It's a question of the menu itself. That's what it's all about. You have an eyesore, a vacancy really on that particular property, and it's an albatross around your neck, admittedly. You said that before several times. So the question is not who owns it, but what to do with it. Now, which one of you understands what that property is? The configuration of it. I'm going to give you another clue. It's right around Avon. They call it the Globe Theater. Cylindrical, right? Atrium open. The Globe Theater, where Shakespeare put on his plays. Now, when it occurs to you to be really creative and innovative, and you want to talk about it, you know the number to call. But until then, just keep on going, doing this. I would just say one thing. It shouldn't be coming down to the level where you have a DNR. Do not resuscitate, okay? To Yoshi. He didn't even rise to that level of discussion, in all honesty. He has a possible escape clause. Let him play it out. What do you care if it's 30 days or 30 minutes? Or 30 years? And what I said about years, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Isn't completed yet. And I hope some of it will be completed. As the revetting campaign, I wanted you to be reelected. Now you have to finish the job. That's the hard part. Go.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I don't know if the retraining of police officers fall under redevelopment, does it? Because I'm having a problem, whereas I don't understand that the policemen maybe don't understand that the people that are on these programs, organized crime programs that are continually going over there on the military base victimizing me through the way they plan for the free people. Those people are supposed to be under the control of the police department, and they don't have any right over someone that's free, and I know that for a fact. I don't understand why it takes so long for the police department to gain control over them victimizing someone that's not a part of them. So I don't know if that would fall under redevelopment issue, that they may not understand that. That's why I asked in the prior meeting that maybe they need to be like the Washington, D.C. police officers. They went through a retraining process to include, I guess, things like that, because it brings about a problem for me. And like I said, they're building all these new high-rises, and people are drawn to this area through the tourism. It's an increasing problem, and I don't want nobody else to have to go through what I'm going through with. So that's why I wanted to know, and I don't know if that would fall under redevelopment issue.
Probably.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, would anybody else like to be heard? All right, folks, we're going to adjourn the redevelopment agency meeting, and we'll pick up the council meeting. It's going to be a short morning, right? Can everybody be ready by 2? 2? Can your staff be all ready? All right, 2 o'clock.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if I should be speaking now. I'm here about the rezoning of Las Palmas.
That's probably this afternoon.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Right, we're coming back here at 2.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Right.
I don't know. She was afraid we wouldn't have enough food, so I said we need dessert. Are you?
All right, sir, I got a report that there's a shady character still hanging out in the chambers. You're the only one in here.
Sometimes you have to be edgy. They're being jerks about it. Come in.
Oh, okay. I was. You want to just leave it laying out?
Nope.
One more.
Okay.
Behind the fire. Okay.
I don't know.
Vicky, do you have enough hands? Do you need? Nope, I mean, do you need help? That seems like the right way to say it. Yeah, I just gotta pack my stuff, and that's it.
Edith's just gonna flip that over to this side and we're good, right? Yeah. Yeah, could you?
That'd be cool. Oh, I meant the actual equipment. You were talking about the agenda. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I think they go ahead and. Yeah, it comes over on the. But I think they go ahead. Just like we do.
Oh, he's gonna do better now. We've got him over at TLC over by Green Valley High School. Care Center. It's not so hectic like at the hospital.
Thank you very much.
That's like your husband on overtime work, fire engine.
See, burn unit. Yeah, I actually got to see him. And I was so. I see you came home and you did so good.
You never get to see him.
I never get to see him, and he looks really good because, you know, he's so thin that TV puts on a little extra weight. So he looks really, really strong. I was all excited when I asked her if she'd hear from mom. That much. That's what she said to me. I said, yeah. Funny. Do we need to take them? Oh, no, the computer. This is so much clearer without the linear system. Because, you know, for planning, we have about 6 monitors or 6 things right now. We have these 2 monitors, laptops, and then the linear system. And then I have to put Granicus over here because there's enough space for me to monitor it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 PCs right here. And linear. So without it, it's so much easier. Can't wait. Where do you put? So where are you going to put it when you have it on?
I keep it over there.
But where are you going to? What about when we have to operate it? Where do you?
Well, we'll just keep it there in place of the linear system. Because right now, linear is big and bulky.
Oh, that's right. Well, right now you have to use it,
Yeah.
right? You don't have.
So we're still using linear in
Yeah.
addition to that. And then here's
Thank you for moving the Granicus for me.
Of course. Did that. There's a smile on my face. I moved all the agenda over, so I should my phone is off. Yes, please.
Yeah, but mine was on.
Was it too? Did it break?
Well, luckily I had it on the, you know, I have it on the beat.
Oh, the beat.
But then the message thing went off.
Yeah, no. Mine, you know, I wasn't planning. I thought I shut it off. And it kept on ringing. I thought I shut it off. It's already good.
You know what?
It happens.
Because sometimes you don't hold it down long enough.
Yeah, that's what I did.
So it doesn't turn it on.
Right, and I thought he did, and then he lighted it. I hardly ever have mine on, period. Like,
Even when I'm at home? Yeah. Or driving? Because I go straight from here to school. I don't think it's peak. I know it's put people down.
Well, that was a long meeting. What happened to that?
Well, it wasn't as bad as.
Yeah, actually, they held that on a base, the last one. Even the right turn? No,
The right turn, they held it, didn't they? Because the Wilson said that he wanted more input. What
I
he
know
said?
that they obeyed the, no, they didn't obey it. 30 days.
Yep.
Oh, they planned it for 30 days. 30 days. Because the people that own the fashion show. Really? You know what the show said? Yes.
Well, they gotta negotiate. All right, have a short meeting. Take care. Bye, Terry.
You guys have a good day.
It's been a pleasure.
Same here.
Gabby, what's your councilwoman's name?
Brenda Williams.
She's using Brad's books.
Brenda Williams.
Oh, Brenda Williams. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's okay. She's using Brad's book.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Real good.
Yeah, I'm watching. I've got our copy in Patty's, Angela. Okay. Patty's here. possibly have a store at home?
Yeah.
No, that's not possible.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Where did you go to school?
UNLV. I have one more choice than this. give one in the back. And you have that one, right? Oh, if you want. Okay.
Hey, where'd you get the book, Lee?
Right there, on that corner where the agendas are at.
Behind where the attorney said on purpose. Like a couple big tufts of it. Like something fluffy was there. Crazy. You're going to crazy town. I am. I go into the best office to find a counsel keys, and I'm already, and I get in her old office, and I find her, she goes, oh, there's counsel.
How doing? I'm doing good. I'm done.
We're done and good to go.
Good to go. Good to go. No.
I better do it now.
I'm going to put this up here. You give it to Fanny, yeah?
I did, yeah, there's.
Put my book in my bag.
You know, the bigger a bag I get, just the more stuff I put in it, that's all.
You know, the councilwoman's name is,
Yeah, Brenda Williams.
So what do we put on that? What thing? A stamp? Up here?
On the vote
How
at
does
the
it-
top.
oh,
It's
wait a
at the
minute.
top. I'm going to the restroom and Angela. Get that out the way. God forbid it starts raining.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
You got the book? Yeah, I did.
You may dad want one, dude.
I don't know.
Well, yeah. Want any water?
Oh, please, can you two for me? Yeah.
Okay. You got her notes in there too, and the ones in the back.
Yeah. And everybody's ready. What? 10? Yeah. Yeah, cool. Fine.
Is there another election here?
It's just
Oh,
do I click on this part or what's any other? Wait a minute. Not this. Hold on. There you go. So we click here or here? Yeah. Just click here, right? And then it will just be okay. Oh, so it's just a little that way. Okay, so just right on. And I don't know how to go from I talked to Karen. No, what'd she say? No, it wasn't Karen. It was I'd have to look through one of the officers that's in charge of that. Who is it?
they did that last time, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I had the conversation. Yeah, I had the conversation the last time.
Do they have a required time like at Port of Sales start getting theirs as opposed to?
I guess I'll have to go reiterate it. Yeah. And then again. Yeah. And officers are not.
That's why what is there a certain time? There's a time. Then there was plenty of them at once they weren't there now. I got 157.
Thanks for getting that for me.
I don't think they affected it. Yeah, so we're gonna do 41 foot coming in, and then on our side, we're gonna do 37 foot for, Elko. Now, remember the neighbors, not on the north side, but on the,
I got one last favor and I'll leave you alone. Can I just bum a blank? Next to a post office or something?
It's still.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks.
Can you rinse it off? Please.
Charlie must make this.
with regard, just the format of the report. That's it. Crime family. Are you thinking of criminal or crime family? That's the day.
No, I'm current. I'm the current side, the current and parent. How are you? We turned in a petition yesterday. I just wanted to be sure you got it. Item.
Nice win last night, gentlemen. Your Honor. Councilman, nice win last night for both of you. Congratulations.
How you doing? Did you call Connor?
Yes. Thank you.
No, I will.
We received it. That says 343. This is just in case you we have like 3 times.
Okay. I better write that down so that I'm not mistaken. I guess I can remember 333.
I can remember your name.
Okay.
I
Very
think we're
good.
good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon us for the delay, but we didn't get through our morning session until about, 1:30. So kind of give the staff a little bit of a break here, but we'll try to move it along. Item 67, any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 84 is a rezoning 19070, All-Star Automotive, Inc., 2027-2041 West Bonanza Road. The applicant has asked that to be held in abeyance until our April 18, 2007 meeting. Items 85 through 89 are variances 19098, variance 19447, special use permit 19100, site development review 19097, and ARC 2049, Crayfam LP, 1.83 acres on the southwest corner of Teneo Way and Sky Point Drive. The applicant has asked that to be held in abeyance until our April 18, 2007 meeting. Items 90, 91, 92 is a special use permit 18347, special use permit 18630, site development review 18349, Grand Teton Lodge Land LLC, 2.71 acres on the northeast corner of Grand Teton Drive and Durango Drive. The applicant has asked that to be held until our April 18, 2007 meeting. And item number 98 is a variance 19,282, Peter Pappas, Aegean Isle, West Charleston Animal Hospital, and Dixie Levitt Agency at 7871 and 7891 West Charleston Boulevard, Councilman Wolf is set to be held in advance until our April 18th, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring these items forward and take appropriate action, please.
Very good. Let's vote on that motion, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 68 is a public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1485, Alta Drive, Rancho Drive to approximately 275 feet west of Lacey Lane, landscape maintenance, fiscal year 2008. This is in Ward 1. Mr. Kukowski.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is an annual reoccurring item for you, as required by state law. It is a maintenance special improvement district for the maintenance of the landscaping on Alta, west of Rancho. It is in order for your action.
Very good. This is a public hearing, folks. If anyone would like to be heard on this matter, please step up. We'd be happy to hear from you. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. There's no action required, so we'll move on to the planning items. Thank you. All right, 69 is VAC 19032. This will be a public hearing. The owner applicant is Pacern Providence LLC. Petition to vacate a 40-foot wide BLM right-of-way grant along the north side of Deer Springs Way, commencing approximately 340 feet from the southwest corner of Wallapai Way and Deer Springs Way, and a 33-foot wide portion of an U.S. government patent easement generally located west of Wallapai Way and north of Deer Springs Way in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Gronauer, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm here representing Pacern Development in this matter. Council, actually, this is a vacation that was approved by you a couple of years ago with respect to the intent to vacate the portion of right-of-way grant from the BLM. However, because of technicality with the drafting of the language by the engineer, we had to come back before you because we couldn't record that previous vacation, so we're back before you today. We're asking for an approval. Staff is recommending approval, and also your Planning Commission has recommended approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Gronauer? Sir, you'd like to be heard?
Yes, thank you. John Thayer Clark, counsel for Albert and Eileen Massey. They are adjacent landowners, about a 5-acre parcel. If you look at the map, they are on the UPCD property. Our concern is that the vacation of this easement potentially will landlock the Massey property. The property is in kind of an interesting pattern. There's an L-shaped BLM property, and if I could actually put this on the overhead, I'd appreciate it if I could show it too.
Certainly. Could you zoom in, please? There you go. Thank you.
As you can see, I've identified the Albert Massey property. The BLM property is actually that L shape on both sides. The Pacern property is directly across from the Massey property. The way it exists right now, Hualapai is the main thoroughfare. By granting this vacation of the easement, there is absolutely no access from the Massey property onto the largest street there possible, which is Hualapai. In order to get to this property, they would have to travel up Hualapai, down Deer Springs, down the other way, and then the back entrance. Our concern regarding that actual happening is there's no guarantee that that right-of-way that's been granted to the Clark County School District will still be in existence, or we believe that it might be terminable, and therefore we're landlocked on this property if you grant this vacation.
All right, Mr. Anderson, do you have any input as far as that's concerned?
Certainly. I can say that our right-of-way section, and I'm sorry, Bart Anderson, Public Works, our right-of-way section has researched this pretty thoroughly. There is an existing BLM right-of-way grant to the City of Las Vegas, not to the school district, but to the City of Las Vegas for perpetual roadway easement. For our purposes, a BLM right-of-way grant is the equivalent of right-of-way. It could only be eliminated through the formal vacation process, similar to what's happening here. So from the perspective of landlocking the parcel, that is not an issue. The parcel has alternative access. The vacation is consistent with the previously approved Providence Master Plan and with previous or prior actions, including the final map that dedicated a portion of the cul-de-sac terminating that road at this location. So with respect to the applicant and their concerns, I understand them, but they need not be concerned they're landlocked. They're not.
All right, does that address your concerns?
Not entirely. Our concern that the landlock issue has not been decided. We have a concern that easement may go away. The school is going to be there might be a school built there, and that would hinder the ability to enter the property.
I know, but as far as the easement, Mr. Anderson says it's a city easement. It doesn't have anything to do with the school district.
Well, I've not seen that document. I've been provided a document regarding the school district with an easement from BLM. But additionally, our concern is that Hualapai is the major thoroughfare here. You're going to block that off. It's about 300 feet from the Massey property. They no longer can have access. They have to do a circuitous route about 3/4 of a mile just to get to the property now.
Did you want to comment on that, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I've been waiting for the rebuttal, Your Honor. First of all, what I'd like to point out here is this is a copy of your master plan streets and highways. As you can see here, what I'm showing you, this is the Deer Springs alignment, which goes east and west. This is our property. This is the Massey property. This amendment and this plan was approved for the Providence area back in 2003. So since 2003, Deer Springs has not been planned to go west of Hualapai in this area. More importantly, next, subsequent to that change, we have the Providence master plan located here. Again, it was approved several years ago where in this area, as you can see highlighted, this is a Deer Springs alignment. It dead ends in Hualapai, and over here is our property and the Massey property. It's always been intended that the road would be going from this side all the way over to the street over here for access to the site. Just a couple of years ago when we came through, as I told you earlier, with a vacation and site plan review, if you take a look at the bottom portion of the property here, you can see that when we had the vacation approved and the site development plan approved, it was already approved for a cul-de-sac in this area, and you can see the curve in here. As a matter of fact, what Mr. Anderson pointed out to you, the parent master tentative map, which is now a final map, has already been recorded showing you in this area where it's already been contemplated to have a cul-de-sac in this area. So with respect to the concern of limited access to the property or no access, they actually do have access. Access will go from this point on over here. It's always been discussed. The property owners should have been on notice for the last 4 years since we've been going through this process. As I said, this is just a cleanup item, but for the fact that it was written up the wrong way through the engineer when we came through the first time, this would already be recorded today. They do have legal access to the property.
All right, thank you.
If I could just respond.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, so I don't apologize. Nothing's being resolved. One guy says one thing, one guy says another thing, and we're sitting up here, listening. But go ahead.
My concern is that this is the first opportunity where this easement is being vacated. We can talk about years ago. This is the first opportunity where we're actually being impacted the Massey property. We actually are in negotiations. We're trying to negotiate to get a lot line adjustment so the Massey property would have access to Hualapai. We don't have that yet. We would ask for 60 days to table this matter. We can come back before the council.
All right, thank you. All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure?
Well, thank you, Your Honor. And I'm sorry I don't recall your name.
John Thayer-Clark.
Mr. Thayer-Clark, I can appreciate the Massey's concerns, but I've gone over this item in great detail with our Public Works, Bart Anderson, in regards to your access and egress to that parcel, and I'm fully comfortable with the direction we're headed right now. Planning Commission and staff has recommended approval, and I'm going to move for that this time. That's my motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Opposed?
Can I make a comment, Your
Okay.
Honor?
Motion carries. Yes.
Mr. Thayer-Clark, I would suggest that you work with Mr. Gronauer, and I wish that you'd had the opportunity to meet with us long before this meeting took place so we could work these things out.
I believe Mr. Bernie Cipoletti has been meeting with staff on this matter for several years now.
Several years?
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for your consideration.
All right, items 70 and 71. 70 is VAC 19234. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant is Mitchell Holdings. The owner, bless you, is Live Work LLC. Petition to vacate a 20-foot wide section of public right-of-way generally located south of Bonneville Avenue, north of Garces Avenue, between Main Street and First Street in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. 71 is VAC 19235. Also a public hearing, same applicant, same owner. Petition to vacate a 20-foot wide section of public right-of-way generally located south of Lewis Avenue, north of Clark Avenue, between Main Street and First Street, Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Counsel David Turner with Boffman and Turner. We concur with all staff recommendations, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Very good. Any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, public hearing. Your time to be heard if you like. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, no questions?
I'm sorry. Mayor Goodman,
Yes.
may I please, in the interest of full disclosure, I own property on the corner of Bonneville and 7th. I don't think my property would be affected any differently than any of the other properties, but ethical rules require me to make that disclosure.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval of vacation 19234 with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 71, please.
Your Honor, again, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation as well as Planning Commission's for vacation of 19235 with all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Items 72 through 79. 72 is rescind previous action, GPA 13885. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Jose Sandoval. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector of the general plan from L, low-density residential, to M, medium-density residential, on .38 acres at 2750 Harris Avenue in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing which is now open. I think we should probably vote on this as far as the rescission action first. Yes.
You could call them all and then just vote on them all at one time, and then hear the other items separately.
Say that again.
If you'd like to do that, if you'd like to, would you want to hear them separately? The 72 through 75, they're all tied together. Would you like them separate?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought
Okay, fine. All right, I'll read them.
You want to read the 72 through 75?
Yes. Okay, so they said, I guess. 73 is rescind previous action, ZON 13889, public hearing. Applicant owner, Jose Sandoval, request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R3 Medium Density Residential, 1.38 acres at 2750 Harris Avenue. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It'll be a public hearing. 74 is rescind previous action, VAR 13888, public hearing. Applicant owner, Jose Sandoval, request for a variance to allow a front yard setback of 8 feet where 20 feet is required, a rear yard setback of 8 feet where 20 feet is required, and a residential adjacency setback of 8 feet where 66 feet is required on .38 acres at 2750 Harris Avenue. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. And 75 is rescind previous action, SDR 13886, public hearing. Applicant owner Jose Sandoval, request for a site development plan review for an 8-unit apartment complex and a waiver of landscape buffer width on .38 acres at 2750 Harris Avenue in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff both recommend denial. The public hearing, which is now declared open. So we'll start with that.
Your Honor, I'd make a motion to approve items 72 through 75 with all conditions, please.
All right, did you want to be heard on that? No, not on that. Anybody want to be heard at the public hearing? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Let's vote on that motion, please. Opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll call items 76 through 79 now. 76 is GPA 13885. Public hearing. The applicant owner is Jose Sandoval. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector of the general plan from L, low-density residential, to M, medium-density residential on .38 acres at 2750 Harris Avenue in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 77 is ZON 13889. Applicant owner Jose Sandoval. Request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R3 medium-density residential, 1.38 acres at 2750 Harris Avenue. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 78 is VAR 13888. Same applicant owner requests for a variance to allow a front yard setback of 8 feet where 20 feet is required, and a rear yard setback of 8 feet where 20 feet is required, and a residential adjacency setback of 8 feet where 66 feet is required on .38 acres at 2750 Harris Avenue. This application is being amended to allow a front yard setback of 10 feet where 20 feet is required, a rear yard setback of 15 feet where 20 feet is required, and a residential adjacency setback of 15 feet where 96.75 feet is required. And the Planning Commission had no recommendation. The staff recommended denial. 79 is SDR 13886. Same applicant owner requests for a site development plan review for an 8-unit apartment complex and a waiver of landscape buffer width at 2750 Harris Avenue. This application is being amended to 6 units now, and the Planning Commission had no recommendation. The staff recommended denial. These are all public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Sandra Montgomery, 8610 Southeastern, here to represent the client. We did meet with Councilman Reese and his staff on this project before bringing it back to the council, and he did approve the project, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the young lady? All right, folks, public hearing. Anybody like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, on item 76 on the general plan, make a motion to approve with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the rezoning 13889, I make a motion for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. That's item 77. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item 78, the variance 13888, setbacks, I make a motion for approval with all conditions for it.
Please vote.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes,
Just
please.
one very slight addition. We would like to add the language that approval is for a variance of residential adjacency of 15 feet where 96.75 is required only.
Thank you. And let me just...
Is that agreeable?
Yes, sir.
We have just across the yards, not too far away, we have a 5-story senior center going to be built this next year also, and I feel like this is going to be complementary to that and vice versa. It's been a vacant area. There's been a vacant property in this area. This is a good infill piece with the senior housing. This here is tearing down a residential where we're going to have 6 affordable housing units at this site. So with that, on the record, I'm motion for approval of item 78 with all conditions.
All right, please vote.
As amended.
Everyone vote. Opposed?
And do we have a new site development plan that we showed the council members? And you see that we're going to have plenty of landscaping. It's not like we're putting something here that does not fit. With that, Your Honor, make a motion for approval of item number 79 with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote.
If I may, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem? I'd like to add to condition number 3, with regard to the date stamp is March 13th, 07, but that for a maximum of 6 units. And then on condition number 4, we would delete the portion that states along Harris Avenue, et cetera. Number 4 will read waivers from 1912-040 are hereby approved to allow 7-foot perimeter landscape buffer where 12 feet is the minimum required. And we would remove conditions number 5 and number 7.
Is that agreeable?
Yes.
Very good.
That'd be my motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please.
As amended.
Good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery.
Item 80. Second, please. Is MOD 19114. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Cliffs Edge LLC. Request for a major modification to revise the Cliffs Edge Master Development Plan and Design Guidelines to clarify certain setback, landscape, design, wall, architectural, projection separation, and balcony separation standards to allow 3-story single-family dwellings with a maximum height of 38 feet and to add a sign standards section. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission
No recommendation. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Liz Sorokak, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of Focus. This is a major modification to the Cliffs Edge design guidelines and development standards. We've worked very hard with staff to come to an agreement on everything before you here today, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, very good. Are there any questions? All right, folks, a public hearing? Nobody? Okay, then we'll close the public hearing. And this is Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And with that, the developer met with the residents in the area. I think 3 stories were conceded at a new height. Director, do you have that new height?
Yes, sir, if I may. The additions that we have is that a new condition that approval is to allow 3-story or 35 feet in height, whichever is less. And then 2 additional conditions with regard to the residential signage. One, that a maximum of 2 A-frame signs shall be permitted at each community entrance. And another condition that illumination of the permanent entryway sign shall be in accordance with 1914, which permits illumination subject to approval of the Planning and Development Department.
Is that agreeable, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Then with that, Your Honor, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 80.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 81 through 83. 81 is ZON 17242. Public hearing. The applicant owner is Tusa Homes. Request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to RPD2 Residential Plan Development, 2 units per acre, on 2.86 acres at the northwest corner of Bradley Road and Deer Springs Way in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 82 is VAR 17244. Same applicant owner, request for variance to allow a residential plan development on 2.86 acres where 5 acres is the minimum required on 2.86 acres at the northwest corner of Bradley Road and Deer Springs Way. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. And 83 is SDR 17247. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for proposed 5-lot single-family residential development and a waiver of the streetscape requirements on 2.86 acres at the northwest corner of Bradley Road and Deer Springs Way. These are all in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings. They're now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson, here on behalf of Tusa Homes. Chase Jenkins is here with Tusa Homes in case you have any questions of them. We are located on the northwest corner of Bradley and Deer Springs Way, 2 80-foot rights-of-way, 5 lots, 1.75 units per acre. This has been held in abeyance to a couple of times as we keep working with the neighbors. In fact, we had another neighborhood meeting just last night. We think we have worked out all of our issues. We have submitted to staff and to Councilman Ross's office amended conditions. Just to go over those briefly, one of the things we heard from these 3 neighbors is that they wanted our 5 lots to mesh in with their 3 lots to every extent possible. So what we are proposing in the amended conditions is that we will construct a wall from this point at equal distance up along the private drive, along Deer Springs Way, and up along their western property line. There will be no wall constructed along the north property line because one already exists. The other thing we talked about was lot size. This new plan shows 2 18,000 square foot lots next to these 3 lots. The first condition that you have in the amended condition replaces condition number 5 for the site plan review, specifying that these 2 lots will be a minimum of 18,000 square feet in area. These will be a minimum of 15,000 square feet in area. The other thing the neighbors talked about was street lights. They didn't want any interior street lighting within this cul-de-sac. So what we agreed to was to do coach lighting only, go to the neighbors before we file the lighting plan with the city. So there will not only be coach lighting on this part of the cul-de-sac, we will also integrate it with coach lighting along these 3 existing lots. We will get with the neighbors before we come in on that. The next thing we heard was drainage. They're worried that when we come in and do the road, they are going to get flooded. We hear that, we understand it, and we've agreed to a condition to, before we file improvement plans with the city, we're going to go out and share the drainage plan with those neighbors so they're informed and know what's going on. There's no neighbors here today. We're very happy and proud about that. And it's been a long haul. This has been 8 months for these lots. And here to answer any questions you may have, and again, subject to the additional conditions, we're happy to move forward.
All right, any questions of Mr. Clapsaddle? All right, folks, public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Director, are you okay?
I apologize. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Clapsaddle, you're absolutely correct. This has been a long haul, and I appreciate you and your team doing everything I've asked you to do to mitigate the issues with my good friends out there. Some of them I've known for quite some time, and you know that. So I think you've addressed all of their concerns. My notes indicate that Mr. Halverson is all right, and you guys are going to do a great job. And I'm actually impressed you went above and beyond, and that's impressive for developers, and grateful that you've done that. So with agenda item number 81, Your Honor, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you.
And I believe Director Wheeler has some.
Just a few slight ones. Condition number 3 will be changed to change the date of the site plan only to April 2nd, 07. The list of conditions that Mr. Clapsaddle has submitted, that the clerk has in my notes, the councilman has, will be added. The first condition of those will be a replacement of condition number 5. And condition number 6 will be changed to show the minimum setback from the front of the house will be 25 instead of 20. It'll be 5 on the side instead of 10, 10 on the corner side instead of 15, and 30 in the rear instead of 25.
Is that agreeable?
We have no objection.
Very good.
Then that's my motion as amended by the Director Wheeler.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. 82, please.
And thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item number 80.
I apologize. Those changes were all on 83.
Those were on 83?
Yes.
Director, that's what my notes say. So.
I'm sorry.
So 81 as is, correct?
Yes.
All right, we better revote it just to be sure. 81 as is. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, subject to conditions as is.
Okay, let's vote on 81 again then. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. 82, please.
And on 82, realizing this is RE and you've gone to an RPD2, it's the next best thing, and I appreciate your client doing so. Would also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval on agenda item 82, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 83, please.
And then on agenda item number 83, Your Honor, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, and as will be amended per Margot's earlier comments.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman Ross.
All right, we're going to go to 93 now. Yes.
Pardon me.
Councilwoman.
Item 84 has to do with Ward 5, and I understand that the applicant has asked to put this item on abeyance.
That's correct.
But I would like, as a matter of record, to make a comment on that.
Certainly.
Okay. In reading the item, the information that I've been presented with by staff, I see that this application by, let's see, what is the name? All-Star Automotive Incorporated is asking for a rezoning request. And I find that this is very, very serious when you ask for property to be rezoned. I don't see in the application or any of the information that I have any specific reason they want to rezone. All-Star Automotive Incorporated, their application actually lacks specificity. It doesn't tell me what they want to do there. It doesn't tell me if they want to put a junkyard there, they put a new car sales. What do they want to do? So I just want to go on record as saying that I'm going to be a vigilant guard of what goes on in Ward 5. So if someone comes and they want a rezoning, then they're definitely going to have to convince me that it's necessary.
And may I suggest, Councilwoman, that
basically, we ask those applicants who come before us to contact the council person in the particular ward that the property is located before the meeting.
Okay.
So they're able to brief you. You can ask them any questions that you believe are pertinent. If they don't satisfy you, then your mind is pretty much made up. You can give them some direction. You can get information from them, and that's the best way to do it. I know that, in particular, the Mayor Pro Tem, he won't even consider acting on anything that comes before us unless the applicant has actually contacted him and briefed him. So that's somebody better call the All-Star Automotive folks and tell them to make an appointment to see the new councilwoman, okay?
Yes.
And set something up so they can explain to her what their position is. Good.
Very good. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Okay.
I have done so, Mayor and Councilwoman, for the record.
Say it again.
I have done so, Mayor and Councilwoman, for the
Very
record.
good. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 93 is SUP 18902. This is going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Pawn Plus, the owner is Christensen Brothers LLC. Request for a special use permit for a pawn shop and a waiver to allow a 685-foot separation from an existing financial institution specified, where a 1,000-foot distance separation is required at 854 and 856 East Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Karen?
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Bill Curran. I'm with the firm Ballard, Spire, Andrews, and Ingersoll, located at 300 South 4th Street here in Las Vegas. I represent Pawn Plus. With me today at the podium is Bill Marion, who's assisted us in some of the public outreach efforts with regard to this application. I had anticipated that Craig McCall, my client, would be here at this time. Unfortunately, because of the fact that many items on the agenda were taken off calendar, he apparently isn't here yet. We can go forward. Unfortunately, he does have some of our visual effects that we
Well, the only
hope to
thing that
display,
concerns
but-
me, ordinarily, I'd say we would trail this, but I think there are a bunch of folks who are sitting around. What's your pleasure?
Well, we're ready to go forward, Your Honor.
We'll go forward.
Yeah, we're ready to go
Okay,
forward. This was before the council previously. It's recommended for denial by staff because of the fact that the waiver requirement says that it lumps pawn shops in with the other financial institutions, specified type of institutions, which are payday loans, auto title loans, things of that nature, which often bring controversy with the applications. We submitted at the time that the ordinance was drafted and approved that pawn shops really are different and shouldn't be considered in the same kind of light as the other types of institutions, but the wisdom of the council was let's include them. All that's going to be required is a waiver. We can look at the matters case by case and decide whether a waiver is appropriate. In this case, 685 feet from this location is another so-called financial institution specified. I believe it's a title loan and check cashing. There is only one other nearby pawn shop. That's located on the corner of Maryland Parkway and Sahara, and in fact that is owned by our client, Pawn Plus. As you know from previous appearances I've made on behalf of Mr. McCall, he bought about a half dozen pawn stores from other operators and has been one by one coming before the council seeking to relocate and upgrade those locations because some of the locations he bought really weren't at the standard that he wants to do business at, and this is just such a application. He wants to relocate that location about 1,000 feet away to this new location. The location he proposes to move into is the old M.J. Christensen Jewelers building, which has been there at least since I got to town in the early 70s. I think everybody is familiar with where it is. This is going to become sort of his flagship store. It would be his headquarters. He would move his corporate operations to the second floor. On the ground floor, he would operate his pawn shop. He would There is a computer service company that currently subleases some space in there. He would continue to honor that sublease, but fundamentally, the ground floor would be for the pawn operations. I won't belabor all the things that have been presented to you previously. We know that there was opposition from the business across the street, the Tower of Jewels. They presented to you at the last meeting a petition that had been signed by a number of their customers. They freely admitted at that time that those customers were from all over, not just people who either lived or did business in the neighborhood. For whatever it's worth, our client put up the same kind of petition in his store, which his customers then signed. We've submitted that to the clerk's office. I'm told that has 333 signatures of people indicating that they would approve the move to this location. We asked that this be held at the last meeting because after we were approved at the Planning Commission meeting, the new evidence came in. Mr. Weinstein and his family from the Tower of Jewels and their representative brought in the petitions and so forth. We wanted to see where they were from. We wanted to have a chance to talk to them, and we wanted to have a chance to talk to the school, which was represented to be having concerns. We have, since the time of that meeting, gone forward to do that. Mr. Marion has sort of led the effort in that regard. I'd like him to be able to speak to that briefly, if he may.
Certainly, Mr. Marion.
Thank you. Bill Marion, Purdue Marion Associates, 3455 Cliff Shadows Parkway. Before I begin, I'd actually like to congratulate Councilwoman Williams. We served together in the U.S. Senate together, so it's nice to see you at the on the dais. At the last meeting, we learned that there was opposition from the church and school, which is nearby, and so we wanted to try to reach out to them as well as to others who had signed the petition and explain to them the kind of operation that our client wishes to put in, and especially to let them know that this was going to be not only his corporate headquarters but the flagship store that he was going to put in, that it would also be a jewelry store where they would buy and sell jewelry as well as being a pawn store. And also to explain to them that Craig actually has become a leader in the movement to try to impose more consumer protection on financial institutions, and in fact we recently testified in front of the Assemblywoman Buckley, Speaker Buckley, and her initiative to change laws regarding especially payday loan and check cashing operations. We met with the principal of the school. We were politely received. We explained that we would be very much interested in trying to have a meeting where we could meet with both his staff, with his teachers, as well as with the parents who are concerned about a pawn operation nearby, and be able to explain to them why we think this would be an asset to that community as opposed to a detriment. He told us that unfortunately they were in a period where they were doing testing in the school and other things and would not be able to allow us to actually conduct a meeting on school premises. We asked for that because we thought that would actually be an easy way for the parents to be able to come without intruding on their schedules. So in lieu of that, we decided to hold two public meetings. We held them in the store adjacent to M.J. Christensen, so literally only a block away. We held one at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We held one at 6 o'clock in the evening to make sure that it would be accessible to families, parents, if they wanted to come. We mailed a letter to everybody who signed the petition, as well as to all of the businesses and residents in the notification area. At the first meeting, we had, I believe, 11 people come. 5 of those came from the Tower of Jewels store. There were 2 representatives from the school. There were 3 people who came from neighboring businesses. There were no parents who came. There were no teachers who came. And an indication to me that maybe the concern that they had wasn't enough to make them want to hear our side of the issue. Of the 3 people who came who owned businesses, actually it was 2 people who owned businesses nearby, one who was a woman who was a resident who actually lives right behind where the current pawn store is located. They signed petitions for us saying that they were now in support of the relocation of the store. The second meeting that we held, there were 3 people from the Tower of Jewels who came, and 3 people who are actively involved in neighborhood associations about a quarter of a mile away from where the store is located. I thought we had a very positive meeting there. In fact, the 3 neighbors who came stayed around for another probably half an hour to talk with us about their concerns. I don't know that any of them were ready to say that they support this application, but they did ask us what role we might play in helping them with their neighborhood improvement projects and other things. And I think that they were very willing to listen to us. So those meetings, I think, went very well. They were not widely attended, which means to me that the level of opposition simply wasn't there. I can also tell you that we also went door to door to the neighboring businesses, many of whom had signed an earlier petition, and introduced them to Craig McCall, introduced them to what we were trying to do at that location, and many of them signed our petition saying that they didn't realize what we were trying to do to actually upgrade the area, and they felt very comfortable with what we were doing. So that was our outreach effort, and we would continue to try to work with the neighboring business, the neighboring residents, because we think that this would be a high-quality improvement to that neighborhood. Thank you very much. I'm willing to answer any questions if you have at this time.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Marion at this time? All right.
Thank you.
I would only add that what Mr. Marion referred to, the door-to-door canvassing of the neighboring businesses, I believe a petition with 16 signatures from those businesses was submitted at the last meeting.
Actually, if I may correct that, there were 16 signatures presented at the last meeting, but then there were additional signatures that were presented yesterday, and those are included in that 330 that were presented to the clerk's office.
So we'll answer any questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Curran?
We know there are people who are in opposition present, so.
Okay. We have public hearing. Who would like to be heard on this? Now, okay. Let me do it this way. We'll have a little Robert's Rules of Order on this. All those who are opposed to the project stand on this side, please. And all those who are for the project stand on this side, please. Is there a spokesperson who could represent a group by a showing of hands, or does everybody have a need to speak? It looks like everybody has a need to speak. We're going to put a 2-minute timer on that.
I think what you'll find, Mayor, is that there...
Please identify yourself.
I'm sorry. Aaron Morris, 1349 Galleria Drive, law firm of Woods Erickson. I represent the Tower of Jewels. What you're going to find is that there's basically all cross-sections of life here. You've got people from the Tower of Jewels, people from surrounding businesses,
and
the church.
We're here to hear everybody, but I'm going to put a 2-minute timer on.
Okay. Well, I will try to be brief. The Tower of Jewels opened. Mr. Weinstein purchased the property through the Tower of Jewels in 1998, put millions of dollars into the improvements, and opened for business in 1999. It currently employs 60 people or in excess of 60 people on a daily basis. And the Tower of Jewels does oppose the application. We have submitted a letter in protest. The problem that the Tower of Jewels has is that this neighborhood is truly at a crossroads. To the south, you have things such as the Las Vegas Country Club. To the southwest, you have things such as Turnberry Place, the Sterling Club. Directly to the west, down Sahara, you have a brand new owner of the Sahara Hotel. You have high-rise developments. So basically, you have positive to the west and the southwest. And to the east, you have the intersection of Maryland Parkway and Sahara, which, as the applicant notes in their justification letter, already has 7 of these types of businesses, these so-called financial institutions. The Tower of Jewels would like to see this neighborhood, which is part of a redevelopment district, basically cater to the businesses to the west as opposed to the businesses to the east, and doesn't believe that the addition of a pawn shop into this area will facilitate that. It clearly does not, and I know in the memo that was provided to the council, there's a strange mark, there's a check mark next to the box that says yes, it's in a redevelopment district, but then there's a check mark in the box that says yes, it's in compliance, whereas if you read what's actually written there by staff, it's clear that it's not in compliance. The purpose of the redevelopment plan is for the diversification of the economic base of the redevelopment area, And the memo itself identifies that no, this is exactly the opposite of that. It is, anytime you're looking at a separation requirement, you're requesting a variance of that to add more of one type of business into that area, you're not facilitating that. Mr. Mayor, could I, as one of the people speaking on behalf of the people at the Tower of Jewels, can I request an additional 2 minutes?
Certainly.
With regard to the saturation, one of the arguments we heard at the Planning Commission, and which was at least insinuated here, is that this really shouldn't be an issue because this is a relocation of one of these stores approximately 1,000 feet away. That's what the applicant would like to say. What's the problem? We're moving this location from the intersection of Sahara and Maryland Parkway, where there are 7 of these locations, and we're just moving it into this location, so it really shouldn't be a problem. Title 19.04.050, which is designed to prevent the saturation of these types of business, does not contemplate the idea where if you have one area that is saturated, that you are actually furthering the purpose of that title by taking one of those businesses and moving it to another area and saturating that area. And that's what the applicant is asking occur. They're saying this intersection already has 7 of these businesses, so what's the problem if we just move one of these businesses and take it to another area where there are already similar businesses? We don't believe that's appropriate, and we don't believe that that's what the City Council intended when they passed that title. With regard to, I have not seen the petition. I checked as late as this morning, and I have not seen the petition. What I did see...
If I could.
Yes, please.
According to their representative, Mr. Curran did say that they got this petition signed from all over the valley, and so I don't hold much to it. I do have a question. Who presented the petition to us at the last council meeting in reference to the school? Do you have any idea who?
I know that the signatures were from the school and the church, but I do not know actually who the person was who brought it in and said, I present this to the City Council. I do not know that.
I made a record at that time that they could probably check those addresses, and you might find addresses all over the valley because the students, the parents, go to the school from all over the valley. So I did put credence into the first petition. This petition here, as far as I'm concerned, has no validity at all as far as I'm concerned.
And I appreciate that. And one of the things that I did notice in the record were 15 letters that had been signed. They were form letters that had been signed from people in the area. And it was interesting to note that if you reviewed the letters, they did not say, I support this application. What they said was, I don't oppose the application. And that's a very different thing. The signatures on the petition that was presented in opposition to the application made it clear those were 200 people saying, I don't want this here. I don't want this in this neighborhood. I go to this neighborhood and I don't want it here. Whereas what we saw in at least the 15 letters that were submitted by the applicant was basically people saying, I don't have an opposition to it. One of the people even crossed out the I don't oppose it and just said, I really don't care one way or the other. So I'm happy that was noted or at least that the petition has been reviewed by you, Councilman Reese, and that it's being given less weight. I will conclude by just stating that this all comes down to vision. I mean, this City Council has shown that if you have a vision with regard to what an area should be, you can redevelop it, you can reinvigorate it. Look what's happened to downtown. For the last 8 years, any person that comes in front of this council and says, I want to build something downtown, the same pointed questions are asked by the council, and it's very clear that the council is trying to figure out whether the proposed use would further that vision or whether the proposed use would actually go against that vision. And you see, after years of asking those questions and approving those applications that are in line with that vision and denying those applications which are not in line with that vision, that what you see is the neighborhood starts to take the shape of the vision. It may not be quick, but it happens. The question today is, what is this council's vision for this neighborhood? Does this council 20 years from now want this neighborhood to look more like its neighbors to the west and the south west, the Country Club, Turnberry Place, Sterling Club, and the New Sahara? Pardon me?
Be careful.
or like the intersection of Maryland Parkway and Sahara. And it is respectfully submitted, at least that the people standing on the right side of the room, our right, your left, would like that vision to be more like the properties to the west and
And
south.
because you were so eloquent, I know that you covered about 90% of what these folks would say, so there's no reason for them to have to repeat it, okay? I mean, we're going to hear from everybody, but we understand the gentleman's position, and you've made it very clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you for the project?
Yes, sir.
Please step up, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. Mr. Mayor, through you to the Mayor Pro Tem Reese, by no accident we have a most excellent City Council, Planning Commission, and staff, and I think especially of Director Wheeler. I have been in this from the very get-go. I have to tell you, as respects to the Planning Commission, is the most difficult case we've ever had. They exercised rather Solomonic wisdom in their ruling. I am still in favor of this, but for me, as a resident of Las Vegas, the last word is and should, rightly ought to be, he may not be terribly appreciative, but I yield to Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Reese as the last word in this matter. Whether he recommends approval or not, I have confidence in him. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and against the project, please.
Your Honor, my name is Jack Weinstein. I've lived here 46 years.
Can you speak into the mic, please? Thank you.
My name is Jack Weinstein. I've lived here 46 years. I own the Tower of Jewels, and I live at 1721 South 17th, which is very close to the store. I have no objection to pawn shops. I've owned 6 of them. The pawn shops used to be in a red line area, which consolidated them, which made sense to me. This pawn shop, whether it's the most gorgeous pawn shop in the world, there's a perceived notion. People driving down the street and they see a pawn shop. I'm not looking at this as far as competition for me. In fact, I think it would be good for my business. But for the area, if they're going to build high rises across the street and then someone looks out the window and they see a pawn shop, my opinion, I don't think that's what we want. As far as people in my company signing the petition, no one signed. Not one person in my company signed the petition, as they said. I walked with the petition myself last week and part of this week, and there wasn't a single person in the area who wanted the pawn shop. And I thank you very, very much.
Thank you. All right, in support of the project.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's David Christensen. I'm the oldest grandson of M.J. Christensen, and I've lived here for 57 years. My family came in 39, and many of you may be familiar with them. We own the building, and so my attitude here is going to be biased towards us because we need to sell the building. My father and his 2 brothers own the building. They're in their 80s, and they'd like to sell it. We put it up for sale, and Mr. McCall wants to buy it, but of course, because of the issue here with the pawn shop, we're here today. And I hope you've all taken a look at this district because it isn't well rented. There's a lot of vacancies. We lost, the jewelry store has approximately 10,000 square feet in the bottom floor. We lost the 6,000 square foot tenant last month because they moved over to another part of town. And we're desperate to get something done with this building. If this doesn't go through today, we'll put it back on the listing and we'll see what happens with it. As a matter of fact, there's some issues here that they think that if people have to sell jewelry, it'll degrade the area or pawn their jewelry. And I just want you to know that M.J. Christensen Jewelers has bought jewelry off the street there for years. There's a sign on the building that says we buy it. And so does Mr. Weinstein. He buys stuff off the street all the time. Gold, diamonds, watches, you name it, we buy it. And so there is an issue here about competition and who's trying to support and why they're trying to support or not support this issue. And I'm just here to say that our family needs to sell the building. We found a respectable man. This may be the worst area that he's putting a pawn shop in. I don't know if you've looked at the other ones, but in fact, if M.J. Christensen Jewelers is contemplated to move into the southeast area of Las Vegas at this time, and we're moving into an area which is just a couple of blocks from one of Mr. McCall's pawn shops. So I'd appreciate your support, whatever you can do to help us. And another thing, just one more thing, he's buying it, he's not leasing it, and he's a businessman. And if the area starts to improve, because he's got a nice place, or he's able to rent out this whole building so it doesn't sit vacant like it is now, then maybe it'll help the area rather than deter things happening in the area. And I'm sure he'd be amenable to sell should a big project come along for condominiums or some kind of upgrade in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, against the project.
Hi, my name is Paula Sadler, owner of Harmony Nail Spa at 953 East Sahara Avenue, mayor and council. I'm also president of the new Commercial Center Business Association. We're a new nonprofit association. And across the street, directly from the proposed new pawn shop, we have 250 business suites with 200 occupied and lots of new businesses moving in. So I've been working very hard myself for the past year and a half to improve the area. We've had volunteers go out and paint over graffiti. We've picked up trash. We've hired porter services. We're getting ready to build a website and directory to promote the commercial center to make it great again like it once was many years ago, and to propose a new shopping district. So my question for the council would be to ask, what happens when a pawn shop moves into an area? What does it say about the area? Does crime increase in the area? And so we really want to see more mainstream, bigger businesses come to us, with the new Turnberry Towers and the Country Club. We're working really hard to improve the shopping center. I just recently held a few public meetings myself with all the business owners in January and February, and asked Clark County to come, redevelopment and different agencies, and there seemed to be some expressed interest in wanting to do some really great things just in our little center, and we have 250 suites in all of the commercial center and the surrounding businesses. So I would think that would be a really good question to ask, and the vision for the future is to make it a bustling hub of business 1 mile east of the Strip, and there's plenty of pawn shops already around, and we really want to see, a different quality of business go in that's going to promote the other businesses that are already there. So that's all I have to say, and thank you.
Yes.
Just for the record, the center she talked about is in the county. I have had a conversation with the then Commissioner Myrna Williams about wanting to redevelop the commercial center. I have had conversations with the new County Commissioner, Christian Kiliani, who feels that this is in the redevelopment area and we should treat it as a redevelopment area. So that is in the county, though.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for the project.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Councilman. Paul Anderson. I'm a tenant at 854 East Sahara. I own the computer store, the network services store that's there. I am also the real estate agent that represents a seller in this transaction as well. I just wanted to publicly say that there's a lot riding, obviously, on this special use permit. It's not just whether or not a pawn shop can move into the neighborhood. There's several $1 million that's bound by this decision. Also, the demand that we've had in as far as leasing and selling the building has been quite varying, to say the least. But by far, Strip-related businesses, Las Vegas Boulevard-related businesses, whether it be massage parlors, tattoo shops, things like that, have been probably the bulk of the calls that we've gotten as far as availability on the space that we're trying to lease. So there's, it kind of gives you some alternative as to what the market demand is for this location. And that's basically, we've advertised this for lease and for sale nearing a year now. So I just want to state that. Thank you. And I would appreciate your vote in favor of this.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, opposed?
Good afternoon. Thank you. Edward Santoro, 1005 Royal Birch Lane. When I understood that they were going to open a pawn shop next door, I attended both meetings, the local meetings, and I observed a county commission meeting and a planning meeting where they were putting a license in Councilman Ross's area, and they showed us these beautiful renderings and pictures of a store that they had on Sahara that they described as a jewelry store, not really a pawn shop. I thought, well, gee, maybe that's not such a bad idea. Can I show some photos?
Certainly.
Thank you. So I went to their locations that were in the phone book. I guess there were about 11 locations. And besides the two representations that Mr. Marion showed at the community meetings, the signage that he says wouldn't exist with title loans and auto loans and payday loans seem to be all at all his other locations. As far as the place being like a jewelry store, when I went into the two of his, what he claimed himself were his upscale locations, I didn't see much in the way of jewelry. What I found at most of the stores like this are, looks like generators and barbecues and bicycles being peddled out on the street. I guess that's the unclaimed property. And I have to tell you, the worst of the worst is just a few blocks from here. This is what really shocked me. This is literally in the shadow of Fremont Street. This is right over here on 4th Street. We have plastic lettering on the sign for instant cash that is falling off the window. The backs of the stereos are facing the window. They're on like, appears to be homemade wooden shelving. And this is really it. Here we have a 24-hour window, so I guess if we want to make loans in the middle of the night from 9 at night to 8 in the morning or something like that, we can make loans through a sliding glass petition. It's kind of reminiscent of, to be honest with you, it looks like a South Bronx crack den. And we're talking literally steps from the Fremont Street experience. It's kind of disheartening that that's what the real picture is, and we've been seeing, and we were shown at the Planning Commission, beautiful renderings, which are great, you know, but it's not the true face of the applicant. This is really more like it. Just wanted to let you guys see this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just ask, do you have a picture of the Sahara location?
No, I expected Mr. McCall to show up with that today, because
okay.
that has been on their little, they've met in here before with that,
Right,
I
it
believe.
wasn't what I had seen, so that's why I wondered if you had it.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody like to speak for the project?
Mayor, before the gentleman leaves, is he going to submit those to the record, or?
Would you like to put those in the record?
Certainly.
Good.
Certainly.
Be kind enough to hand them to the clerk. 4? For the project?
No, I don't want it for the project. These people are waiting to be heard, Your Honor?
Yes, they're waiting.
I'll wait until they get
Thank
done.
you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay, against the project.
My name is Tamara Olmstead. I reside at 530 Battle Mountain. I am an employee of Tower of Jewels, but that is not my main reason for opposition for this. My daughter graduated from Trinity High School. 3 of my 8 grandchildren attend Trinity School. They've attended Trinity Preschool since the age of 2. It's a centrally located, affordable, private school. I felt comfortable knowing that my daughter was right next door to me all day. I feel comfortable that my grandchildren are there. I don't think that the element that a pawn shop attracts is conducive to this environment. Trinity provides a safe, family, close-knit environment for our kids, along with a good education. And as a caring parent and grandparent, I respectfully ask that this council deny this application.
Thank you. Anybody like to speak for? All right, against?
My name is Mabel Murray. I live at 344 Xavier. Mayor Goodman, this is from Veronica Holmes. She wants you to know that her granddaughter goes to Trinity and she's opposed to the pawn shop. She also wants me to speak on her behalf because she is stuck at the store.
Really?
My name is Mabel Murray. I own Trudy Furs, which is in the downtown art and antique district. My child goes to Trinity. He is in the 8th grade. Trinity is located 1 mile from my store, which is very convenient for me. The location is a little run down, but nevertheless, it is a great school. I have noticed a trend of business owners from the downtown business area wanting to send their children to Trinity. It seems to me like this would be a win-win situation. You get more businesses wanting to go to the downtown area, and there is a great school close by for them to go to. So why would you want to put another pawn shop in that location? You already have two close by. I don't really think it will improve the appearance of the area, nor will it make parents feel more comfortable about leaving their children to go to this school in this area of town. Pawn shops bring people who are having financial difficulties and are down and out. Not that everyone who goes to a pawn shop is bad. I go to pawn shops. But life isn't a bowl of cherries if you're pawning your possessions. Really, do you want your kids hanging around with people that are ending up having to go to pawn shops? And why would you want it near a school and a church? Trinity is a wonderful school and church that survives in a worn-out part of town. But it seems like a pawn shop would not improve the neighborhood, just make it a little more unfriendly for any new students or family thinking about sending their children to this wonderful school. Besides, why would you want a pawn shop so close to a church so they can pray that they can get their stuff out of pawn when the time is up? Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
And in regards to Tower of Jewels, I really find it hard to believe that the clients that go to Tower of Jewels are pawning their stuff before they go to Tower of Jewels, and I don't think it's really fair to compare Tower of Jewels to a pawn shop. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody for the project? All right, then against.
Just quickly, because I spoke at the last meeting, I'm Daryl Groberger, and you'd asked whether who had submitted the applications for the signatures, and I was the one that submitted them at the last meeting. Thank you. For the school and church.
Thank you, appreciate that. Anybody for the project? All right, against?
Good afternoon. My name is William Stutz. I reside at 1413 Sweeney Avenue in the Huntridge neighborhood. I'm also employed by the Tower of Jewels. And when I moved here from Chicago, I met the young lady that I ended up marrying. We've been married for about 2.5 years now. We decided that we wanted to live in this central downtown location. We knew that the house we purchased on the street in which we reside needed some improvement. We made dramatic improvements to our home. We actually purchased it from HUD. It was a government-owned house. And we put our own labor as well as a lot of money into this house, betting on the redevelopment of this neighborhood. And we see it. We see a lot of our neighbors, young professionals moving in. We see a lot of people who work in the downtown area. My wife works at 3330 Sunrise, which is Legacy Snack Foods. I'm the treasurer for that business. So we have a lot of interest in this downtown area. We see a lot of the wonderful improvements here, but we really don't feel, as a resident, as an employee and a business owner of this area, we don't see that this is conducive to the redevelopment project that we've all been hearing about. So we'd like to ask that you guys oppose this, and we appreciate it as residents and business owners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else, please?
Mayor Goodman, before
Yes.
Mr. Christoph speaks, may I just ask Margot a couple of what I'm going to call fundamental questions? Margot? This is on for consideration for a special use permit. Why does this type of use need a special use permit?
Mayor and Councilman, the City Council approved the ordinance that requires the distance separation for pawn shops, auto title loan, financial institutions specified, which are those that are not banking institutions but are private institutions that lend under different requirements of the state. The concern with this type of use was that if there is a concentration of these types of uses in a specific area, then there is an implied difference in that commercial neighborhood, if you will, from other neighborhoods. And therefore, this allows for the public hearing to consider the use in that particular use in this particular location, and specifically to make findings with regard to the proximity of this use to the most adjacent residential neighborhoods and other similar uses. So the council has the public hearing to, one, inform the public, and number 2, bring the matter before you for your consideration of the specific issues of this specific use in that location.
Thank you. And then my second question, which may be just kind of a parallel of the first one, is they're asking for a waiver. When do we traditionally grant waivers in cases such as this?
In this case, what you have is findings. There are findings for the special use permit that are required here, and you would have to be able to make the findings that the land use is compatible with the neighborhood, the site is physically suitable, and that the approval of the SUP not only meets public health and safety, but the overall objectives of the general plan, even though it does not meet the distance separation standards. So you have a list of findings that you must make, and because they do not meet those distance requirements, you have to say, even though it doesn't meet the distance requirements, we can still make those findings.
Let me ask you this. You've just given us our legal analysis, if you will. In other words, what we must use to analyze the situation to come to a conclusion. But oftentimes, we grant waivers without making those findings on the record, do we not?
The staff report is before you, sir, and as the staff report is part of the record, I believe that it becomes part of the formal findings on the case, and I'm looking at Mr. Scott for his confirmation or addition to that.
And I would say yes to that, but also when you find there to be good cause to grant such waivers, as Ms. Wheeler alluded to, the fact that it is harmonious and compatible with the existing neighborhood, that it doesn't harm the general public and those findings, then you can grant the waiver if there's good cause to do so. And a lot of times the reason you do have special use permits on certain businesses is that the council has deemed certain businesses to cause impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. Therefore, they require to have a special use permit so that you can condition it to lessen those impacts on the surrounding developments.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and Council, and City Manager. My name is Christoph. First name is Peter. I have property in the city as well as the county. I do live in the county, where it's less hectic as it is today in the city, with things that what we're discussing. You know, I look at this when you talk about Boca Raton, Shopping Plaza, Gallery, Fashion Mall, all these places, where why don't they have a pawn shop in those places? It seems like areas in the low profile areas, it seems like these pawn shops as well as other businesses, loans, fast loan money and everything are in these areas, but not into the big areas, and you never see anything down on Town Center or on the upper part of Summerlin. But for some reason, these areas are targeted continuously with abundance of all different types of these businesses that have become more of attract problems than anything else. Take, for instance, the Spanish Oak. That was a great piece of property 30 years ago. To this day, the people who live there, confronted with all these types of businesses, and I don't have one special one, have defaced that whole front. The value of the property has never increased in 15 years. You can buy a beautiful home in there for almost $400,000. Same thing with other places around that area. And I believe that, sure, anybody has a right to go in business, Your Honor, but we have to have areas that are designated to not over-cluster them with so many of these types of business, because it draws a lot of different problems. Bad for the area for residents, school, people who live in nice gated communities that come out and they're confronted with problems. And I believe that you have to make this decision not to deny the person the right to go in business, but the right to keep them at a distance where they can be doing for themselves as well as for the community, not overdressing the problem of crime and other problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for hearing me. I'm the director for Trinity Life Preschool.
What's your name, ma'am?
Audrey Staves. And I didn't plan to come and speak, but I'm listening to everyone, and I thought that it was only right that I speak up for my families. And I'm listening to everyone, and I'm thinking about what everyone has said, and I think about the impact that this type of business would be on the families that I have and the future families that would want to enroll their children. We are the closest center to that location where it's going to the business that you're talking about. And we already have activity coming through that street where we are at 928 East Sahara. And the activity coming through there is intermediate students going to the school, passing on the next street on St. Louis. We have homeless that come through there. We have people living right next to us in this area. So we are facing all the different types of activity that comes through our street. And our parents have decided to enroll their child there, even though that is going on. We have many families there that graduated from this school, and now they have families. They believe in the school, they believe in the staff, and they continue to come, knowing what's around us. But what about the future? Will that continue? The future of Trinity High School, the future of Trinity Elementary and Preschool depends on whether families will trust their environment and where their child is for 8 to 10 hours. We are there Monday through Friday from 6:30 to 6. And we meet the challenges that come, we face them, and we are different than the elementary and high school. They open at 8, they close at 3. But we are still there at 6.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
If I could, John, ma'am,
Yeah.
how do you get along with the construction over there on St. Louis?
Excuse me?
I said, how are you getting along with construction on St. Louis?
No. My truck is full of dust.
All right, last one.
Hello. Excuse me. I am somewhat reluctantly speaking out against the project.
You have to give us your name.
I'm sorry. I'm Stephen Franklin, 556 Ellen Way, Las Vegas. And I do want to thank Bill and Craig. I know that they did a neighborhood presentation a week or two ago regarding the project and thought it was very well done, and it certainly did change my mind to a degree. It did leave some questions in my mind, and I did a little research actually for the last city council meeting, knowing that this was going to be an agenda item, and it was obeyed until today. But I do want to thank Craig and Bill for the presentation, and it certainly alleviated some concerns that I had. And I actually just came across this information that I had downloaded today and would like to share it with you. And I feel that these are items that have not been addressed by anybody that's in opposition of the project. So would like to go over a report that was done by the local television CBS affiliate, Channel 11 in Dallas, Fort Worth area, regarding pawn shops. And it states that the Dallas Police Department just wrapped up a major enforcement campaign to make sure the merchandise bought and sold in them is not stolen. Dallas police spent 2 weeks targeting pawn shops across the city, and the results were astonishing. A total of 1,275 people were questioned during traffic stops. 201 were arrested, while 368 had a history of selling stolen property to pawn shops. I think it exceeds the expectations of what we had going in, says Lieutenant Eric Webb of the Dallas Police Department. We felt like it was a good way to address the crime rate involving property crimes. Hundreds of stolen items were recovered, including lawn equipment, golf clubs, and computers. Officers never went inside any pawn shops. Instead, police conducted surveillance and traffic stops on people, suspicious customers. We used traffic stops and other surveillance. May I?
Not much longer, no.
Okay. You get the idea on that one. Man, I've got a bunch more here. Relating to, this comes from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department.
It's irrelevant to us. We know what pawn shops are.
Okay.
And Fort Lauderdale and Dallas.
One last
they
thing.
Can't hold a candle to us.
Councilwoman Tarkanian had asked for current photographs of the current shop on Sahara and Maryland Parkway, and I do have some photographs. If you'd like me to share them.
Go ahead, please.
This is the current location, and in no particular order.
Go ahead, please.
This is just indicating, signage on the wall here. It says title loans, payday loans, great buys. And I'll just do this quickly here. These are not as good as the other gentleman's photographs, but photographs, some kind of a vacuum thing here. This was just taken this morning, by the way. Large screen TV. These are just bars, for the to me, if the business is safe and good for the neighborhood, they wouldn't have a sign like this on their front door, please ring bell after dark. I surveyed all of the other commercial businesses within the shopping center. Nobody has a sign like that on their business. Store equipped with time lock safe, and that's
very good. Thank you. I think we're prepared.
Oh, here's one more of just the interior of the current location, which I saw the presentation a week or so ago with the neighborhood meeting, and it's quite a bit different than what they presented at the neighborhood meeting, and unfortunately I missed the presentation here today. But
it's really different than what I had seen earlier, too, so I was just interested. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else in the public hearing? Close the public hearing then. Mr. Curran, did you want to wind up?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Steve for showing you those photos, because that's actually the store that we're trying to close. That's not the store that is over on Sahara and Rainbow.
Could I just say, Mr. Mayor, thank goodness.
Yeah, right. And actually,
the last I saw was really a beautiful store.
Right. I'm actually also glad that Mr. Santoro showed you the photos of the other stores, because this is exactly what my client is trying to change. Those are all stores that he has bought recently within the last year and a half or so. What he is trying to do is change those stores into something that is much more presentable. And I'll give you examples, and I think that you've seen these. This is the store, and is that visible?
Yes, upside down.
Upside down. There we go. This is a relocation store. This is a store in Green Valley. You can see that it looks from the exterior nothing like any of the others, and it's an image of what my client is trying to do with these stores that he's bought, but it takes relocation in order to do them. This is the exterior of that store. This is the interior of that store. So you can see there are jewelry cases. They do sell jewelry. It is kept neat. It is kept clean. That is the area in which my client wants to take pawn operations. Here is a store. An exterior shot of his store in Anthem. Again, if you look at that exterior, that's where he's trying to go with the relocation of these stores. You can also see that it's right next door to the St. Francis of Assisi corporate office. And in fact, I think they have sent a letter in saying that they appreciated having Craig McCall and his store as one of their neighbors. It is not a threat to a church. This is an interior shot of that store. And yes, indeed, these are the photos that we showed at our neighborhood meeting, because they are photos of the stores that he does own, and it's photos of the stores that he's trying to create. Here's another interior shot. And then finally, this is the store, I think, Councilwoman Tarkanian, that you might be interested in. I'm sorry, I don't have an interior of it. But this is the store that he just recently relocated onto Sahara and Rainbow. Again, we need the stores that he bought, which indeed are run down. It takes time in order to find a new site, in order to relocate, and then in order to upgrade. And that is what we're going to be doing with these stores. And here's the interior of that store. And actually, this is a photo. We had a high school jazz band play on a Friday afternoon, and we're going to be doing more of that.
We saw that last time.
Right. So I just want to say that to look at the stores that he's trying to relocate and to say that that is emblematic of what he's trying to create is wrong. We respect whatever it is that the council wants to do here today with regard to this project. And we appreciate being able to come forward with you and explaining how my client is trying to reshape the image of pawn stores and to reshape the image of his jewelry stores as well. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. Okay.
If I can just answer a couple of questions very briefly. Councilman Reese asked the question about the petition. As I indicated, the petition we submitted yesterday is really just the same as the petition that was submitted by the Tower of Jewels. Previously, you said we might want to...
The Tower of Jewels did not submit that petition. The principal of the school submitted that petition.
Okay, if I stand corrected. If I can show you, we did, at your suggestion, it was admitted when it was submitted that they were from people from all over. So we didn't really, but we did check. We did go through signature by signature This is the location put on a map of the valley of the signatures designated as church members or parents. That's the location where those residences are located. You can see there.
But I put on record, Mr. Kern, at that time, with that petition, people in the neighborhood don't use this school.
No, we agree with you.
Well,
we're not contesting that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you're going to have addresses all over the valley from people going to this school. Your petition, you admitted yourself that you just went to one of the stores and got people to sign no matter where they live.
Absolutely.
That's not what I'm looking for.
Well,
I'm looking at those people that live and work and go to school in this area that we're talking about right here on East Sahara.
As you understand, Your Honor, mostly this is a commercial neighborhood. We did submit letters from, I think it's 16, I haven't counted them recently, but I think it's 16 businesses at the last meeting indicated they had indicating that they were not opposed to our project. Mr. Marion made reference to a letter from the pastor of St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Church in Henderson. If I can just read it to you, it's dated March 30th, to whom it may concern. St. Francis of Assisi Parish offices had its immediate neighbor when we were located at our Eastern Avenue site for 3 years, from January of 2004 until January of 2007, Pond Plus. Our neighbor was pleasant and cooperative, and nothing adverse to our parish office was ever noted. Please feel to contact me if you have any questions. I submit that to you. It's one isolated thing from a neighbor, but for the comfort of the people from the school who think that this business causes a problem, I think it's important that they understand that. And there's only one other thing that I'd like to note. To the gentleman who said that why is it that ponds are only in, I don't know what his term was for neighborhoods, but I can tell you that I'm aware that there is a pawn shop just off Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. It serves a different kind of a customer base, different kinds of needs, but pawn shops located lots of locations, and we respectfully submit that this application represents something that will be part of the solution to the challenges in this neighborhood and not add to the challenges. So with that, we ask your approval, and I'll submit this letter to the clerk.
Thank you. Clerk will make it part of the record. Thank you.
Could Mr. McCall address the thing about the police that was made? We have a pawn squad here.
You mean in Dallas? At Fort Lauderdale?
Yes,
I don't care about Dallas and Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
Other points, real quick. And I realize we're running a lot of time. Mayor and Council, just 20 seconds. I just wanted to first of all say that this has been very frustrating and difficult for me. I would never want to bring a business that would bring harm on neighbors, particularly church or schools. And as I think hopefully most of you know and know in other locations, what I'm trying to do is actually upgrade each store that I have. And, and it's so that we can get away from what some of the pictures that were presented there. And I think the stores that you all have seen me move, I've done what I said I was going to do, and I've always do that. And anyway, those are the points. I've appreciated your support in the past. I respect whatever you do today, but I'll always try and make a move in a manner that is pleasing and satisfying to the council as well as the neighbors in the community, because I want them to be my customers and be well received. I want them to feel well received about what I do. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank everybody for coming down and expressing themselves. We do appreciate it. All right, the Mayor Pro Tem.
Are there any questions of the council members? I've been over at this location 3 or 4 different times of the day and the evening. I was over there when the school was letting out. I can certainly appreciate Mr. McCall and what he's intending to do. But again, though, I really have a hard time forcing a business into a neighborhood where it seems the neighbors don't want it. This is a redevelopment area. I would ask Ms. Wheeler if she would give us the reasons why staff is recommending denial, please.
Yes, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. With regard to the first finding that the land use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding uses and future surrounding uses as projected in the general plan, the proposed pawn shop is to be located in a building that is 685 feet from an existing financial institution specified, and therefore the proposed use cannot meet the requirements as set forth in Title 19, and as a result of the failure to meet the separation requirements as outlined in the city code, staff cannot recommend approval of the special use permit. And additionally, with regard to the requirement that the special use permit at the specific site not be inconsistent or compromise public health, safety, welfare, or the overall objectives of the general plan, which includes the city's adopted redevelopment plan. This proposed pawn shop requires separation from an established financial institution specified, and there are several within the separation requirements as required by the code. Therefore, the public welfare protections required in Title 19 would be compromised, and staff must recommend denial.
Thank you. We look to the west, and you see the Allure Towers, you see the Turnberry Towers, you see the new buyer at the Sahara Hotel. The city, in its wisdom, again, spent around $1.8 million redoing St. Louis Avenue between Paradise and Maryland Parkway. I feel like that the city is trying to bring back a neighborhood that has been brought to our attention today that is maybe a little bit substandard down around Maryland Parkway. I really take offense to that because I know that we're really trying, as Mayor Goodman leads us, to redevelop some of these areas like Maryland Parkway and Sahara. When you see applicants come in that really means well, like I mentioned earlier, it's just really difficult sometimes to make these decisions. But I really feel like I read through the planning commissioners, what they said about this project. I also seen what the planning commissioner that represents this area asked his fellow planning commissioners to help him with, and that is to maintain the redevelopment area. I don't feel like that allowing this is going to allow us to continue in the redeveloping of this area. I don't think it's going to be harmonious with the surrounding area, the school, the church. My motion is going to be for denial, and I hope that we can live with this decision. That was my motion on it.
That's a motion. I want to say this before we vote. I don't think that anything happened today should be an aspersion upon Mr. McCall. Much of what we're talking about is perception. And I know how difficult it is to overcome perception when you have a redevelopment area. The perception, unfortunately, becomes much of the reality. So I don't want you to stop trying to bring and upgrade your product into our community. Don't read it that way. This is each one of these has to be judged on their own merit, and we have the school there, and I think that has made a great impact as far as whatever decision we're reaching here. Yes.
Briefly, I'd like to echo those comments. I'm going to support the motion, but when I first got into office, I didn't know the legal foundation for zoning and pawn shops and such, but I was introduced to a gentleman, Steve Mack, who at the time was expanding his Super Pawn franchise. And I spent a couple times at his sites, not only looking at the quality of the stores, but he brought me through the technology of the industry. He introduced me to what they do with Metro here locally as far as raising, as you say, the perception of this industry. And I think he ended up selling his franchises for $100 million, but he went into some areas in the Northwest when I represented that area in Ward 4 that proved to be real good business neighbors. It's often said, and I appreciate those that spoke today didn't talk about the pawn shop element, which sometimes people do. But what we see, people use this as another service, via a bank, a traditional bank, or credit cards, and it's become a demand in our community today. And I think Steve Mack had done a great job of bringing that industry up to a whole new level. He's out of it now, but Craig McCall, from my perspective, has taken that baton and tried again to bring it up to, perception-wise, a more respectable industry. He builds a great product, and when you're sitting in Anthem, a master plan community, with a shop like that, the people that use his store in Anthem are that neighborhood, a very affluent neighborhood. So it's not his perception of the photos that we were shown. That's behind us, hopefully. That's where 99% of the problem and perceptions come from, those low-quality, low-grade, manipulative management folks that have taken advantage of our community. We're trying to eliminate those. The law allows their entitled businesses, so we can't take the business out, but people like Mr. McCall bring that to a level where you get reputable owners, product, facilities, and you eliminate simply by competition the stigma that's been placed on the pawn shop as a whole. So I agree, Mayor. Mr. McCall he's done a great job. He's lives here. His family's here. He's part of this community. As a site-by-site, I can see Mayor Pro Tem's concerns as far as a transition of this neighborhood, but I don't like the fact that some people think that a pawn shop, even of this quality, is somehow going to harm the business community in the area, the neighbors in the community in the area, churches, schools, out in Ward 4, out in the Northwest, those that have been successful out there. That hasn't proven to be true. And as a final comment, I'd just like to, Mr. Weinstein, his comments were very important because he said the two things that I wanted to hear, that it's not a matter of competition. He actually said he'd welcome your competition. I think Christensen Jewelers has been a pretty good competitor for many years. And he said even if it was the greatest store ever built, which I think was an indirect compliment to you, Mr. McCall, that you would bring that quality in. And I appreciated that. It wasn't so much who you are and what you represent. It was more concern for the area Mayor Pro Tem represents. Thank you.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
We thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your consideration, your comments, too. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I meant to vote yes.
Okay, will the
pressed
record
wrong
reflect that Councilwoman wants her vote changed to yes, please?
I hit
Yes.
the wrong button.
No
again.
problem. You're not the Lone Ranger. All right. Item number 94 is SDR 17298. The applicant is Republic Services of Southern Nevada. The owner is Premier Trust of Nevada. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed parking lot and a waiver to allow a reduction of the perimeter landscaping buffering requirements on 0.52 acres adjacent to the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 600 feet east of 6th Street. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
Right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant, Republic Services. We're here for an overflow parking lot for their existing office complex on East Sahara. We appreciate staff's favorable recommendation as well as the Planning Commission's favorable recommendation, and we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We held this in abeyance for seems like 6 months. I still don't know why. I make a motion for approval with all staff conditions.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor, a few changes. This is on item number 94. Condition number 2, the site plan dated March 6th, 07, and landscape plan dated April 3rd, 07. Change to condition number 3, that the landscaping shall be 4 feet along the east and 5 feet on the west. Condition number 4, to delete the last sentence and add a condition that the waiver is approved to allow zero landscape fingers in the parking lot area only.
All right, is that agreeable?
Absolutely, thank you.
Very good.
As amended, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much, and
You're welcome.
congratulations to the re-elected council members.
Items 95 through 97. 95 is VAR 19353. This is going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Rodrigo and Torcida Herrera. Request for a variance to allow a side yard setback of 0 feet where 10 feet is the minimum required on .44 acres at 946 East Sahara in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 96 is VAR 19356. Same applicant owner. Request for a variance to allow 24 parking spaces where 27 spaces are the minimum required on .44 acres at 946 East Sahara Avenue in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Dennis Rusk, architect, 39.
Oh, pardon me, wait, one more.
I'm sorry.
I apologize.
That's right, there's one more.
Yeah, pardon me. 97 is SDR 19350. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for a proposed 4,722 square foot commercial building and waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow no perimeter landscape buffer in the side yards where 8 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a 6-foot perimeter landscape buffer in the rear yard where 8 feet is the minimum required on .4 acres at 946 East Sahara Avenue. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Dennis Rusk, architect, 3960 East Patrick Lane. This project came before you about 2 years ago. The clients got their financing together. They're in the process of pulling the permit when this time elapsed, so we had to reapply and start all over again with the planning, and that's why we're back here. They're ready to pull the permits and build this little building on Sahara.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so
And what's going to be the use of these? Is it going to be an office complex?
No, it's just a small strip retail center.
How many suites are we going to have?
I believe what's anticipated is 4 retail strip, 4 centers, 4 individual retail uses, about 1,000 square feet each.
Is it going to be a
here, here, and here.
Is it going to be a single story?
Single story.
Do you have any elevation what the buildings will look like?
Yes, we do.
Looks pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing, folks. Be happy to hear from anybody. All right, we'll close the public hearing then.
On the variance 19353, make a motion to follow staff and planning commission recommendations for approval with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Vote. Motion carries.
And on the variance for the 3 parking spaces, I believe we could be able to work that out. So my motion would be for approval of the variance 19356, follow the planning commission staff recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
And
motion carried.
And on the site development review, if I could I ask, what kind of landscaping are we going to have, Margot?
If I may, I was ready for that, Mayor Pro Tem. You're always concerned about this, and I wanted to let you know that on the Sahara frontage, there will be a minimum of 20 feet of landscaping. All of the required trees will be in place. The waiver is on the 2 sides where it's adjacent to other commercial property, but from the public right-of-way, it'll be heavily landscaped.
Thank you. Any other condition we need to add?
No, sir.
Thank you. I make a motion to follow planning commission staff recommendation for approval of site development review on item number 97, agree with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good luck to you. Item 99 is SUP 19296. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant is Czech City. The owner, Becker and Sons, request for a special use permit for a proposed auto title loan, establishment a waiver of the 200-foot minimum distance separation requirement from residential zone property at 1990 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. I see Mr. Brown is there. Once again, I have to abstain because of my business relationship with him on a building on West Charleston. And,
Well, maybe you have him sit down and talk to Lucy and have her get the money then.
I'm not going there.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Brown, please.
Good afternoon. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Lucy Stewart, who also represents the applicant. This property is located at the southeast corner of Rainbow and Lake Mead. Presently at this location, you may have noticed there's a closed 7-Eleven. There's a block wall behind the shopping center which separates it from residential. It should also be noted that there's a tavern as well as a dry cleaners in that location right now, and I think Ms. Stewart wants to make a few comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The only other comment I guess I would make is that we think this is actually a better neighbor to the residential to the east than the previous occupant, which was a convenience store, because convenience stores do have an awful lot of deliveries, refrigerator trucks that stay running the whole time when they're making the deliveries, whereas this is pretty quiet. I mean, there's really no deliveries. It's got limited hours, and it pretty much functions like a financial institution or a bank. So.
What hours are you going to be open?
We're restricted by city code, so I think that's what.
The code restricts to 8 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Thanks. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak on these items? This item? Mr. Kristoff.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristoff. I have property in the city, and I live and have property in the county. My name is Kristoff. First name is Peter. You know, I tried to extinguish the word auto loan and title. It comes under some of the other ones that I've spoke about recently today and before. It becomes a situation where we're having these take your vehicle and get a loan, get paid loan deals. All these things are popping up like weeds. And even in Ward 5, knowing that I had a person today who couldn't come, he had to go to something special in the hospital. He asked me to just mention it, and his name was Gene Collins. He says, why is it that our area is always target for things like this when we are trying to bring our neighborhood, our community up, focusing for better things? We don't even have a market, food market, but yet we put these paid loans and auto loans and stuff. And I'm speaking actually for Mr. Collins because he's in the hospital as of today for another day or two. But I just want to let you know, Council, that the people in Ward 5 does not have anybody speaking for them. That's in the category as a city council. And he asked me this morning to come down and speak, and I told him I was coming down anyhow, and I would explain that they really want to table this for a while until somebody that represents Ward 5 can talk about it.
You obviously weren't here this morning, but we have an appointment for the Ward.
What's your name, Council?
Let me introduce myself.
Yeah.
I'm Brenda Williams, and I am the newly appointed City Councilwoman for Ward 5.
Is that due to the fact that I saw the election yesterday? You're temporary until
I'm an interim appointment.
For 15
yes.
months?
Interim,
Okay.
no, sir.
Wonderful.
5 weeks.
Gene,
5 meetings.
Gene called me up about exactly 10 o'clock, and he knew that, he had to go to the hospital for something important, and he asked me, and I spoke to him across the street called a substation, a submarine place for sandwiches. And I said I would be glad to talk in behalf of it if there was nobody in Ward 5 speaking on that one particular subject. Thank you very much. I'll leave it to you as the council person for that area. Thank you, Your Honor, and Council.
Thank you. Yes. Anyone else wishing to speak? Here, seeing none. Council members, any comments?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Please.
A couple of general questions. I don't know, Mr. Brown, if you know the answers or Lucy. For this type of business, the auto title loan establishment, what type of licenses does your client need to obtain to run this kind of business?
Actually, they're licensed by the state and then locally by the city.
Locally by the city, so it's a business license, but is there any background check done by our city people on a business license application?
I'm not sure on the city, but I believe through the state. But to be honest with you, actually the auto title is the minor part of this business, but because it's the more intense use on the special use, if you ask for the special use for the auto title, then the check cashing and payday loan and the financial institution falls under, but really the auto title is the least part of their business.
Okay, I understand that. And they have to get a state license. Is there any kind of a background check done by the state?
I honestly don't know that.
He's shaking his head yes.
It takes many months, so I'm going to tell you that it probably is, yeah. So I can't say. They ask for a detailed application, and it takes you 3-4 months to get it.
Okay.
And Councilman, I think that our licensing division through Mr. DiFiore does suitability checks, so I'm assuming they would do a background investigation through Metro.
Well, here's what I'd like. Nothing to affect your client in this application, assuming the motion is for approval. I'm going to support that motion. But, Brian, could I ask you to check for us and find out and brief the entire council what kind of background checks are done as far as the city is concerned and as far as the state is concerned on these types of licenses?
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none. Councilwoman.
I'm sorry, I was getting direction here.
That's good.
Okay, actually, I don't feel that I'm well versed enough to speak on this, but I'm going to get some information right now. I understand that the requirement is that you're asking for a waiver of the 200-foot minimum distance separation between the residential zone and your business, your title loan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I also understand that it was not a requirement that the community be advised of your license is a request. Is that correct?
Well, no, I think there was no Margot. Margot, there was notification sent out, wasn't there?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
So we notify all of the property owners of record on the county assessor's rolls within 1,000 feet, and we notify all registered neighborhood associations within 1 mile.
Can I ask what the response was to those notifications?
I believe there was one person at the planning commission that gave a protest, and there may be one other protest, but there's nobody here today from the community protesting this application.
That is correct. Mayor Pro Tem is correct. We show one protest.
Okay, one other question. I see that the staff recommends denial. Can I get the reasons for denial, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman, the recommendation for denial is based upon the waiver, and because there is nothing unusual about this site that would therefore allow staff to make a recommendation of approval.
I see.
Okay. Sorry, if I could just make a comment, though. But the way it's measured is that it's from property line to property line, and so it's a common property line. The building is set back. There's a driveway and there's a parking space, so it's not immediately adjacent to the houses. And then, I don't know if you can see on the aerial photograph, it's the side yard and the rear yard of the houses that are closest to this property. So, and actually, I'd have to correct, nobody showed up at the planning commission and protested. I don't know where that note came from, but
it is a written letter
oh, right,
in
okay.
your package.
Yeah.
I'm sure, Councilwoman, that the applicant would be willing to hold us in abeyance for 2 weeks if you wanted to go out and look at it.
That's exactly what I would like. I would like to hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks so that I can make an intelligent decision, because at this point, I do have some concerns with the proliferation of title loans, payday checking, all of this stuff in Ward 5. So I really do need to have a hard look at it. I'd like to meet with you also.
I think that'd be a good idea to meet with the Councilwoman. So then your motion would be to hold this in abeyance until our...
I'm sorry, yes. My motion is to hold this in abeyance until, for 2 weeks, until I have an opportunity to go out and look at the property.
That'd be April 18th.
Yes.
You've heard the motion. Any question on the motion? Please cast your vote. Please post.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. We'll go to item 100. This is SUP 19340, The applicant owner is Joe Bonin. Request for a special use permit for an accessory packaged liquor off-sale establishment in conjunction with an existing retail business at 2981 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing, which is now open.
Hello, good evening. My name is Joe Bannon. I'm the owner of the property 2981 East Charleston.
Yes, sir. Are there any questions of Mr. Bonin? Folks, the public hearing, would anyone want to be heard?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Don Walford. I am here representing the property owner at 3001 East Charleston, which is the adjacent corner of 30th and Charleston, where both of these sit. My little feet, my big head, and I won't describe the other parts of me, have walked that corner for the last 23 years. My business has been there for the last 23 years. Some of the council members know that I'm involved with the redevelopment of downtown Las Vegas. As a native of Las Vegas, I can see a vast improvement in our area. I cannot say that this would be advantageous for us to have liquor on that corner. It's adjacent to multifamily living. I feel it would be a detriment to our property in the event that we have many offices there. Currently, after dark, the landscape down there does change from time to time with different characters. But I just don't, we have just a half a block away or so, we have 7-Eleven. Within another block, we have going west, we have liquor available. I'm not against liquor. I'm just against it being on this corner. I think it's inappropriate given the amount of that's available in the area. And I would also recommend that he's opened up a market. And I've been inside, and if you want to buy a soft drink, and you can tell by the signage, and I believe it's over. I think the signage is just way too much for that building. But I would like to know really what the gross sales of liquor will be. Will that be the majority of his business? Will that be, when you say market, and you have a very limited market, and you now are going to be selling packaged liquor, is that really going to be, what is it going to be? It's going to be a liquor store that sells a little bit of dry goods?
Excuse me just a moment. Margaret, do we have a percentage of how much space is going to be used for the alcohol?
Yes, sir, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, we do. For this type of application, the sale of alcoholic beverages is limited to a maximum of 10% of the floor area of the store.
Okay. It does help as far as the store area, but his store area is very, very small. That's not easy. I believe he has a larger warehouse area, but that he could keep bringing it out. But I've talked with several other people in our area that have been there for a considerable amount of time. They too feel that this will not be it will not be appreciated in our area. It will be a nuisance in our area. They're not going to drink in his parking lot, but they're going to come over to our parking lot. And I've already, unfortunately, those people have to make a living. I make a living also, but I'm able to come down here and voice my opinion. And I would just thank you for letting me speak.
Okay. Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
Your Honor, at this location, it used to be a Weber's Second Day Bread store, I believe, or something like that. I went in the store about a week ago, unbeknownst to the owner. We do have alcohol readily in the area there. It's not the type of area, I think, where we need to saturate the area with alcohol. I understand that the staff and the Planning Commission said that he would agree to single sales only, but I think there comes a point in time when you have to say enough's enough, and this is the saturation point. I think one more alcohol packaged liquor store in this area wouldn't be compatible.
and it certainly wouldn't be harmonious with the surrounding area. It's an area where we need a lot of help right now, and I don't think putting more alcohol in there is going to help. So my motion is going to be for denial of this application.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We were asked to recall item number 83. That would be SDR 17247. The applicant owner is Tusa Homes. Request for site development plan review for proposed 5-lot single-family residential development and a waiver of the streetscape requirements on 2.86 acres at the northwest corner of Bradley Road and Deer Springs Way in Ward 6. Staff recommended denial, and the Planning Commission recommended approval. Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to move to rescind the vote on agenda item 83 and then put it up for vote again after we change the date. It's just as a...
All right, very good. Let's vote on the rescission motion, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. And your next motion?
And then with that, Your Honor, I would move to approve agenda item number 83. And Margot, do you want to insert the date, correct date?
Yes, Mayor and Councilman Ross, all the other conditions would remain the same except for the date of the site plan would be April 4th, 07.
And that's my motion as amended, Your Honor.
Very good. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go on to 101. 101 is ROC 20102. Be a public hearing. The applicant owner is the Roman Catholic Bishop of Las Vegas. Request for a review of condition to remove condition 1 of an approved site development plan review, which stated that the landscape plan shall be revised and approved by the Planning and Development Department prior to the time application is made for a building permit to reflect 1 landscape finger per 6 parking spaces, 1 24-inch box tree per finger with 4 1-gallon and 4 5-gallon shrubs per finger, and a maximum of 12.5% of the total landscaped area of the site as turf on 2.69 acres at 220 North 14th Street. This is in Ward 5. The staff recommends approval. Gentlemen? Yes.
If I may. It lists the bishop as the applicant. Is this the diocese? Do they own the property?
Yes, they do.
Is this St. Bridget's?
Yes, this is St. Bridget's, yeah. All the Catholic parishes are owned by the diocese.
I would ask City Attorney, in the past, Councilwoman Tarkane and I sit on the Catholic Charities Board. Any kind of grants from the city to the Catholic Charities Organization would abstain. But we sit on the same board as does the bishop.
Then you sit there on your private capacity, not in your capacity as a councilman and councilwoman, correct? That's in your private capacity?
I don't know. We'll find out if one of us gets off this board, if they throw us off that board.
I believe that I was on the board before I was on the council.
Yeah. I'm reluctant to say don't vote, but, out of an abundance of caution, just because you are on the Catholic Charities Board and they are tied together with the bishop, and the bishop is the applicant of this particular item, I would probably advise that you would abstain on this item, just out of an abundance of caution.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jim Van Carpernel with JVC Architects, representing the applicant. We agree with staff's recommendation for approval. We did meet with Councilman Weekly before he moved to the county. It was probably about 6 weeks ago, and presented this to him personally, and he was in favor of removing these finger islands to allow us to have the proper number of parking spaces.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. Would you like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I'll just say this. I went over there for the groundbreaking for their new facility. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. It's going to be a great addition to downtown. I mean, it's just, the plans are very ambitious. They're beautiful, and I'm excited about this project.
Thank you. We are too.
Good. Councilwoman.
Mayor, considering the presentation that I've received from Mayor Pro Tem and your recommendation, and I haven't, of course, had an opportunity to drive down there, but I know what it used to look like, and I was told yesterday it's really beautiful. I have no problem. I recommend approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
May the record reflect that Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Brown with the kilt and both abstain.
We're both excited. We're excited about the project.
Thank you.
Okay, item 102 is ARC 20019. The applicant is Young Electric Sign Company. The owner is Tenaya Village Investors LLC. Request for approval of a master sign plan and for waivers of town center development standards to allow wall signage to face an existing residential development that is outside of the town center limits, and to allow wall signage on the second floor of buildings A and B for a commercial retail development, Shea at Tenaya Village, located at 7425 to 7495 Azure Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes.
Good afternoon. Rich Henshaw, 5119 South Cameron, Young Electric Sign Company. During our shark review, it was approved 3-1, and then Councilman Ross asked that we pull the item so he could look at it a little bit to see what was more entailed on it. In that meeting, I was asked to go and visit 9 neighbors that would have been affected by the signage, which are these 2 houses right here and this row of houses right here. So I did a petition and went door to door. 3 of the occupants were not at home. 2 were not interested in giving an approval of yes or no. And then I went to 4 additional people in the neighborhood and door to door and got their approval of yes. One of the things that was an issue when I went there is when they were reading the notice that was sent to them, they thought that it was illuminated letters. Okay, and these are non-illuminated letters. I'd like to show you the site plan here. Okay, here's the project. And what we're asking for is to have on the south elevation of all these buildings, non-illuminated letters to eyebrow signs, so when you come into the complex, you can find the tenants. So is there any questions at this time?
Are there any questions? I believe the Mayor Pro Tem has to make a disclosure.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to disclose the fact that my nephew works for Young Electric Sign Company. I have not talked to him about this location, these signs. I don't feel like I have disclosed in the past that I have voted on these type of applications. I don't feel like that there's any conflict here, so I am going to be voting on this item.
Very good. All right, folks, public hearing. Chance to be heard. Yes, sir. Just tell us your name first.
Mayor and Council, it's James Kemp, 624 North Rainbow Boulevard. I am one of the people who is buying a unit. It's the northwest corner of Building E at this location. I agree, most of the parking is behind the buildings, on the south side of the buildings. I think people that park back there might appreciate having signage to direct them where to go, so I'm in favor of that. The thing that I wanted to speak to today, though, is back in September I was sent, my wife and I have a small law firm, and that's what we're going to have at the location there, and we were sent a letter indicating that the signage allocations for the building and the sign requirements were all in place. Now this proposal says it's some sort of amendment to the master sign plan, and I'd be concerned because we've engaged a sign contractor, had our signs built. They're basically all ready to install. I just wanted to make sure that there are no changes to the sign plan that would disrupt our plans. And we have city building permits and everything. Everything is all ready to go. I just wanted to make sure that there's nothing changing in the master plan that's going to affect any of the current people who are buying there from installing the signs that they have. I just don't know if the applicant can address that.
Yeah. Two of the conditions in the Shark meeting were on the two-story buildings, that there is no signage allowed on the south elevation on the second story. We can do it on Azure Street, but not on anything facing the residential. So those sign and band areas just lowered down. They're still there, they're just not at the top. And then there is still illumination allowed on the north elevation.
Right.
So other than that, sign band areas, sign sizes, construction, the color, the satin black color.
The fonts and everything is.
Fonts all still remain the same.
And, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, because they've given us allocations for the place, so the signs have been made to that size and everything else. I just want to make sure they weren't making any changes that would.
Do you feel relieved at this point?
I feel relieved that, that at least as far as the fonts and the colors and everything else, I want to make sure that Shea, the developer, isn't going to try and change the allocations of where on the buildings our signs are going to go.
Right. Can anybody give Mr. Kemp any degree of comfort other than what he was advised from?
Mr. Mayor, he's a tenant of the building.
Can you, Councilman?
Well, Your Honor, through Your Honor, if I may, you have a single-story office?
Yes, it's Building E in the complex.
I think you're in pretty good shape, and I think
that one right there.
First, let me say welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Great location. You're going to do well right there. Those are beautiful buildings, and it's a beautiful complex that Shea's done. No, your sign is fine. Yesco is part of this process. So I think you're in great shape. I wouldn't worry about a thing, but I'm glad you're here.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we think it's going to be a great place.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We can just get in there now. Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Also, I have made the corrections based on the first meeting with Shark as far as changing the sign areas and everything. So if you'd like a copy of that for the file.
Your Honor, if I may, I would like that submitted to the planning director.
Make it part of the record, please.
Being part of the record, actually, I'm sorry.
The clerk is fine.
The clerk is fine, but I eventually wanted to make it that direction.
Okay.
And here's the actual petition, too.
I don't want to say it.
Actual petition.
And I've got the petition in my hand.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else want to be heard before we close the public hearing? Public hearing is closed. Councilman Ross.
Yeah, and thank you, Your Honor. We'll make this part of the record also, the petition. And on your petition, it says right at the top, non-illuminated building signs. Now, one thing I don't have a problem with, and I'm not sure we discussed this in our previous meeting, did we discuss illuminating certain signs on the Azure side of the street?
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah.
Okay, because I think that's
it
fine.
faces the Auto Mall and the Tenaya Village.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Yeah.
We certainly don't want to impact those residents. And I must tell you, I truly appreciate you going knocking on these folks' doors. Those are the people that are going to be impacted most by this. And we want Shea to be a community partner out there and continue their good things at the same time keep those neighbors happy.
Certainly.
So I appreciate Yesco's efforts and the applicant's efforts in doing that. You've already answered my question about the second floor signage. I couldn't remember exactly what we talked about. All that second floor signage facing the neighborhoods is coming down to the first floor level.
Yes, sir.
And I don't think that's going to hinder any tenants in that space. Let me check my notes.
And I did talk to Joni Cole out there. She's the vice president of the homeowners out there. So we spent most of the time with her explaining everything. So she was good with everything.
She's cool with everything, too. So you're in good shape, and I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you.
So with that, Margaret, do we need to add something there?
If I may, Mayor and Councilman Ross, in condition number 2 and condition number 3, we need to add the language non-illuminated. So that would be condition 2, the requested waiver from the Town Center Development Standards to allow ground level non-illuminated wall signage on the south elevations of the buildings is approved. And number 3, the requested waiver from Town Center Development Standards to allow second level wall signage on buildings A and B. That would be second level non-illuminated wall signage on buildings A and B is approved for the north elevation only.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that agreeable?
Well, no, yeah, and also on Building G, we were asked to not have any signage on the west elevation.
And that's
Okay.
already in there, Director.
All right.
And with that, Your Honor, I move to approve agenda item 102, subject to staff conditions and as amended.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Okay, 103. Ms. Bridges, I'll ask you to please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, the Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Okay, folks, 104 is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up and give us your name and we'll put the 3-minute timer on.
Good afternoon, Your Honor,
Good afternoon.
Pro Tem Mayor and the Council and the City Manager. I want to congratulate you and the Pro Tem Mayor, as well as the Councilwoman from Ward 1.
Thank you.
And know that the next 4 years is going to be years of support for many things. A year ago, not quite a year ago, August of 2006, we had the Pro Tem Mayor step forward with the Mayor and the City Council to make it possible as a priority for the canopy shade to be in place before the summer. Now, I'm not trying to bring anybody down, but I watched this like I watched for the last 4 years with the county and the school, worked with the county, Larry Oswald, who's retired now after so many years, who worked diligently with the leisure park facilities on anything pertaining to bids, anything pertaining to processing, anything relating to this, anything with the state, all these things, they had it ready to go. When the Mayor Pro Tem said, I have this money, I want to make it possible for all the wards, it was the greatest things for the family and especially for the protection of the children. As I kept watching every 90 days, I saw from August to December a dragging of certain things, knowing that they say we have to do this with the state, we have to do that with the bid. And as I read what Larry Oswald, who was in the same thing as they are in the city on the maintenance and the equipment, I was astonished to see nobody do anything. And then when I asked in February, I guess they thought I was becoming a nuisance and asking questions that were not answered. Again, I in turn assure the Mayor Pro Tem that we're going to have it done June of 2007. That's what the people at that facility said. It's going to be done. No problem. Now I find out they're going to start late May, and for the next 23 months now, because by the time they get it done, Your Honor, and the council people know, that the kids will be going back to school the first week of September. And to me, priority means priority, and that means all our children in our city have priority. May it be for all the different things that occurred over the years, but the important fact that this was an important thing that I stood behind, you as well as the council, on this and just watched without making any overreaction towards it. So that's why I'm letting you know.
And I appreciate what you're saying because you're the gentleman who really did put the pressure on us here. And in anticipation of your appearing here today, we got some information which I'd like to advise you of. We're installing 68 structures in various city parks. We're working to have many of these in place by July 1st and to be finished by late August before school starts. The parks in particular that are, I'm advised, the installations will take place in first are Rotary, Baker, and Dexter parks. So they're on top of it. It's slow, and we didn't keep the timetable that was represented to you, but the city manager's office has indicated that these will be in place by August, and I'm happy to share this with you.
Well, I know all about that because he called me.
Okay, good.
But the important thing is, I believe in one thing, and you do too, priority.
I understand.
Priority moves mountains when it is a concern of the safety of our children. Whatever type of leisure park or safety for the kids at school, it is a priority. And he stood tall. It's the same thing everybody else here. And I don't buy 5 months lap from August to January saying, we haven't done anything.
Okay, well, I'm not going to make excuses, but they indicated that we needed 40 permits, that they had to get structural designs, and there were complexities. But I appreciate it.
Your Honor.
Let's hope they're up by August.
Wait a minute, Mr. Mayor, you said 3 were going to be up by July 1st.
Let's hope they're up by August.
Would you
Dexter
make
was
a
one-
wager, Your Honor? I
No.
have a few extra
No.
$1,000 to
I will not.
invest.
I will not.
Oh, okay.
I will not.
I just
would-
want the people
I
to
understand.
know,
I understand.
because they're expecting this in June, because they watched this many times
And
over.
I appreciate that.
And I
As
feel
say,
that,
it's good that you came down here.
Well, I wanted to wish you both, as well as the person that I respect in my ward, now that I don't live there, but I still support people that are out there 100% for their community and make sacrifices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could, Your Honor, before Chris leaves, it was Chris that brought this to our attention back a year ago, and I never gave him the credit that he deserved at that time. But he is a watchdog of us. I know that he has yelled at me more than once, but I really appreciate it. And Chris, I really appreciate you bringing this to our attention again, as you did this week. So I thank you for that, and hopefully we'll be able to get these up faster.
I thank you, and as I say, I thank the families because they're the ones, as well as the Cancer Society and other concerned citizens who started this 4 years ago with Clark County and the school board. And as I say, nothing's impossible for the protection of our children. It's a top priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see some folks here today who...
I just wanted to quickly say, if I could, even though he's yelled at me a lot too, Mayor Pro Tem, but, you know, he spotted this early on, and he has been working through this for 2 summers, so you can understand his
No, I
anxiety.
appreciate it. I do. I'm not, I appreciate it. I see some folks here who are homeless, and I just want you to know that we have our city employee here from Neighborhood Services who's ready, willing, and able to assist in helping you get housing, helping you get transitioned back into the community, and if you want to take advantage of our offer, she's ready to assist you. Anybody want to take advantage of it today? Okay, well, this gentleman's going to take advantage of it, and hopefully you'll be able to report back the success of his entering into some kind of program so he could get back into the community. Thank you. All right, who else would like to speak? Sure. Sure.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, City Council. First of all, my name is Michael Lee. I'm publicly known as Las Vegas Superbum. Live at 117 North 4th Street. First off, I want to congratulate Councilwoman Tarkanian, of course, Councilman Reese for their re-election, and of course yourself, Your Honor. It was getting to be kind of nasty, kind of election thing. I'm glad it ended when it did. Today I'm here to give you a brief report back on the emergency winter shelter and the 40 women that I was working with that I reported earlier. On March 21st, I met with representatives of Clark County, the City of Las Vegas. I specifically want to point out Tyrone Thompson and Tara Ulmer. They were really professional and really gave me some good ideas, and, you know, were active participants in that meeting. And, of course, Help of Southern Nevada. This is a pretty historic meeting because for the first time, homeless advocates bringing homeless concerns met face-to-face with government officials. And this was an important partnership. This is something that we should do more of, these roundtable discussions. Out of this, we were talking about moving these women into transitional housing or trying to figure out some other options for them. With the agreement of this roundtable discussion, I went back down to Catholic Charities to attempt to work with Pat Ellis of Clark County Social Services. I was subsequently kicked off the property by St. Vincent's security people. The day afterwards, I was told I was being banned from Catholic Charities as a homeless advocate and as a representative of Forgotten Voice, specifically as a staff writer. A few days later, I'm told I'm banned as a client. That means even if I resign my position from Forgotten Voice, Even if I shut up and just go along with the program, I still can't go onto that property to access any services, including food stamps or rental vouchers from welfare. And that's the situation that we stand at now. There are two council members that sit on that board, Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Brown. You both sit on the Catholic Charities Board. I'm certainly hoping that you will investigate the situation. It is extremely important that advocates and media have direct access to homeless people. I can't tell you that, and I don't have enough time to explain that. Councilman Wolfson, you have a relationship with Catholic Charities. I'm asking you to step in and investigate the situation. Again, I say to you, as I've said to these two council people, it's extremely important for advocates to have direct access to our constituency. The last thing I want to say, Your Mayor, so I want to bring to you the situation of great concern to me, as I'm sure to you. Across the street from Salvation Army, you've had Metro kick people off that hill. They're back up there again. It's disgusting. I went up there yesterday and I told those people, I said, y'all got to clean this up. I said, if you don't, Oscar is going to get reelected. He's going to come down here with a bulldozer or something.
Bulldozer.
Yeah, it's going to take some. It's what you commented yesterday. I haven't met with the deputy city manager yet, Oscar. So I'd like to be able to meet with someone from the city and discuss about how we get these people off that hill, because it's really impacting those two businesses over there. It's not good for the rest of my constituents, these guys sitting up there, and they're not going to listen to me, so I'm just asking for some help in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just ask you, I don't quite understand. You went to the Catholic Charities building, and you went as a representative of the media because of your publication, right?
No, I went there as a homeless advocate under the auspices of the Clark County, with the agreement of Clark County, City Homeless Coordinator Carol Alma, Tyrone Thompson, Shannon West was there, Help of Southern Nevada. The agreement was, it was my involvement in helping them to do this outreach to these women was extremely important. I said, okay, fine, I'll go down there tonight and I'll attempt to help Pat Ellis. That's when I was banned, as I was trying to help Pat do her job. They walked up to me and they actually rat packed me. They were surrounding me with 6 different security people. It was pretty scary. I really thought they were going to hurt me.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your time.
All right. Yes, sir.
My name is Rashawn Joshua Collins, homeless advocate, also an advocate for civil rights that are oftentimes being ignored here in Las Vegas. One of my main concerns, I guess, here in Vegas is known as Sin City. And my hope is that eventually it will become an example to the nation, Las Vegas, of what a city should be like. And sin, obviously, is a shame to people, to our nation, and it leads people to hell, and it's destroying lives every day. And I just thought about that comment about the bulldozer. I think to myself, well, why not take it to the casinos and to other places that are destroying people's lives, like the brothels or whatever else is out there? Because, sexual sin and the gambling and the drinking and all that is just destroying people. And then they wonder why people are homeless out here. A lot of times because they're addicted to things. And those are some of the things they're addicted to, is the sex, the drugs, all of that. And we're not doing nothing to help them as far as staying away from that addiction. And anyone can get caught up in that. And we got to protect the youth, especially there's someone here that said they want to protect the youth. And I'm one of those people that is interested in that too. And I have a huge job to do, telling people to be aware of sin, because it kills you. Like, for instance, HPV, the human papillomavirus, is a sexually transmitted disease. And a lot of women have it. It causes cervical cancer, and you can't see it when the guy has it. And it's very dangerous. The sin is not a joke. And if we don't warn people to stay away from it, we might as well tell them to do it. We have, like Jesus says, he says, either you're with me or you're against me. Either gather with me or you scatter. You got to choose what side you want to be on. And I'm here to encourage people to follow the Lord and help the homeless also. I'm concerned about Circle Park. Also, there was a murder. Well, there was a murder at casinos too. Now, the casinos weren't shut down, but Circle Park is still shut down from what I understand. They won't let people in there. So what's the difference? Is it because the rich people own the casinos, so they don't shut that down and keep the business flowing? But the other places for the public, and they shut that down because, well, they're not making money there. So it's not really, to me, fair. But if you want to email me, my email is servingjesus 99212@yahoo.com. I meet in Frank Wright Plaza with people every day at noon, as much as I can, to just talk with them and work with people to help the city be a better place for everybody. May God and Christ bless. Thanks.
Next, please.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Ted Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. We long have had a global audience. First of all, Sheriff Gillespie, I wanted so much to attend the meeting last week, Thursday at 2 p.m. County Commission. I'm just very pressed on all sides. Sin City, it's not rocket science. It's supposed to be some sort of code for lawless city. If you think we are lawless, you could not be wrong. We have very adequate justice and law enforcement. Now to today, this is by far the very happiest day of my life. I feel so blessed and so grateful, each and every one of you. I brooded over this election. You all, I know, are so idealistic that none of you thought you had it in the bag. I pledged my support for the incumbents, but I never even had to employ it. I welcome you, Councilwoman Williams, your friends and family to City Hall, because strangely enough, I found a home in City Hall. I know these people. I support them. I can't thank you enough. If I went from left to right, my little talk on how St. Patrick single-handedly saved Western civilization and the Irish priests, that would be too long. 3 minutes is never enough. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm just very glad that you're with us 4 more years. Mayor Goodman, I have to be honest. If I have done my job correctly and you have done your job correctly, there are times I would have merrily strangled you and vice versa. I'm so glad you're here. Councilman Brown, I don't think we've had 4 or 5 words. I respect and enjoy your competence, your wit, your more than sufficient adequacy. Councilwoman Tarkanian, I've told you why you're one of my favorites. It's among the fact that my mom was named Lois. I've been a teacher. I don't want to start weeping or gushing, but I'm so glad you're with us. I am very comfortable and secure, Councilwoman Williams, because your resume is elaborate and quite impressive. And so I'm whooping it up on the experience. I'm carrying on. I'm walking 10 feet above the ground. Thank God for Las Vegas. You've got to love this town. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Congratulations, Mayor, on your victory, and happy Passover. I hope you're enjoying Passover.
Appreciate that. Could you state your name, please?
My name is Robert Johnstone, and I appeared here 6 weeks ago on February 21st, which was Ash Wednesday, and now I'm about to celebrate Easter Sunday because I'm a Christian. I'm also an evangelist for Christ, but that's also my birthday this Sunday, so I feel blessed for that. But here's the thing. I appreciate you offering me an opportunity to speak and to get involved with this program with Neighborhood Services, and I want to say that Lynn Kerr is an exemplary employee, okay? She's done a lot to try to help me, but it's been 6 weeks. I'm still homeless, and that's because I don't know what there's a breakdown somewhere. I did everything that was asked of me during the 6 weeks to get into housing. I found 2 places that would have accepted me, and I tried, and it was never good enough. She did everything she could. It's not her fault. Okay, I want to state that for the record. But something's wrong with this system because I'm still homeless. I should not be on the streets. I've had a couple of jobs that should have satisfied the requirement. One didn't because it was a commission job, and they said, well, that's not good enough because you can't prove how much money you're going to make. Well, I'm sorry, that's just wrong. And I subsequently lost that job because since I was homeless, I wasn't able to give it my full attention because it was the type of job where I had to go door to door and, to try to sell phone service for a local phone company. But anyway, I'm very frustrated, and it came to a head on last Friday. The city offered just to get rid of me by paying for a bus ticket back to Providence, Rhode Island, which I really didn't want to do. But they said, well, that's your option. You're leaving Monday at 8 o'clock. And I thought about it, and I was like, wow. They just want to get rid of me for $200 instead of the $728 that I was entitled to. So, but I had a decision to make, and because I was lucky enough to meet someone in this town who cares about me, and she's been a godsend to me, and I fell in love with her, and I just said I can't leave her and her children because they mean that much to me. I'm not going to let this town break my spirit. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get rid of me, and I'm here to stick it out, but something's wrong with this program, and it needs to be fixed because there's too many of us out there who are homeless, and I've met a lot of them, and a lot of them are very good people who have just had a couple of rough breaks. And believe me when I tell you, there's a lot of people, not just in this city, but this whole country, who are 1 and 2 paychecks away from being where I am, okay? And I'm not a drug addict, I'm not an alcoholic, I just had a few bad breaks, and something's wrong. And if you can personally get involved, I'd appreciate it, because I'm really at my wit's end.
All right, I can't, we're not allowed to take any action.
No, that's fine. I understand
I
that.
will ask...
but Lynn's been a great person to me.
I will ask her
I can't
to-
say enough about her.
I'll ask her to please speak to me tomorrow about this gentleman and see,
I'd appreciate
what his
it.
problem is, please.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Allison Hart. I live at 3550 Paradise. I came here to address the issue of the rezoning of the Las Palmas property, but it doesn't seem to have come up. Could somebody enlighten me? I was told it was on the docket today.
I don't recall that being on our agenda. It may be on the Planning Commission. That's very possible. The Planning Commission meets before the matter comes to us, and if you got a notice, it probably would...
We didn't get a notice. No one even knows that my property, there's 1,000 people that live there. No one even knows that they're planning on bulldozing
I
it.
don't know anything about it.
They put up a sign for 2 days and they took it down before this meeting, and I had to make phone calls to find out where this was.
Well, I'm sorry that you had to stick around all day.
Well, it's not a waste.
What is the issue?
There's this man here, I think is probably what we're about. They want to rezone the Las Palmas property, which is a really beautiful apartment complex. About 1,000 people live there, including myself.
Where's it located?
3550 Paradise.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
About 25 years or so ago.
Oh, see, I don't know anything other than the city of Las Vegas. When a matter takes place outside the city, I have no idea what they're talking about. I don't know.
Am I actually outside the city? It says the city of Paradise.
Yes, you're not in the city of Las Vegas. That's your problem. See, if you were here, we could take care of it. But that meeting apparently may be going on right now over at the county administration building, which is over on Grand Central Parkway. I don't know whether it's too late for you to get there.
County meetings were on Tuesdays, aren't they?
It said April 4th at 9 a.m. and it said 400, this address actually on the sign. They took the sign down, but that's what it said.
No, there must have been a mistake somewhere down the pike. No, that's in the county. We don't have any jurisdiction over that.
So what
we'll do is we'll ask somebody to call over to the county and see whether Las Palmas is on their agenda and whether it's too late for a presentation to be made. Yes, if it'd be kind of. Why don't you just stick around? We'll try to get you information on that. Thank you. Next, please. No.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I called Nellis Air Force Base. I'm still trying to get my name off of this program that I didn't vote for, what they call a stipending program. And the people that have been allowed out there, I called and I talked to the investigative department. The military police gave me the number. The gentleman hung up in my face before I could finish, but I was telling him they should have some control over who they allow out on this military base, because it's got me in distress allowing people that should not have been allowed out there over me. They misused my
that's
distress signal.
That's a mistake.
They don't have my permission. They do need free people permission when we haven't went along with them or joined up with their racket. They don't understand the seriousness of what they've done, what they've allowed to do. And it's not just on the civil police, but the military police as well. It's on the civil police because some of these people are residents of this city. It's on the military police because they've used the military base and computers to mess me up with this situation. They don't have my permission to use my distress signal. Now, I've offered the people to be signed in on a promissory note on my ticket. They don't have the right to give people permission to sell drugs. I had a drug dealer to threaten me. He said, I better not get busted. Well, he can try selling his drugs, his goods at somebody else's expense, and maybe he won't get busted because I'm not living off his drug dealing money. My nephew was shot to death at 19 years old as a result of selling raw cocaine. I have a second ex-husband who is ex-heroin addict. People in my family have been murdered because these people want to keep selling their drugs at my expense without my permission. They want to take over and run their drug rackets at my expense with Mexican drug lords and other foreign people that's bringing drugs into this country. Not just the Las Vegas area, it's in my hometown too. The drugs are just out of control. They want to get high at my expense, and then they want me to bow down to them while they live at my expense. That's like looting somebody in their own home. That's like robbing them without a gun or a knife. And I can't have it. I'm not going to run from them. I'm demanding that these people be gotten under some control. If they can't let me out on Nellis to use my distress signal to order the control factor put on these people, something's got to be done. They're not going to keep running over me, murdering off my family, and threatening my life to sell their drugs and prostitute or whatever else they think they're going to be doing. But they're not going to get me to join the crowd either, because that's their motive. Maybe we can get her in and get her quiet. No, I'm here to ask them to come to their sanity. And if they won't, I am trying to get in with these head mafia people, and I want them to know it's a warning going out to them. I'm not threatening their life like they threatening mine and my family. They've actually hurt people in my family and murdered people in my family and threatened my life to sell their drugs at my expense. I want them to cut it out. I understand I'm pleading with them to cut it out. The ones that's behind it, the white supremacist organization that's hiring the blacks and foreigners to do this, to tear me down, to hurt me and slander me in the public's eye that knows what's going on. I can't have it. They wouldn't want nobody to do this to them. They better start following the golden rule, do unto others as they would have others do unto you. Them, I wouldn't hurt them or their family. They shouldn't keep hurting me and my family at my own expense, and I don't need it. They in need, give me a signature on a promissory note. I'm willing to work with them if they're willing to work with me. But don't keep hurting me so they can live off me. The elders and bishops, the ministers in the church didn't understand how important it was to turn my name over when it was ordered. When people get in distress because of these programs, they had that worked out to take the people out from among these people, and they ignored that, and now I have to suffer with my condition as it is, and I'm really not in a good mood for it. God bless you all. I appreciate you all, and congratulations on your re-election.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That matter regarding Las Palmas is in the county. It was scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning.
Good evening. My name is Johnny Ventura. I live 601 Raintree Lane in the city of Las Vegas. The first thing I want to say, mega billions and jumbles of gazillions on your re-election, Councilwoman Tarkanian. I'm very, very happy for you. You represent me, and good. Praise the Lord and all those things. And you too, Mayor Goodwin. When SARS 84%, it was 84, 85, 90, but anyway. We worked hard. We had a lot of fun. And I won't forget you, Councilman Reese. You too. I'm glad you're back in. And you, and all of them. Anyway, number one item, I don't want to get angry, but my Italian temper is getting to me. A few meetings ago, I came in front of the council and I said, we need street numbers on the buildings in the city of Las Vegas, even the county, for that matter. And Doug said, fine, we have to do something. I gave him a copy of my resume. Never heard from him. Hire me. I know you're not Doug, but you're second in command. Tell them, we need those numbers on those buildings. We're getting so many people in this town that don't know where the heck they are. And they look at 3620 and all of a sudden 4870. Give me a break. I mean, city engineer needs any help. I've had some experience. Fine, I'll help. But anyway, that's the big one of the biggest thing we need. If we need a resolution to enact a resolution, Councilwoman Tarkanian, go for it. Anyway, so what else I gotta say? Oh yeah, I'm still looking for funding for the Clark County Chronicle. It's going to be a newspaper that's going to set the city of Las Vegas on fire in that respect, because it's going to be a letter to the editor type of newspaper. I'm already registered with the county with my name. Nobody can use it except me. Clark County Chronicle. And let me see, last but not least, that was it.
Happy Easter.
That was it. Happy Easter, everybody.
Thank you.
And pass over,
Thank you.
Mayor. God bless.
Senator Neal.
Peace.
Welcome to the City Council.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Joe Neal and reside at 304 Lance Street, North Las Vegas. And of course, you might ask, why would a person from North Las Vegas be attending your meeting?
You got lost.
I got lost. No, I did not get lost. But first of all, I'd like to commend the council, for your patience. And it's unusual, in today's political atmosphere, to sit and listen to complaints and things of this sort. And I've been impressed by sitting here watching you today. But however, I'm appearing here in this public section on behalf of Paran Lodge, which is located at 600 West Orange Street.
What is the lodge?
Paran, Elks Paran Lodge, the 600 West Orange Street, in which I'm secretary of the trustee board. And the reason why I'm appearing here, we had a situation on this past Monday where one of your city employees from the license division appeared at our lodge. We open our lodge at approximately 12 o'clock each day, and we close whenever some of the brothers disappear or our guests go home. But this person came in, and the house chairman happened to be there cleaning up as he does each day. And this particular lady from your license division was sitting there, and one of our guests came in, and he was served a beer. So the person from the license division, the lady by the name of Miss Olivares, asked our house chairman for his TAM card and his health card, of which he produced both of those. Then she asked him for a work card. Well, he did not have a work card because he's a volunteer. And she immediately ordered him from behind the bar, and he had to call the one employee that we normally hire on the weekend to come in, who happened to have a card as required by your ordinance, because we consider that person an employee. And the reason why I appear here, because that seems to be a misapplication of your ordinance. When we have volunteers, of which we have many in our lodge, and we try to abide by the law, but when someone come in with a heavy hand and do not ask the proper question, as I did when he called me, because my name is on the liquor license, and there's a story that I got on the liquor license because one of the brothers summarily removed his name, and they looked at me as being a state senator, so you go down and get a license. So I did. But what has actually happened is that we have these volunteers, and I came down to the license division, and I talked to Mrs. Gomez, who was a very lovely lady, represents the city very well. And I spoke to her, I said, give me a copy of the ordinance. And she gave me a copy of the ordinance, and one of the things that I read in the ordinance was that the work card required, it is unlawful for any following to be employed in the retail or sale of alcoholic beverages.
Let me interrupt you one moment. Turn off the timer. Fine. Go ahead, please.
Yes. It is unlawful for any of the following to be employed in a retail sale of alcohol beverages for off-premise consumption without having his or her permission, a valid work card for alcohol beverage pursuant to Las Vegas Municipal Code Chapter 6.86. Employed. I asked Ms. Gomez, what was the definition of an employee? Because she turned to the ordinance, she could not find it. And she said, well, Senator Neal, I would contact my supervisor about this. And when I explained to her that we do have these volunteers who do have the TAM card, which represent that they have been trained to give out liquor, and the health card, which I think meets the requirement of your general welfare provision of jurisdiction. But Mr. Fioro did call me, and he mentioned to me that the employee definition is that you have to be a salaried wage employee. You have to be employed, you take out all of the necessary taxes and all of that. We do that for one of the employees that we do have. And so I wanted to put this on record, so we wouldn't have this thing happen again, to our lodge. And that's why I'm bringing it to your attention, even though I think that Mr. Fiora is going to instruct his people to ask the proper question when they come in to establishments like ours. We are a nonprofit fraternal organization, and which has been in this community since the early 50s. I joined in 1963, so I've been a member for quite some time, all of that period. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention and put it on record that this misapplication of your ordinance was applied to us, and we think that someone should instruct the license division to actually curtail this, because we are trying to, Mr. Mayor, develop this organization and bring it back up inside. Of course, one of the other requirements is that we must have over 100 people. We do. I can vouch to you that we have over 100 people. We did not when I became very active again into this lodge back in 2004. But we now have met the requirements, and we're trying to do the right thing. We participate in the community. We have sent one of our students from the area to a trip on Europe as an ambassador, the program that they have related to the school system. We also have sent contribute to one little lady going to a track meet in Australia. We're trying to get involved, and we're trying to change things. So what we do not want is people who come down and tell some person, hey, you go out there and lay the heavy hand, on the lodge, because we're going to try to abide by your ordinance and try to do the right thing for the general welfare of this community. Thank you very much for listening to me.
It's always a privilege having you appear in front of us and to hear your eloquent presentations.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And congratulations to you, Mr. Reese, and Ms. Calcaning, and you, Mr. William, whom I've known for quite some time, to be appointed to the council. And thank you very much.
Okay, wait, whoa. Whoa. The senator said that we've been patient, but don't try it.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
We need a new motto. What happens in the city of Las Vegas is the envy of every city in America. That's what I wanted you to say last night. Right? Never mind what happens in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas. What happens in Las Vegas is the envy of every city in America, every mayor.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you, everybody. Meeting's adjourned.
5 o'clock, we're all done.